Alphabet has been pretty orderly. And so when you see something like that, you got to be ready for, hey, it could dip back into pre-market lows and bounce. Or maybe we look at the previous close. Those are two levels I like on it. And if it's going to continue the trend, it's done it every single way. Clean breakout, pull back into prior high, pull back into prior close, pull back into prior high. That's what happens in an upward trend. There's lots of ways you can scale up. And to that point on Intel, I know yesterday it was way too anchored to even dollar prices, because when it made that reversal, it wasn't until it got back above 22 that it was any kind of a long, and even then it goes right into pre-market highs and then dumps it. So you want to find, this looks interesting as a day 2 play just because of how volatile it was yesterday. But if you have something that's actually in a trend, you don't have to worry about, with Intel, does it hold 21.25? If it doesn't hold this, you have a lot of room into the downside. With Alphabet, you just have an upward trend, so I'm not even thinking about the short. I don't have to worry about, hey, where do I like it in this direction? Where do I like it in the other? No. With Alphabet, I just want to follow that trend wherever we can. That's my concern with Nvidia, because Nvidia can't seem to break out. That feels weak to me today. Although it got green for about 2 or 3 minutes there, now it's back to slightly red on NVDA. But Alphabet almost 1%. I only want to be looking long that side.
We're just talking about General Mills here. Downside this morning, not on a lot, but cereal lovers out there, anyone? Snack lovers? I mean, you were just saying this company has a ton of products under their umbrella. Downside here this morning, but I was just going through some of the numbers here. They don't look that bad. 4.84 billion in Q1 sales versus 4.8 billion, so a slight beat. Top and bottom line, forecast was slightly lower, seems to be the problem, but downside here. I remember reading about this. I think they got into pet food as well at one point in recent years.
Yeah, it's a big bet here. Nice they're betting big on 2025 rebound, Brando. As you look at the daily chart, really held that 63 well, but really making a nice curl back up at that resistance level, though, that we broke down from that $75, $76 area. But to build on what you were saying, a consent quarterly revenue of $4.85 billion outpaced the analyst expectations of 4.8. Net sales fell by 1% and margins tightened up a little bit, but a good look, and it's been bouncing quite well off that $62 level, so good luck.
Consumer products seem to be fine, or that area of the market seems to be fine. I was just double checking on when we're going to get a earnings call from them. 9 o'clock this morning, so just before the open, 9 a.m. for GIS.
Yeah, it looks like it is a decent looking daily chart, although when you put up the weekly, it's got a peak up there at $91 from 2023. So it does actually still have some room to go. Got this little heartbeat action going on here above the prior high. That gives you 72, 75 and a half. Ooh, I like that. I like that, the heartbeat action. And then it bounces off 72, it bounces off 72. You got to wait for this call to come out here. I hate when you have earnings calls going into the morning. Not that I think General Mills is usually a stock that you trade, but clearly, you've got this prior high that's turning into support, and you could see some defensive type names do a little bit better here. That wouldn't surprise me, but the first action to this is down 2% with the call looming. So I don't know about trying to defend something. The volume is the volume's very low right now. Only 30,000 shares, all I see in the pre-market. So it's probably going to be a bit of a pass. I just want to ask, and thank you for the super chat here from Jesse. Appreciate you, Jesse. Appreciate all of our viewers. Thank you for the super chat there. Look at the 3-month chart, but I'm asking what symbol. We can look at any chart. We can talk about anything. If you guys see something that's moving, you're interested in, let us know. I'm just curious, which chart do we want to look at a 3-month of? Was the overall futures, or is it going to be an individual name that we're talking about? Just clarify, and we can get to that for you there, Jesse.
Interesting name, General Mills there. I think there's been a shift over into value stocks, obviously, as we continue to talk about people chasing yield and getting away from tech and being a little bit more diversified. SXV? Why? No, I forget. There's a value ETF. I always think about the only name that I really own in this space, Procter & Gamble. And I actually looked a little while ago because I was so happy that Procter was near its highs. And I was like, oh, I don't have that much of it. And this was another name that just continues to get higher and higher up. Like, I don't know. I mean, look at that breakout 172. I mean, the market doesn't lie. It wants to keep going higher. I think you stay with Procter & Gamble here. Watch this keep going up. Look at it, hit the 200 period, resist, boom. 50 period looks pretty solid to me. I like PG rate here as it's breaking new highs again. So I mean, you're close to a 178 marker, and as rates come back in, maybe dividend plays look a little more attractive. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with Procter & Gamble. Not a huge dividend, but again, a consumer staple there where you can sort of park your money. I feel like and be okay with it. This is a nice move, man. 150 to 175 this year. You'll take that every day on Procter & Gamble.
We're going to get to upgrades and downgrades here. I was just going through a couple of analyst moves here on some of the earnings names today. I mean, there's a few other ones. We talked about GIS, but nothing too big. Let me know, guys, if Adair's ready. Yeah, we can go over and get some upgrades and downgrades.
Pretty stacked upgrade side of things this morning. ARM getting a nod here from William Blair. William Blair also initiating positive coverage on Nvidia this morning. So lots of semiconductors on watch. Supermicro also here with a $600 price target and a buy rating from Needham. Barclays upgrading Victoria's Secret this morning, and SiriusXM with his upgrade from Guggenheim and a $20 price target. On the downgrade side of things, kicking off with Edward Life Science. EW sold off pretty aggressively yesterday as well, currently down about 6% pre-market. Insight with his downgrade from Truist. We've got Barclays downgrading Portland General Electric, and last but not least, ResMed getting a downgrade from Wolfe Research. Upgrade side of thing, pretty interesting this morning, guys.
Siri did that. The old reverse split on. Siri's not as bad as other stocks that have reverse split recently, because I think most other stocks that have done reverse splits look a heck of a lot worse than Sirius Satellite. Either they do parabolic moves or they just absolutely tank. But it's on that the downward slope that you usually find after a reverse split. It attempted to break out, so day one up. Day two, tried to break the high and then closed. Day three, lost it and now trending down. So the bottom here, first day post split was about 25-ish support. That looks like a nice resistance spot. We kind of already went over SMCI. And I saw ARM on that upgrade list. I was like, oh yeah, ARM could be interesting. On an upgrade, it's exactly flat. It's at yesterday's lows, which is also Monday's lows, which if you go all the way back to Thursday is where it bounced. So suddenly 135 looks like an intriguing over-under here for ARM. I mean, it's a decent size gap if it loses $135. You just rejected a breakout that couldn't get past 150, so that was screaming on, like this one was a screamer on Friday at the open, and then all it did is start the week dumping off of that level. So I think 135 is key. It also happens to be holding on to the 50-period moving average for dear life. So if the chips start to go down, I mean, ARM is $1.70 away from that 150, so you could trend at least into that level there, despite the upgrade.
Thank you to TLY there in the chat, but the ETF I was looking for was this one, SPYV. So, not just a pretty face here as we talk ETF games, but look at this. This is what I'm talking about. This is the value ETF. Look where we are on this name. So you want to, you're not in tech, you're in other names, all-time highs. Right here. I mean, this continues to climb higher. And then the name that was given to us by chat there was VLUE, which is also a value ETF trying to get going as well. This one looks a little bit more, I don't know enough about this, but maybe it's a relatively new one. But right into here, also near highs. So, a couple different names there. SPYV.
The Vanguard one's strong. VTV is strong.
VTV, yeah. So there we go. I mean, look at this one. SPYV, iShares, boom. Spider series. Nice move to the upside. So, many different ETFs to choose. And I think you could park your money in a lot of spaces nowadays and be pretty okay. So let's wait to see here. NASDAQ trying to find a base up 0.22. It's 855, still early.
Just reading another note on GE Healthcare as well coming through. So GE Healthcare with another analyst move to the upside. So up a little bit here. 87.80 was yesterday's high. 87.80, 87.90. There's also MSTR. We talked about it last week. It had a huge move. What was it? Tuesday or Wednesday of last week. Huge move higher to 144, 145 on that purchase of Bitcoin. They bought 1.1 billion worth of Bitcoin. So MicroStrategy announcing the pricing of 875 million in convertible debt. So last week, they came through with a private offering of 700 million of convertible senior notes. So this is pricing actually more than that. And then just prior to that, there was that share sale as well. So they sold 8 million shares going back to the 13th of the month, worth 1.1 billion, and then flipped it right away into Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's their moat, Brendo. That's what they're doing. And the debt for both sales, the one on Monday and the one yesterday or today, is both for 2028. So you have the convertible note is going to be at 6.125, which is obviously above market because the Fed overnight rate was 5.3, so a little bit of a premium there. The initial conversion price of that offering, 183.9, which represents a 40% premium above where the volume weighted average price was for the stock yesterday. We'll have to see how it trades today.
Yeah, I mean, we've given back that move. We're right back to that pre-buy move. I mean, you guys looked at Bitcoin there briefly, not really doing a heck of a lot, but MSTR downside here so far.
Things a little bit. I mean, Bitcoin is essentially, I mean, it's at 60,000 or just very, very barely underneath it here. So it's like that over-under level. It feels like the last time we were here, if you go back and sort of look at what happened the last time we tested underneath, you just held it, didn't really get anywhere near to 61,000. I feel like you're going sideways on this today, at least until 2 o'clock. So if you're trading one of these names, I think you want to be at trend. MSTR is clearly in a reversal, at least for now, like failed breakout. You can say head and shoulders or whatever you want to give to that. I think that's reasonable. Oh yeah, it's not going to be split adjusted. I'll stay on the 15. So it's like a head and shoulders. If you pop back into previous lows, like in here, and then afternoon highs, that's a 132.5. It's usually MAR that I'm more interested in as far as the trade goes. And this is still riding the bottom of a pretty clear dip support. If you see what I'm getting at here, like every time this is dumped at the open, dumps is maybe the harsh word to use, but every time it's sold off at the open, it's been able to hold on to 15.5 and kind of snap back. So if it were to do that again today, I mean, it's about 15.3, 15.4 that's been holding on MARA. But even then, you're still in that same pattern. You're failing breakouts above 16. So when it breaks 16, you're kind of just looking for the turn and then it trends back down. And this is because you're not holding any breakouts above 60,000. So if we break out above and then come back under or fail to break out, then you're usually wanting to fade something like a MARA. But just be careful, that 15.3 level. There's buyers in here on MARA since it bounced off 13. And I think this is the one level that you look for a snapback. It's not really a support level. You can't call something support when all you have is a bunch of wicks down there that get bought up at the open. But this is the open. That would be the place that they've been buying it. About 30 cents down from here on MARA. Check that 40.
I want to thank Josh Raposo here for the $10. Thank you so much for that one. BTI for a dividend. Yeah, I mean, I just checked it out. 7.5% for British Tobacco. Of course, it's an ADR. So, I mean, the stock has been, forget about dividend, man. I mean, this has been whomps, right there to the upside. So congratulations, Josh. You held this one for a dividend. You got some nice capital as well. That was a great hold if you're playing this name. From January right here, $30 up to 40 in pretty much a straight line over the last month and a half. I mean, basically from June. Huge move to the upside, a little bit of a pullback into there yesterday. I didn't look to see what that was about. Maybe it was earnings or something, but big move down yesterday for British Tobacco. So we'll have to wait to see what that's about. Did not do enough work to see what it is, but yeah, 8% dividend yield.
Ex-dividend.
Right now, ex-dividend yesterday. Okay,
I'm all of a sudden maybe. I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, it has these nice dips in all here. Is it a monthly dividend? I don't know, but anyways, that would make sense actually. So a nice move down there for BTI. But yeah, great look there, and thank you, Josh, for that one. And Ahmed here. Oh, thank you so much for the happy birthday wishes again. Thank you for all your time and experience. Yeah, you're welcome. And hopefully trading is profitable for you as well. Really appreciate that, Ahmed. And thanks for coming back every single day, right? I mean, that's what we want to do is thank everybody for coming through. It'll be my birthday again next year, so I hope to see see all of you right back here next year, and this time and bring your friends.
That's how it works.
That works, yeah.
Usually. Unless you're born in a leap year.
56.99, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. We are now charting on the December contract. We literally didn't move anything. I kept the same closing print as yesterday. We defended 5,700, that general 5,700 point area, but we also rejected that range we were talking about. 57.25 continues to be a top going all the way back to mid-August, Brendo. Let's see if we can break it today. If we get a good little bump.
I feel like it might, but whether it's up or down, we'll see. By the end of the day, I was saying when we were off camera there, I feel like today's the day that we're either up 3% or down 3%. Who knows?
Agree.
Which way this ends when all is said and done. If you haven't done so, go down to the description of this video right now. There's a link there for the watch list. All you have to do is enter your email address, and then we send it to you every single day. Has everything you need to know on it in the pre-market. Hey, we were just talking about Google. Let's touch on it one more time. Not a heck of a lot on the news side of things today for individual names, but there are a lot of things moving around. Already pushing 1% here, 0.9 right now, back to highs for Google.
Yeah, so this is what happened. Back in 2019, Google got fined about 1.5 billion euros for abusing its market dominance with AdSense and search. Since that time, they basically have changed the contract that was in question at the time. They no longer do that. Now, in the Court of Appeal, that 1.5 billion euros got thrown out and is going to go back to that first court to see what the quantum of damage is. It's still up to the European Commission, though, if they want to appeal to a higher court to impose that 1.5. But right now, they're off the hook for it.
Same old, same old.
Oh, yeah.
Every time we talk about this story, it seems to always end the same way. Sean, you mentioned your thoughts there. Let's run through it one more time here for Alphabet.
All right, yeah, so Google, I have it written down here on the sticky note today. And I mean, just for some of the levels that I was thinking about, hold on, I got to close some messages that I had with people here on my chat. But I was looking at this. It's up 0.94. We talked about how strong it's been over the last couple days. Yeah, I did like a little bit of a rant where I still think it can go up here. I'm not buying anymore. I didn't buy any on the dip. I'm pretty much fully loaded on this name and where we want to be. But I think it gets up to 165. I think it can even get there today. I don't think there's anything stopping this. It's at 161 right now. That's going to be some kind of support or resistance. If we get up to there, it's 166, 167. So I'm looking to fade it if we get to there. But that means if we get to there, that means we have to go long early, right? I mean, if it's going to get up to that level, let's go. It's up 1%. The market's now breaking higher. The market's now taking out those pre-market highs. Trying to anyways. We know that 19.7 has been pretty key for the futures. So here goes Google trying to get back up to the upside. I like the stock, and I like it enough that it is today the number one trade idea here. And I actually, you can see Powell here. You see he's looking at the sticky note right here. Like he's like thinking about it. He's looking, he's like, wow, okay, we got some names on there. But you can see 159 is where I like the long. That little band off the EU, I don't know, man. We'll see. It's coming off. It's what, 1.6 billion euros. They sort of took off of that. I like to move back in if the market gives it to us down here at 159. I'm not going to wait for that bottom of 158.50. I mean, you can wait for things all you want. I mean, that's fine. But I'm gonna get involved at 159, maybe even 159.50, like dropping into yesterday's close seems to be good enough for me. But I like the stock. It's holding above 160. That's the 200 period. We really like that level as well. So I'm buying dips on Google today. It's the one name that I like today, breaking above 160, heading to that 165. I think there's a magnet there. And if other traders are like-minded, which I know they are, we got to trade strong names. And I'm probably the simplest trader here. It's buying and selling support and resistance with catalysts. It's really that simple. That's all that I do, and it works. And it works all the time. So I'm going to continue to do it here today. Follow me for more action.
Yeah, I think Google's a simple one as well today. So it was top of my note because it was nothing else. When I pull up my quote board of the names that I usually look at, it's a longer quote board. There was nothing that was double digits. Well, not double digits, over 1%. Like absolutely nothing had moved over 1% overnight. So immediately you didn't have a ton of price action. And Alphabet, as we said, it's trending up already. A. B, it was leading the market in terms of the Mag 7. And then throw on top of that you do have, like yesterday's close to me is that's still over underline. Like if it holds on, it's 159.30, which means dips into that level. If it holds on to this, it was already a key resistance that got broken out. It lost it yesterday, fine, but now you're gapping back above it. So it's like throw that out, want to be long into 159.30. I would tend to agree. You're at least along until the 166 level. I don't know that you test a level like that and break it before Fed. I think that would be incredibly unlikely. So, looking longs into previous close on Alphabet. If it loses the previous close, I wait for it to regain it. Otherwise, I shouldn't be long. Brendo?
Over at Moomoo, they're shaking up the investing game with their cash sweep program, offering an incredible 8.1% APY on uninvested cash, far surpassing typical stock returns. Your cash earns interest 24/7, and you can access it anytime to reinvest when the market turns. Plus, sign up now, snag 15 free stocks and bonuses up to $2,300 if you're in Canada. Don't let your money sit idle. Make it work for you. Let's talk Palantir. Down day yesterday, more negativity coming through today. Alex Karp unloading, Kathy Wood unloading, or continuing to unload. She's been selling for a while, but I mean, a huge bounce. I mean, people taking advantage here.
Oh, yeah, well, it's very close to all-time highs. So here's a look, guys. Alex Karp, that is, he exercised options to acquire Class A shares, acquired 8.5 and change million shares, immediately sold those shares onto the open market. The execution took place on the 16th and the 17th of this month. The price that he sold at ranged between 36 and 37, and it was part of a trading plan. Brendo, this was not spontaneous. So
I mean, it's worth watching today, but I think the action is going to come, as we said, after 2 o'clock. This is kind of interesting from Bespoke. If you haven't followed, go follow them on Twitter. Bespoke Invest. This is a 3-month overall market performance after the first rate cut in a cycle. So 3 months out, a lot of green on this board. So according to this, historically, more upside to come here, guys.
I like it.
Notice you'll see, you see at the top of that, some defensive type names. Now, usually you're making rate cuts because you're concerned about the economy, so people are trying to get a little bit defensive. It's a little bit unique here in that not everyone is completely convinced that there's all that bad going on in the economy. That said, I mean, Palantir, this is the type of, it's down 1.5 points. So like Alphabet's up, relative to a somewhat flat market, the NASDAQ's up 1/4 point here. Palantir down 1.5. And obviously it failed to hold that 37 break. They are getting added to the S&P, and that's, I mean, effectively, the effective date is, as of Monday, you have to have it in there if you're tracking the S&P, but that means on Friday is going to be that big action at the close. You got a couple of days. I think there will be a bid on this at some point. I just don't know that I want to do anything but play retracements on Palantir. Like, it's clear that 37 found a resistance spot, and if you look at how big the move has been, I just see a rejection of the top and want to look for lower highs. I feel like this about the way I feel about Intel, where I want to give it a chance to do the same thing it did before. Intel, I just think, is a little bit more extreme, why I prefer it, but you had a big gap up, there was some exuberance and a bit of an upward trend, and then they dumped it. So I want to be shorting back into prior highs. It's 22, a pretty key level on Intel. And when you talk about Palantir, I think that afternoon resistance level at 36.60 is kind of double tapped it. That's right around where it closed. If it's not breaking that, I'm thinking fade on Palantir here today. So, there's lots to look at. This is one that is outpacing the market, but in the other direction. So if you're looking for names that are moving, we're going to be on what moves here today, even if it's a little bit muted. So hit that like, hit that subscribe. If there's names that you want to talk about in the chat or ask us about, make sure you hit the subscribe. It's a subscribers only chat that we have going on. So if you want to engage with the community, engage with us live while we're on the show and while the market is open, hit that sub so that you're able to get into the chat and ask your questions and be a part of a great trading community.
All right, we have written on here Palantir again on the sticky note for 36.50 short sell. CEO selling Alice Karp. What's good, my guy there? Selling some at $36.50 and $37. So we say, what a smart gentleman that was. Again, selling at highs. Good for him. Play the 35.50 break short. So I'm going to give you actual idea that I'm going to be looking for off the jump. So I like the short. We just talked about shorting into here 36.20. So if that can come in, 36.50 is actually the area that I was looking at, so right into here if we do get a bump for Palantir today. But look what's been happening. Yeah, he's been selling all right. I mean, I was wondering that whole time, like, why were we getting these kind of actionable plays, right? I mean, there was big selling on Palantir off the open the last couple of days, so that now makes sense. Look at the volume that's hitting off the open. We had big and buy imbalances, sell imbalances, everything on Palantir. So now it's kind of coming through on that, right? He only sold couple 100,000 shares, right? So it's that would make sense where we get that. There was buying balances of a couple 100,000. So all you have to do is offset that and get market price. So, but anyways, all right. So right here, looking like it wants to break lower, 35.80, 35.50. If we go back in over to this screen, and this is where we'll see that 35.50. I just thought we could lose it right into here, and then we'll see what happens at 35. I think 35 is too much of a crowded trade because you have 34.80. Like, I don't know. I would rather just get short on this break. It's the 200 period moving average or so. We'll see if it breaks that. I'm going to try my luck with a 35.50 break. And if it comes back up and takes out 36, we lose 50 cents, we lose 50 cents. Palantir was pretty much our only red name yesterday. We had red names, but one of significant nature where we lost trying to play those longs. So we'll flip it over today, see about a short. I'd hate to lose long yesterday, lose short today, but if we're traders, we're traders. We're here to actually put some, bread on the table. Let's see if Palantir can do that for us today.
For semiconductors, once again, a group that might be, well, we'll see. Anyway, I was just going to talk about influence when it comes to the Fed and what happens this afternoon. Might be the most heavily influenced to the upside, potentially this afternoon, but we'll see. William Blair initiating coverage on a whole bunch of semi-specific names today, including Nvidia.
Yep, ARM, one of them as well, and the Nvidia chiming in on this one, basically saying what we all know, the leader in niche markets like gaming, automotive visualizations, and high-powered computing. But here's what they really love, the data center revenue year-over-year increase. We already know that this year was a 217% increase year-over-year. For that category next year, they're accounting for 132% increase, Brendo, which is supposedly going to bring in $110 billion in revenue. Just to give you some context here, 2023 was $15 billion in revenue. Not a big jump.
And you were just saying some comments from them yesterday suggesting we're still only just beginning. Mm-hmm. So a lot more to come. But I think this range here, guys, so far in the pre-market telling the story today.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's back to green. It's been red. It's been green. It's, trying to get higher here. It's pretty much the NASDAQ and the Nvidia are more or less lockstep at this moment. I think Nvidia is obviously they're going to make a ton of money. I'm not concerned with them in the longer time frame pretty much at all. What I'm not a huge fan of the last few days is you can see what's going on at the 50-period moving average. It's just clinging to it. And I feel like we might not break away from that until we get the Fed number. And it's been trouble at this price. And you can see it tried to break away to the top, 120. That's a level to watch this afternoon, I believe. Because if it can take out and get past that 120, even break 121, I mean, that would be huge. But until then, it's been in a slight downward trend. Now I'm looking at not yesterday's close. I'm looking at the close on Monday, which is right about 116.75. That's the zone of interest for me. Even if it breaks this 116, it was right in here where there was a clear seed change yesterday. It was morning bottom, was at the previous close, so it dipped into the previous close, and then ripped, lower high, flat bottom break at that previous close price. So it's just underneath 117, about 116.75. I'm going to drop my little line in there just so I have it on my chart, but I know what I'm looking at. And if it does not break this, let it try to run into it on the open. If we can't break above, I want to fade that level. If it's breaking out 117, I think you've got to trend at least until that 120 level. I highly suspect suspect you're not breaking that before 2 o'clock, even if it's super strong. So looking at Monday's close price is the key for me on Nvidia to short under.
Gotta stay hydrated. Well, yeah, look, I mean, 115, again, that's a 200 period moving average. This is just a 20-minute chart. Looks like it wants to hold it, right? I mean, let's go. Here's the move down. Here's the break higher. Here's the hold. It's held it now for a couple days in a row. We can wait to see if it wants to do it again. I just think, you know, when we trade Nvidia, it's bangers. It's huge trades. There's lots of action. It's just, you know, yesterday was pretty choppy. We did have some moves down, pretty choppy up here. You know, it's great to trade when we're trending. Not so great when it's choppy. Great to trade, you know, making moves down, choppy in here. And I just feel similarly to this. So, I mean, this is 115. Let's just call it like it is. It's a pretty easy trade down there. We've seen it now yesterday. We saw it the day before at 116 hold. There's the 115 bottom. This is when we wrote down 115 as a hold and we got stopped out and then had it back. So we can wait to see that happens again. But right there, 114.50. That's the bottom from yesterday, 80s. I think you want to wait for that. If you get that fill, you give it a buck and you take the shot. But for me, Nvidia, as where the market is, I'd just rather trade the NASDAQ. The two top stocks, I can look it up, I think for the last year is going to be Nvidia and the TQQs. So I just today rather trade the futures on what's going to be a Fed day. So I'm going to look over here and just try to look at 66 bucks maybe. We have the TQQ written on here at 65 break. If we could break back down below that, then I think it's looking a little bit better. There's 65 right here. That could break. I don't know if it breaks off the open, but a downside market, I like this pressure back in on the NASDAQ. I'm actually not even looking topside. I'm just looking sell. I just want to see if this market can hold. Let's see about a downside push here. We've already seen disaster come through at $56, $57. We don't get that today, but for me, I'd rather look at the NASDAQ than the semis. And then I'd also rather look at AMD, I think, than Nvidia. So I think there's just, and that's been a change, right? I haven't really been looking at AMD too much, but you see what I mean? Like this is a nice move down. So choppy, 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 not much happening. Nice move down right into 150, a key 150 area. So just like Nvidia needs to get to that 120, between 120 and 115, this name looks like it wants to get from 150 to 155. So, you know, I like this name a little bit better. And I think if we break 149 right here on AMD, then we get some pressure back into the low 140s. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities today. Not sure if it's going to happen immediately, but AMD over Nvidia for me.
Let's touch on Apple taking out the highs from yesterday already here in the pre-market this morning, showing a little bit of relative strength coming out of this range anyways after the big down day. I mean, there's not much. This was kind of an interesting note. Foxconn, Apple supplier Foxconn teaming up with Sharp on an EV prototype project after Apple poured, $1 billion into their car project and then said pass. So we'll see what happens with that. I mean, we got that note yesterday on JP Morgan, maybe picking up the pieces from Goldman on the credit card. Yep,
there was that headline, a few headlines today in addition to the one that you mentioned, Brendo. We obviously got those delivery times for China yesterday, and they were below expectations as compared to last year. Now we have U.S. times or so. UBS claims here wait times for the U.S. are 26 days compared to this time last year where it was 40 days and 18 days in China as compared to last year 36 days. Morgan coming in kind of, contradicting a little bit of what UBS said there. Morgan Stanley says Apple early iPhone lead times have little predictive power. There was also this headline over here. I don't know exactly too much about this. Deliveries from a Chinese bearing supplier for Apple's new MacBook Air have been halted owing to quality concerns, basically reshipping those MacBook Airs to the US and Taiwan, not for sale in China, apparently.
Up exactly the same as the market right now, guys, is Apple.
You know what's interesting? The early move on Apple has been wrong in the general sense every day for the last week on Apple. And culminating with just this week, it's broken the bottom. The first thing it's done every morning, broke 215 in here, got to 14, right back up to 217. Yesterday at the open, it was a sell back into 215, right back into the 217 top, ends up closing near that high. Now it's trying to break out, I think, an obvious level Previous support was at 217, 217 quarter, Monday's top, double top actually that day, and it's trying to break it out here. So I'm a little bit worried. What I want to see is this, if it survives the opening range above 217, I think it's an easy long. If the first thing that happens is it tries to go and then we fail underneath and Apple turns into a short, it's a clear over-under level. I got 217 quarter, but you call it 217 just as well for Apple. So it's positive on the day, but it's exactly up what the market is. I just don't like the fact that it's been a head fake. If you let the opening range settle on this and all it's done is fail this level, like break out and fail, then you've got to be able to go in the other direction here for AAPL. So Apple right now is above 217, but I'm not joining this until it holds the opening range. If anything, I might look for the reversion if it can't hold on in the first 15 to 30 minutes.
Apple. All right, so Apple is actually another name that is on the sticky note today. And yeah, I mean, I like it. You can go, I almost wrote down sticky there. AAPL. So let me just review what I wrote down here. 217 has been the top all week. Let's see a break and hold. So it's already broke and it's holding. So again, we write this note. It wasn't broken when we wrote this note down here at 216. What a great note it was. It takes out that 217 and it's holding. I like the long Apple 217. It's a no-brainer. I should almost put a bid right there right now. It's breaking out, right? I mean, this is what we're looking for right there. 217, there's the break. It's as it was written. I'm not going to be taking too many shares in the pre-market, but we maybe should have taken this one. Apple above 217. I like the stock. We've talked about that. I think all these reports are absolute crap, to be honest with you. Let me just see the numbers. Apple will release them. They'll come public. Let's see who's actually ordering the iPhone 16. I'll probably grab 2 of them. We'll see what winds up happening here. Apple up a quarter point, looking to break higher. I like the stock above 217. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Agreed. Let's go to Meta here. A few minutes ago, JP Morgan with some thoughts, or Jamie Dimon specifically. I mean, this is more about Facebook, but Jamie Dimon saying yesterday he thinks social media platforms like TikTok and Facebook are a total stupid waste of time, according to the CEO of the biggest bank on the planet.
I don't disagree, Brendo. I'm a little hypocritical in saying that, but yeah. So here's the look, guys. The Meta headline is interesting today. There's a European Union angle to this, and they're investigating, surprise, surprise, another U.S. big tech company, this time Meta, for potential monopolistic practices in the classified advertising market. This is something that I use often. I always talk to you about Facebook Marketplace. This is what they're talking about here. They're talking about whether Meta links Facebook's Marketplace service within its social network in the Facebook app purposely to undermine competition. They could fine them up to 10% of their global revenue, which is insane because that's $135 billion, Brendo. Meta denied the allegations, obviously. Preliminary findings in the investigation came out in 2022, and we still haven't had a conclusive look yet.
Let's be honest. Of course they do.
Of course they do.
Of course they do. All-time highs, guys, right around the corner here for Meta.
A triple top 545. This is the one, this is the big cap or whatever, Mag 7 name that is poised to make such a move tonight this afternoon when we come on. And there was a question in the chat, are we going to come on early at 2, in front of 2 o'clock? 100%. Yeah, we're going to be on. Sean and I are going to come back with Brendan at the desk before 2 so that when the number comes out, we're all settled in. We have our plan of action, all that good stuff. So don't worry about that. We will be on. And we always do this on a rate decision. We'll always come a few minutes early at 2 o'clock. So, Meta, triple top at $545. I feel like that's exactly the kind of level before we get to Fed that would be a fade. So if it does get, yesterday's high was actually 42, so it has to contend with that before it even gets to that 545. But I'm looking at that and thinking it's a little bit of a fade level. There was a couple of people have asked me about DJT this morning. I know we were trading DJT in the afternoon. They get dumped off. Dumped is a harsh word. So it's sold off in the afternoon, sort of making another trend to the downside. And it's now been consecutive days on DJT. On a daily chart, it's more than just a couple of days, but it's been a couple of days since the I'm not selling announcement. And since then, all it's done is trend back in after going higher. So I did pay for locates today on it, and I'm looking for an opportunity. The last couple of days, you haven't really had a chance to short pops, and if they are, they have been shallow. So I look at the afternoon, like that late range where we broke the bottom, goes into pre-market highs in here to 16 and a third or so. So that's about as far as I would let that pop, and then look for a little bit of a curl on DJT. So I'm thinking short there. And as far as Meta goes, I know it's super strong. I mean, it can't get to 545 without actually breaking highs, trending higher. I just like Alphabet a little bit better. And I feel if that happens, then that means, Apple's going to have held that 217 very likely. And Google, I like for a little bit more strength trending up. So I'd rather play something else to the long side. And then if Meta does get to that triple top all-time high, I think that's a fade up until at least that 2 o'clock. All bets are off at 2. I wouldn't be sitting on the offer in front of Meta's all-time high when they lower rates. And again, we don't know what we're going to get. Is it going to be the quarter? Is it going to be the half? I tend to think that the money markets are saying 50. I'm kind of thinking it's 25, but it doesn't really matter. You got to trade that first half of the day as is. So I'd rather play other things long, and if Meta gets to that top before 2 o'clock, 5:45, I'd be shorting it up there.
Part of the reason why our accounts are at all-time highs right now is because of Meta. Meta's been an absolutely fantastic stock. Buying these names on dips have been huge. Any stories of more fines or this or that, or Jamie Dimon, who's made probably $1 billion off Meta, goes ahead and talks negatively about it. I actually think that's a good catalyst to go long. So, why not, man? 545, I think that's a great break long. If you have the opportunity to take that, I would. So 545, where are we right now? Yeah, we're not going to, we could get there, and if we do, I think it's a long. So I think you got to break that, and we'll just wait to see what winds up happening. Not on my radar because it's a $500 stock right now. There are better names. I've just talked about Apple, how much I like where that is right now. Palantir is now making a move back up to the upside. Hey, man, maybe we just run the rest of the day. I mean, that's possible. The market's at highs right now, trying to think about taking it out. You probably take this print right off the open. So, I could see that happening. Let the market settle down after the first 10 or 15 minutes, try to figure out which way we want to go before Powell. But for right now, market's holding. I think you have to like longs. We'll still sit for Palantir, see if we can get a short up here. But for right now, man, the market is heading to the north side. Tupperware, that sell still from a couple days ago. So that's never going away. Occidental, we can look up at, where is that? 51. Okay, so we already talked about watching $50 on that break at some point, maybe even 51. Palantir's with a small sell. Is that you, Alex? You selling more over there? 193,000 shares coming through right now. And then if you want to go PAGs to riches, PAGs is here as well, 106 to buy. So nothing really on here other than Palantir that will probably be trading today. CCL has been on one lately as well. We can watch out for that stock right here. So there's CCL, 6 or 7 straight days to the upside. All right, it's back to the desk to Sharif.
All right, guys, we're continuing the trend reversal talk today by talking about double tops and bottoms. Catch that with Adair and I on How to Trade at 11.
1 to 108 or whatever.
Thank you very much there, Sharif. Nvidia's been holding green. Apple's see
what happens.
That can't be a real wick. I know Apple just made a move to the upside. I wasn't on the stock to see if it actually got to 218 there, but that's what it's showing me. So it's above and holding on to that 217 a quarter. That's the key over price. As long as it can hold on to that, looking good. There weren't a lot of imbalances there, as Sean was showing you, but when they did hit, Alphabet dropped. So I didn't see a sell imbalance on Google, but sure enough, it did make a move down 50 cents or so. Should, at this rate, if it's going to buck the market trend, because the market kind of ticked up a little bit there, then I think going into that previous close is a distinct possibility. Sean already went over Palantir. Apologies for the wick on Nvidia. Nvidia did make a move to try to break 116. I'll have to try to get rid of that dark pool wick up there, but it is trying to make a move higher. And then we didn't say anything about Tesla, so very, very quickly, Tesla just broke $230. I still think 235 is resistance on Tesla. Was really more thinking the 226 was going to be a support, but Tesla just broke 230. If I see 235 today, that's been that big level to the upside. Let's get the countdown going. Adara, brought to you by Firefly on this Fed Day. Firefly Neurosciences. Let's ring the bell in their honor in 3, 2, and 1. Bring it.
All right, the first thing that we may get into is Apple, but Apple is gone. Apple's up to 218 right now and starting to rip higher, so bye-bye Apple. Nice move. We talked about them possibly going to the top side, but the futures right now just hit it and now making a move back in. So we're going to go top to bottom right here on open, but look at Apple go. Bang, bang, bang. Yo, TF Securities, where are you at now on those iPhones? iPhoney, we talked about that yesterday. We'll see what happens here. Apple's starting to go up to the upside. What's our friend Google doing right now? Let's have a quick look
Falling
at
with the
Google.
market.
Okay, good. 159 and change. So here comes Google. We just take a long on something there. What was it? Google. We are into Google right now. Watch out, 159 coming into play.
Yeah, it's right down there. So Google's headed to the downside. Actually going up also is Intel, but it is Alphabet coming back into that previous close price. Look, Apple's gone at this point. We'll get resistance at $220 on Apple, I think is one worth watching. DJT is making an attempt to break $16. Was looking to short the pop, but we might just have to go for a flat bottom break at the 16 even level on DJT. But Alphabet's the one under some pressure as the market's going down with Apple going straight into the upside. Apple looking very relatively strong. At this point, I don't want to chase it. I said that first move has been a bit of a bamboozler if you don't have it the last couple of days. So no chase for me on Apple. You'll have to wait for a bit of a dip and a retest.
All right. If this breaks 159, we can get out. We've already taken some out there at 40s and at 50s for Google, so it's already a good trade, but it's just holding right now. It's only 10 cents in the money, and I don't want to necessarily get it out. We're going to wait still. We're waiting at 65s. Maybe I'll put something in the 40s here, take out another maybe 20% if it comes back up. But right now, yeah, like Neil said, man, Google is struggling to the downside. So we're going to have to wait out
19s already
for that one. 19's on where?
No, Apple.
Oh, Apple. Yeah, Apple's a monster, man. I mean, this is why we put that down. Easy. Remember, I mean, I literally said easy peasy, lemon squeezy on Apple going long. And unfortunately, it breaks 217 as it was written. But it happened in the pre-market, and then there it goes. Bye-bye, Apple. See you later to the upside. I'm going to let this thing chill. I think if you want to short it, it would be around a 220. We probably already are in something right now that can really be big. So we're going to wait to see what happens with Google. Hopefully it can come back up to the upside. We like the long in the name. We talked about that. So let's wait to see if it goes. Here it goes into the 40s, into the 50s, into the 60s is where I'm sitting. Let's see if Google wants to go. It's 20 cents on probably the biggest position today. So let's wait to see what happens here. Here it goes. Let's get back up to the upside. I'm at 65s. So you just saw it bounce off of me. They're at 65. That would have been sweet to grab that fill right now. This is real trading, man. We take the bid, we wait. Now let's wait to see what winds up happening here. We've already scalped out of about a third of it. We just got missed at 65. That's bothering me a little bit. We may have to put that down into the 50s. But right now, Google trying to go upside right here.
Yeah, it's trying, but I just saw the same thing you did right up at that 60 level. It printed 50s, no problem. I'm going to reload this one if we get a chance. DJT flat bottom broke it. I didn't get the fill on the way down, but I did catch it a bit on the way back up at 95. So now Google's starting to go, but it broke VWAP almost instantly. We're going to jump back into this one after getting wicked out. It's not SSR or anything like that, but there wasn't a ton of liquidity underneath the 16. So now it's starting to look a little bit better in Google. Palantir is making a move. So Palantir is at that key price, that 36.50 area. So just got through 40s. This is where we're looking for the curl on Palantir. That one's shooting into the upside here on PLTR. We like resistance from the afternoon on this. Just want to let it calm down a bit. You're screaming up. You don't have to stand in front of the moving freight train. The market's going down and this is going up. So keep that in mind. It's a bit of a counter trend trade, but we're looking for that resistance to hold on PLTR.
Yep. All right. We're short Palantir. And by the way, guys, honestly, this is what we do. This is how we trade, right? I mean, those of you that are looking for trade ideas, we wrote it down. People talk in the back, you know, like prop trading. It is hard to graduate. There's no doubt about that. But we wrote down 159 long. It just went 70 cents in the money. So even if you trade little baby share, 100 shares, something like that, that's still 70, 80 bucks, you know? And I mean, if you're trying to build up on confidence and do things like that, that's a good trade right there. Even if you are trading like baby smaller shares like that, that would be something that you'd want to look at. Take advantage of these moves, man, and make sure you do check out the sticky note. Because you know what? Here's a sticky note again, and this is, again, another name. This is only a $36 name. We wrote down on here, Neil, short 36.50. Bang! That's 2 for 2, Mr. Roberts, on these trades right now. Palantir, there it goes. Let's start taking some more out, man. I mean, this is what we're doing. It's a short at 36.50. We take the trade, and that's what it is. So there you go, man. I mean, trade your ideas, and hopefully they'll turn out to be profitable for you. It's Google right now that's starting to come back in. We have the Palantir short, so all good on that one. But let's start to empty out a little bit more on Google as we did take the, wow, Palantir, I said Google might be the call, but maybe Palantir's the call right there. Let's put some more bids here. If we can get some 21s, then we'll get some 21s. But so far, so good right there. Good day so far here in the markets, although we're trending lower.
Markets coming down here. Let's go to Adara.
Watch out for Intuitive Machines here, LUNR. This one has run in the past, getting some nice volume off the open and up about 60%, getting a contract with a maximum value of $4.82 billion here from NASA. Worth noting as well here, LUNR actually has a market cap of under $1 billion, so pretty significant contract here. About $770 million market cap, 10% short float for LUNR, guys.
Popular runner. I know a few people on the floor looking at that one very heavily. Did you back into DGT there, or DJT, I should say. Google just popped back into the lows as well. So we're going to get over to Alphabet. I didn't get the bid at 159.15. I was sitting there. It bounced off 10s the last time, trying to pick it back up here a little bit higher than that. But you're still trending into the downside on Alphabet. So I want to be certain that we can actually get that bid in front of 159. We are running into resistance at VWAP as well. So it's trying to make its bounce. PLTR is right back up to the tops. So that's starting to come back with the market. But Apple's not dipping at all. Apple's doing clean into $220 at this point. So I feel like this one is going to be on a collision course with the $220 level. I didn't want to punch any kind of a long break on this, so I'd maybe look for some kind of a fail at 220 to play a little bit of a dip buy. So Google's starting to come back in. DJT, we jump back into the short. That's still under 16. 15.3 is the all-time low on DJT. I think if it gets down there, you can probably respect that at least a little bit, temporarily, at least for now. If it gets to 15.3, I'd be out of this short trade.
Unfortunately, Katina Capital slapped a $10 price target on that thing when it was at 80. So we're almost there. We're almost there. Let's see. Palantir right there. I know Neil's short. We're short as well. Let's see what winds up happening right here again off of the sticky note. Today it's just so hot fire. Right now we'll go 2 for 2. It's been a great morning. We mentioned that this was going to be a possibility today into Fed, that you wanted to trade the right names. And so far that's what we've been doing with Google, with Palantir. And I'm just going to start to there goes Google again. We'll take some more out right now. It's been a great morning. Thank you for watching. Please hit the like and the subscribe. It's another trophy day. For now, Adara.
Good luck for Applied Therapeutics, APLT, right off the open here. This one has run a bit in the past, so repeat runner, up about 60% right now after announcing that the FDA told them they no longer need to hold an advisory committee meeting with regards to regulation for its genetic disorder drug. So APLT no longer requiring this FDA meeting. We have a 8.5% short float here, guys.
APLD. So I want to try to show you guys, Nvidia is about to break the low of the day. I try to get rid of this book. I can't do it. It's breaking to the downside. I'm going to favor, the only thing that looks strong right now is actually Apple. Google's bouncing off the bottom, but the only thing that looks super strong right now is Apple. Nvidia breaking lows. You've got Tesla breaking down to 217. PLTR just came right back in to the quarters, but it's actually holding higher. So it's underneath the previous close like that. If it holds on at 36, every even dollar is usually pretty significant on PLTR. So I want to respect it. Do have DJT's flat, so that one's looking okay. But I'm going to go back over to Nvidia. Seems like it does want to hold on to this bottom, or at least attempt to hold on to this bottom. If it does make a bounce, I got to forget about this 116.75 and look to be able to short the pop on trend. So VWAP sits at 115.5 on Nvidia. Morning resistance about 116. Trend down on this name. Do want to try to get into it, but going to have to be patient with NVDA. Sorry about the wick.
That's all good. All right, Palantir is a trade that we really enjoy trading today. Yesterday we lost on the long. Today we flip it up, we put it on the sticky note as a short, and we take that exact price that we wanted. 36.50 comes and goes, and right now you're in a huge position, and we are now in the money 25 cents on this trade. So today, just with 2 trades, right? It's keep it simple. I talked about trading on a prop floor again, and this is why we talked about real trading, talk about the people's trader, all of this kind of stuff. This is how you graduate. This is how you make money. You take the trades that you like, you post them, you do research, you meditate, you do whatever the hell you want to do, and at the end of the day, you take the trades that you've done the work on. Why are we sitting here not doing that, right? So I think that that's the one thing that we have to remember to keep doing. Trust in yourself, take the trades that you like, and this will be the result. So congratulations, everybody that's been here since day one, and you guys know what real trading is all about, and we've talked about this as we continue to go, right? There it goes. It's a nice play right here. We'll wait to see. We're almost out of Google. We only have about 20% left. We talked about scalping out this morning and making sure that we put the winners in our pocket and walk away from the morning green. We're going to obviously do that so far. I mean, it's still very early. It's only 10 minutes in. But let's start to get some more out here on Palantir. We just got some 21s right there. We got VWAP a bunch of times. If it comes back up, it comes back up. But let's start to empty out a little bit of this position and then work on our next one. There we go. We get a 27. We get a 28. Let's go, Google. This is going to be, and we talked about this when we put it on, hopefully the best trade that I can have here in the morning. I really like that 159 dip. It's on the sticky note. It's right there. We took it. Congratulations all. What up on the desk with A?
Odyssey Marine Exploration back on watch here. OMEX, the ticker for this one, trading on the NASDAQ. It's one of the big stories yesterday. Trading significantly lower throughout the day with repeated down halts. Actually, starting about 8 minutes after they announced this arbitration win in this NAFTA case. So interesting look here for OMEX today, though, up over 150%, already halted twice, currently in the middle of a halt. Lots of social media attention for OMEX, which has about a 7% short float.
Yeah, we saw that one yesterday at that dollar level, pretty key for it, but let those ones try to calm down a little bit here. 160 incoming here on Alphabet. There's a bit of a seller at the 160 level, so top of the list. Not top of the market, but certainly bouncing with the overall market. If we're going to make another move on this, I want to see it make a higher low. If you're not going to make a higher low, okay, there it is. I was just looking for the curl at the 160. If you're not going to make a higher low, this is a break of the bottom after gapping higher. You've held on to the previous close. I like that. I want to see it make a higher low to continue this trend, or you can just hold back above the 160 level. Those are a couple of ways to jump back into this trend trade. Just going to cancel. If we're not going to get exactly in front of 159, if it gets back down there again, you can always play it by ear on Alphabet. Apple's still looking like, the strongest stock like it is. It hasn't really retested VWAP since the open. I feel like this trend is looking pretty strong. If it can do a nice little consolidation off the top, VWAP sits about the $0.50, 218 and a half. If you can't get in off the break, then you got to look for the next available opportunity, which would be the first dip. So not breaking 220, I think that's a good thing if you're trying to get into the long. Maybe we can play back into VWAP, but you got to play it by ear. And then PLTR, Palantir, still holding on to VWAP. I want to see this break down underneath VWAP, and then you can go stair-stepping. The other name we like to fade and had to be patient with, or wanted to be patient with, was Intel. It's nowhere near $22, but I felt this was similar to Palantir in a retracement. I want this to get into 21.8, 22 before looking the fade trade on Intel. It's green, up 0.5%. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, everybody. Let us know what you guys are into. Hopefully you've got them on right now. Apple strong, Google semi-strong. But we got to look for more to trade. There's going to be lots moving. I know there's some small caps out there, and I'm going to get to some questions. And I know some people are asking about SMCI. That's another hot one. So hit the like, hit the subscribe, share with your friends, and share the symbols that you guys are interested in here. Play it patient and wait for your key levels, everybody.
Yeah, couldn't have said it any better. I mean, that's exactly what we're doing right now. Again, it'll be a big day, and it's just off 2 posted free resource levels for you. Palantir down there, and we're out of pretty much, so on Palantir, we probably have about About 20% left of Palantir. We just got another piece out on Google as well at 160. So we're still going to hold out and see if we can get higher. We said we liked the fact that it was holding 160. I'm looking for up here. So let's see if we get that. It looks like the market doesn't want to go though. So that's going to be a problem child right there. Shout out to Jake Paul. Who's going to be Tyson didn't look great to me there in Dallas, so we'll see what winds up happening right there.
He's an old man.
Yeah, he needs to buy more weed, I guess, which is why he's maybe taking the fight. I have no idea. But here we go right now. He has his own strain. I think it's Toad something. I don't know what it is, but shout out to Mike Tyson for always doing big things and might be on the canvas there. Okay, so just real quick, we are into Intel. We talked about wanting to short this. Again, this is on the sticky note at 2180. I'm going to take it a little bit right now at 2170. So we're going to try the short here off the open. If the market rips, we know our limits on Intel. Yesterday, we missed the VWAP take back up to the upside. Now I'm looking at this name. Potentially not the day two play short that I thought it could have been because of the fact that we're up 1% against a market that's flat. So watch out now. We are short Intel. We could take it out or what, but we're going to wait to see if it comes back into 60s. Let's take a piece out for Intel. We're just chilling with Palantir. I'm probably not even going to watch it for rate this second. If it does move around, we will have another look at it, of course. And then Google is dancing around 160. I'm going to put an offer around 160.50 or so. Hopefully we get that fill at some point here today. Hey, look, we're playing the long game. I mean, we're here every day putting up numbers, giving you guys trades. We talked about that. And we can just wait, right? I mean, we have our targets already. We've sort of hit like a daily sort of goal that we have for ourselves already, which is positive. So we'll just sit here, wait to see what winds up happening. If Google makes it sing, it does. Great. We are starting to pile out of some of these trades, including Palantir. We just took a new one. And there it is, Neil. Are we going to go 3 for 3 right now and all on decent sized positions as there goes Intel? I mean, Intel boom. I mean, it's right there. I hope you guys are following. I know you're looking for trade ideas and ones that can put some money in your pocket. There's 3 in a row for you. Intel, Google, and Palantir all on the board, all traded live with you. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe.
Yes, sir. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. Market's starting to come back in here. I see what's going up, and I understand a firm's going to 45 again. I'm not thinking break on 45 at all on a firm. I'm thinking fail break after what I saw the last couple of days. So we said this yesterday, that it was a big-time seller at 45 even. Break, fail. It got above 1s, 2s. That's all it was. If it cannot hold a big bid and maybe break the quarters, I want to look for that curl. So I love the trade on Intel. I was just talking like I like the 2180. I'm on the offer into 80. It didn't quite tag anything above 70. If it does retrace, what I'm going to do is, because it turned at 70, you like 80, I'm canceling the more shallow offer because now if it breaks the high, likely to go even higher. So wait a little bit more if I'm not going to get that 70 fill. DJT is still testing around the lows. So obviously it's extreme the last couple of days, 15.3. I don't want to call it the absolute bottom, but 15.3 is the all-time low on DJT. I would suspect you're going to run into some resistance or support there. Google consolidating above VWAP, I think that's a good sign, but the market's started to head back in. So if we're going to be patient, I'm not getting away from the original entry point yet. I feel like that is still the spot. Wait for that 159. If we get it, great. If we don't, then the uptrend can easily continue, and then the next trade should just be the higher low, which we are already looking for. PLTR is holding steady and looking pretty solid as well. And then there was OMEX is going absolutely nuts, and I was sort of saying, let this one calm down. It hasn't stayed open for more than a couple of minutes. All it's doing is bleeding to the upside. I'm going to stay away from this. Like, you can't, it's hard to trade this unless you're actually just taking halt to halt. So until it can actually do something for more than 1 minute and then go into a halt, I think you want to let that one calm down. It's a firm that is now catching my attention because it's at the 45. Last 2 days, it has failed this level every single time, but it's broken it first. So I'm looking for a fail break on a firm. Kind of feel like that's what I should have done yesterday instead of taking 01s and getting out 90s twice.
Okay. 227. Just looking at Tesla right now, we're 15 cents in the money on Intel. We're 15 cents in the money on Palantir. 70 cents in the money on Google, but Google's trying to come back in a little bit off of that level. I mean, I may take an out here. on Google. What are we doing on the futures? We're trying to bounce around here. I'd like us not to break V. Nah, I was gonna say I'd like us not to break VWAP, but we may test it. Okay, there we go. We put an offer at 78 and got filled there, so we gave up 5 or 6 cents there. Frustrating, but okay. I don't have any upside targets now. I canceled them on Google. The 200 period is always something that we'd like to see, so 160.25. I'm going to put it right there and see if we can get an out, and then we'll have one piece left for hopefully a bigger move upside for that name. So that's what we're doing right there. Someone said on the chat, I don't know why or how you guys are short Palantir. Well, that's why we're getting out. I mean, I think Palantir has a chance to be a strong stock.
It's looking stronger now.
But as we had mentioned before, this is why this is how you maintain, your positioning, and this is how you still stay consistently in the green and what you're looking to do is by making notes, taking trades that you had, and being a risk manager, right? I mean, like right here, if this breaks 50, we're out. And we've already taken that cash all the way down here into the 20s, and we've reloaded it multiple times. So it's kind of like that Intel trade, right? We're out of half of this trade already. So even if it goes to our sticky note level of 2180, then we don't have to worry because we've already taken that cash. Sure, it would be a losing trade if it gets down to that level, and then we have to get it all out and lose. But right now, we'll take another piece out at 58 for 12 cents. Oh, we missed it, but hopefully we can get it. Back in for, there it is. So for that 12 cents, now we have 40% left. We've got out of 60%. So we're managing risk. We're putting it in right now, and it's, and getting our money in, getting our money out, looking down and seeing green. As a prop trading, that's what you want to do. And there goes Google right now, back up to hopefully open highs is what we're looking at. This break of 160 to get up into this area. So we got a little nervous there, obviously a little premature on that one, but we're out of Intel. Well, we still have 40%. We're getting closer and closer to Palantir, and Apple still at 219. What's up, eh?
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing cash up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
Right. And the other thing you do get out of Benzinga is you get halt levels, like your stocks breaking highs of day. It's all you get more than just news stories, which is fantastic. And one of the things I like about it, because you'll get these low flow runners like OMEX halted at whatever such and such a price. So Apple did a pretty nasty wick underneath VWAP and then reversal right back up to the top. It just tried to grab this one on the upside. It was getting into a firm. A firm did make that dip off the 45, at least initially. So I'm now into it underneath 45. If it breaks that top, I got to get out of it because 45 has been the big level. But Apple holding on to VWAP, it dropped. It was a 50-cent drop and an immediate retracement back to 21.18. So I want to look for the bid in front of VWAP if we're even able to get this one on Apple. This is easily the strongest stock. The fail today for me is not actually getting into Apple. We didn't take the breakout. It happened pre-market. Unfortunately, it happened pre-market. But I want to be able to join this if we can find a way in. Apple up 1 point into a flat day. Don't want this to, if we get to 2 o'clock and we haven't had a chance to go long Apple, that will be a huge disappointment, especially if it continues this trend. And I don't want to just take a breakout of the high. 220 is too close to the top to want to break of this high of the day. Got to try to play the dip buy. Oh, Palantir came.
All right. Yeah, it's been a fun day. There's Google. Again, BPI, anybody, Neil, anybody around, man. That 159, Neil had it. That was a great level. And there it goes right there, up to 160 and a quarter. This is real trading. It's Google. It's fantastic. Palantir also is another one. So that's 3 for 3 today, all bangers. And look at this reload, man. I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about as you sit here on Fed Day. Let's just let's just put money in our pocket for right now. Trade away, right? Go enjoy it. I'll call the wife after this. It'll be 11 o'clock. It'll be a gorgeous day. We'll go for a walk. We've hit our goal. We've given you guys hopefully the entertainment. It's been fantastic. News stories developing. Coming into work is gorgeous every day, man. I love coming in here and putting these on for you. I love doing the sticky note. Love being here trading. Love putting on winners. Love talking about all these names. Loving Intel. We talk about the Intel whisperer, right? We give ourselves lots of names. Look at Intel all the way down in here into VWAP. Let's wait to see what happens there. And again, this is another name that it's like we posted this trade up. You know, we posted this up at 21.80. So of course, when it goes to 74s and 70s, we're taking that short, right? I mean, this is the stuff that we're doing. This is why I enjoy coming in. Even if the sticky note is horribly wrong, which you can go look. I mean, this posted literally every single day. Here's Intel, 21.80. Fade the pops. Fade the 200 period. Google, 159 long. That's a graduation trade for anybody. Palantir, 36.50 short. You want 10 cents? You want 20 cents? Apple, we did that little rhyme, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. The problem is it breaks 217 in the pre-market and we weren't smart enough to take 217, 20 or 30 off the open. Now, the next trade is, good luck, FOMC. Now let's wait to see what happens with the NASDAQ. I mean, this is what we're doing. We're doing this every day. We come in and we're hopefully putting something on for you. Google, we got a piece out. We only have 10% left. That was, or way less than that, sorry, 5% left on Google as I look at what we're doing. Intel, bang. All the way back down to the 200 or the 50 period right now. Let's see if we can get a 200 fill. And then Palantir, we just getting light, man. We just getting light. This is the one that's making me the most nervous. We can cash out of this one. We'll have made more money on Palantir than we will on Intel. And Google by far and away going to be something special for me today. So we'll just wait to see what happens with Palantir. Maybe we'll just empty it all out right now if I don't like it.
Yeah, watch out. I mean, Palantir, but it's a wall at 50, but it's not that much size. It's relatively 15 times the size of any level, but compared to what you usually see at a stack level on Palantir, it'll chew through that like a hot knife through butter. If 50 breaks, then got to get out of it here. Gonna just put a trail on DJT. DJT is now continuing. It's now 3% down. Remember, all-time low is 15.3 on this stock. All it's doing is flushing in here. But if you look at, just go back a couple of days, and it had 15.65 as a higher low. If it gets back above that price, I want to short back into VWAP on it. So I'm going to kill the 16 even stop, or not kill it, but cancel it, and then put a trailing stop in through that 65 level. That's going to be the big one. And then Apple, I mean, there isn't too much to say about Apple. It's super strong. It's now putting in a bit of a lower high. I don't like a selling that's going on in here. I was trying to get it on the way back up. So down, and then I want it on the way back into the upside. If we're able to catch that, then I want to look for something like, the VWAP hold on Apple. But you look at these wicks, there's still a lot of whipsaw action here. There's plenty of time for it to settle. I like to see the opening range in the first half an hour. So in about 2 minutes, we'll get that at 10 o'clock. And if we're still holding on to VWAP, I'm going to like that even better here on Apple. Don't want to rush into this. I feel like the best opportunity has come and gone on Apple, and it's easy to get that FOMO, chase the move, and then end up with a bad price. So I'm not going to do that here on Apple. There's the break of Palantir at 50, so I'm out when it takes out the 50 level.
Yeah, fail on that 50 level right there. And this is how you continue to be positive on a stock, right? We talked about what we were nervous on. We just got out of pretty much everything on Palantir at 41.42. We did it live for you guys right there on the air. There's 3 fills right there. We take out our last 10% on that break. Now, the fact that we got out there, green name, we talk about this all the time. This is how you stay positive. You have your risk spots, you have your stops, you trade with bigger shares and take advantage of when the trade is there, right? And then you look back and it's like, okay, even on Intel, we only now have 10% left of Intel. Intel broke back above VWAP there, so we took more out. I mean, these are all out at VWAP. I better make sure I don't have any more bids. I have a bid at 41. We just want to see if this thing can crash in right now and give it to us. So let's wait to see now with Intel. Nice move back in. It's going to be a 3-for-3 kind of day. Google is making me a little nervous because it's just hanging out. We already have that top there at the 200 period. Looks like it wants to fade back in. This is about 3 to 4% left of the position that we had. I didn't realize how many. I did realize, but when calculating it, we took a lot of shares down here. So that's why what we have left is minuscule amounts. So hopefully that will work out. Yeah, we'll slap a fail, obviously. Well, we're up on Palantir, but we'll slap a fail on that one because it did break. And, that's fine. We had written down on Palantir that we actually liked this 36.50. So we took it 3 or 4 times. And it's higher. I mean, look, I made more money on Palantir than we did on Intel. And here comes Intel. Oh, I was bidding 41s and I just canceled it, waiting for this move, but that's okay. Let's go somewhere else, baby. All right, yeah, Tesla, you can hold that Palantir until it breaks that high. Whoever's that's in the chat. What's up, Oscarito? For sure. You can see Neil and I will trade names differently.
Tesla.
And you guys can trade them differently as well. And there's at the end of the day, you can always ask, what stocks we're looking at, why we're looking at them, what our breakout levels are and stuff like that. And right there, okay, so there's Tesla, 230.50. Nice movement today. This has been a very, very violent name, obviously with a huge move to the upside to 231.50. Then a fall back in $4, right? Straight down to the downside into 227. So I guess 350 or 450 downside move, and now you're starting to crack lower. So it's a good thing we still have on that Intel, because Intel right now is going, baby. And there's the short. I've been sort of weak on tweeting all these out. You guys can clearly see what we have. I'll post out all these trades for you guys. Follow me at Trader TV Sean, and they just match with the sticky notes. So let's go over to Adara for happening now.
We're about 4 hours away from the moment the markets have been waiting for. That is a highly expected rate cut here at the September FOMC meeting. We'll get that at 2 p.m. Then we'll get comments from Fed Chair Powell at around 2:30. The market waiting here for that news. S&P 500 and NASDAQ both virtually flat in the day. NASDAQ slightly stronger, though, than the SPY as of right now. Some individual names to look at as we wait for that rate decision include Meta. This one right now slightly positive on the day, but on watch here after the Financial Times reported that the company is set to face pretty intense EU antitrust fine with regards to its ad practices. We also have Palantir. This one reversing here from down about 1% to now up about 0.25% so far today. CEO Alex Karp selling around $300 million worth of company shares according to SEC filings. And last but not least, we have SMCI here up almost 4% right now in the day, getting a buy rating and a $600 price target from Needham. Lots to keep an eye out for, guys.
Yeah, lots to keep. I mean, SMCI is making some power moves. It's distinctly different from some of the other chip names in there. So the trail just came out on DJT. I do want to stay net short just based on the way that this is traded. The last couple of sessions, I only want to short off of previous resistance levels. Like every single pop is an opportunity, I think, to be able to get in. So VWAP sits at 1590-ish. If we get back into VWAP, then I want to play that one into the short side. It's been trending down for a couple of days in a row. SMCI is, like I said, distinctly different from a lot of the other chip names. Like when I look at this, it's up 4%. You go over to something like an Nvidia, cannot seem to even break the high. So the target that I was looking for the short on Nvidia has not come in. That's 116.75, pivot point from yesterday. But we are trending up. So giving it time to get there does make sense. Don't want to compromise on price at this point. It's a V-shaped recovery, sort of, on Nvidia, where you held the low, you're making the higher lows. If it takes out the top, then a test of that level should be forthcoming. Apple just seems to want those highs over and over and over again. So Apple not really giving the dip into VWAP the second time through. But when you look at this market, it's threatening to go red. We just put in a lower high off the open. If we end up taking out that bottom, you're really going to want to have been patient over there on Apple. And I still feel like the key level on Google should remain the key level. It's kind of losing VWAP in here, so just patiently waiting for this 159 to get tested one more time here on Alphabet. That's another one. Will be red to green or green to red if it loses that 159 third. So let's look for the dip buy at the best price possible if we're even going to get it. So can't get into Apple just yet. Tesla, I don't think I see a trade there for myself. And Nvidia, if you're waiting for it to get to the top, it's about $1.30 from resistance for me. So if it bounces VWAP, just have to wait for it.
All right, we've the only thing that we're really debating, we're going to hold on to Google if we can. It's not a huge spot. I'll show you where I just put my stop in a second. I wonder about Intel. I mean, the market could be pretty flat. We're right at this level right now. I'm debating just punching out if it breaks above 2145. So we could do that. Why don't we just set our stop there? It's a small piece, 21.46 for that one. We'll punch out if it goes there. Huge trade for Intel, huge. All three of these trades today, big. So I'm not actually looking to do much else. We'll find some trades if possible. Nvidia 116.50 is for me a short. If we can get up to there, that would be something that we'd look at. Although the market, again, and Nvidia pretty much lockstep right now, trying to battle itself out here and figure out if we want to go higher or lower. Google, my stop was right here. It's pretty easy, right? We just bounced off 159.60, so we break 159.60, we're out of Google. But this trade just keeps on working. It's just we're not heavy into it, so we can wait on that one. Trying to find some more ideas. What else we wrote down on here was the TQ short. Well, the market hasn't panicked yet, so we don't have to worry about that. Intel short, Google long, Palantir short, and Apple long. So yeah, man, I mean, I trade with too many shares in order just to go around and just be throwing money around on random levels. Honestly, this is the one thing that I've realized. You have to be really smart when you're doing this and try to find plays that you believe in and that are the best ones for you. So I'm just going to keep on searching for them. The one name that I'm looking at right now, though, is Amazon. And we don't have to, when we talk about trading bigger shares, it's your option. You can do whatever you want. I just, to put on, like, I don't want to put on 50 shares of Amazon right here, like I'd rather wait for it to do something. And right now we're actually at a level, the 200 period moving average, where I could see fading this Amazon trade. Amazon right now is up on the day, but barely. It just made a huge move up into a nice level. So we might have just talked ourselves out of this trade and missed it by a little bit. But Amazon up there at 187 is what I was going to talk about, shorting it, and we just fell 25 cents. So whatever, man, we don't have it on. We're 80 cents in the money on Google. We're 40 cents in on the money on Intel. Our net's at the highest spot we've ever been at today, and not ever. And we are waiting and just missed that Amazon trade because we couldn't shut up. So that was a spot right there of 187 that I think is worth looking into for Amazon if we get back up there. So we'll figure that out. Thank you, Coffee Trader, for that. I might be one of the best traders you've ever seen. You're one of the best subscribers I've ever seen, along with everybody else that's in chat, because more people get into chat, give us these ideas. I mean, sometimes it's like I look over, it's like, oh yeah, I missed that trade. There was a couple examples yesterday where I was like, dude, it's right at your level, or you've been talking about this. Happens to all of us.
That's the worst.
And then, yeah, so we appreciate everybody's help in identifying and helping us get better. I still got to buy Take Two, man, because I need to get that stock before GT, Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, GT.
Right? It's 10 years from
What do
now.
you say? 10 years? Apple just broke the high of the day. That's the one. The one that got away is going to be Apple. So obviously you just kind of had to have that one off the open. It's going to get to 220 at this particular point. I think seems like it's almost inevitable. I'm looking over, and a lot of people have talked about ARM. ARM got an upgrade. It was actually it was the top on our list of upgrades when it was delivered by Sharif and Adara, made by Sharif, and then Adara delivered it for us. 141.5 on ARM. I mean, I preferred shorting. Like, my plan was to short a pop on Nvidia, not ARM. But it's a similar level. I'm not going to take ARM short at that level. I kind of feel like ARM breaking out above there would be a huge move. Wow, and when it's up 2.5 points, when ARM is screaming and it's higher than the rest of the chip names, I generally speaking do not want to stand in front of it. Like, Nvidia just lost VWAP and feels like it's going to be the short one. I'm not rushing into this. It's nowhere near that resistance point just yet. At this moment, DJT is kind of climbing back up, so I want to wait for an opportunity to short into that one. But Nvidia looking weak, ARM looking very, very, very strong at this particular point. I still think that Google should be a re-entry. It did dip and hold VWAP. It's still resistance at $160. You're seeing that happen in here. It's got the opening range set on it now, and you've got a bit of a higher low. So at 10 o'clock, we made the higher low at 159.65. So I can start to look off of that and see if we can hold on to the trend here on Alphabet. So a retest coming in as the market's going down. Would have been nice if we could have got that pop and fade on Nvidia. I was looking for anything else that set up for a short that I liked. One of the other ones was Mara, but Mara nowhere near resistance for me. I wanted to look at the 16 area. As long as we're not breaking 60,000, been looking to short pops on Mara. There wasn't really much of a pop. It's weird. Mara hasn't even moved at all this morning. So I feel like that's a bit of a nothing burger. They're just going to have to wait for Google reentry, I think, or at least DJT. Go right back to square one. The first two things that we liked should be the next two things that we get.
I laugh because, I mean, Intel right now is 45 cents in the money and just going to the downside right now. I might just get out of this name. But if the market keeps on coming in, I mean, so will Intel, right? It already had its day. And if you didn't get out there, I honestly, I don't know. I don't know the next time. What's the reason for it to get back up here? We'll wait. I mean, they've had some good news. Nice move down there for Intel. Yeah, let's just get out now if it takes 32s. Honestly, this has been quite the trade, although we only have 10% left. Glad that we have it, obviously, and let's just put an out right there if it breaks it back above. We'll just take, I mean, this has dropped a little further than we had thought right there to begin with. So good opportunity there for us to watch out for Intel and get out, honestly, if it comes back up. Missed opportunity, we just talked about it there with Amazon. We were very, very patient looking for trades there, and we found one, and we talked about it, and then it went. So that's a missed opportunity right there for Amazon. I'm only looking short now. Which is why my Google, oh, there we go, Intel came out. Google's probably going to come out right now on a 60 break lower. We should have probably respected that top again, but it looked like the market wanted to go and it didn't, so that's fine. So I'm going to give back about not even 1% of my day right there from getting out of Intel right here. And then right now by holding 2 or 3% of this Google trade, it's nothing. So we got lucky enough to get a lot. Unfortunately, we didn't make it the maximum on this, obviously. We got a lot out here at 60s, 70s, some out here 80s and 90s, and then that was a good take. If we ever go from bottom to the 50 period, that's sort of where my mind goes whenever we're talking about trades. So that's a level there that we always have to watch out for. Yeah, look, I understand what you're saying there, someone in the chat.
Palantir
about Palantir. Thing is, I've already cashed out on this stock, man. And right now I don't like the stock. You know, I love the stock. But for trading right now, I mean,
it's holding VWAP trending up right now.
Yo, Andre, man, let's give a little bit. Right now, we'll get it woken up if you guys want to, right there for Palantir. So we'll hit that in a minute and get it going. You know what, Fabian, send me the code for it anyways, because I do like it. So we'll get that going there and I don't have to bother you. There we go. Come on, man, do something. So we'll wait to see here if Palantir wakes up a little bit. It may not do anything. And if it doesn't, then we can stay away. Like I said, we've already hit the day goal. We're already where we need to be. That happened like 20 minutes ago. We've been sort of looking for better opportunities. Feel like we found one on Amazon and we missed it. So now we just have to wait and look for better opportunities, right? I mean, oil's coming at 10:30. So we could look at wow, look at this miss on Amazon. So we could look at XOM, we could look at Occidental making moves. Wow, Amazon. That is.
Whoa, market just did a dump.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a fail right there. See, this is why we're flat. We've hit our levels. We have 0 LFD, and all is well. And just by getting out there on Google, I save yourself a little bit of money there because there's the breakdown to 40s. So that's a slippery slope there for Google. Let's wait to see what happens now. The market's starting to head lower. We can maybe relook at our TQQs and start the little short trade going on here soon.
Yeah, NASDAQ just wicked the absolute bottom. I was just, I don't think Randy's in, but I was going to ask.
Randy is not in.
If Rob would be able to do it. Look, Nvidia bouncing 115. If I want to be shorted and it's not going to be our level, I guess 16 or VWAP is going to be that. But if I'm saying I guess, then I don't think that's going to be good enough. Intel, I should cancel. I already did cancel the orders at 80s. But if it's going to be a trend down, I didn't get it up here at that 2180, but I think a fade back into VWAP. If something is in your plan for short and it goes down, then you want to be able to join that trend. And if I think we can trend it to 2 o'clock, then you should just try to be shorting weak stocks. And if you want to go long when the market comes down, find a strong stock that's giving you higher lows. That would be Apple, which is allergic to VWAP as the market just dumped there. But Intel holding on to a bit of a flat bottom break here at 21.25, at least for now. I don't think that's going to happen forever. If it loses 20, this could really start to dump. I want to give it a chance to get into VWAP and give us a little bit of a short to pop. Apple, market breaks the lows, Apple breaks the highs. That's how you know that Apple is the one today. Like, it's no question, there's no question about like what's the alpha here in the market. It's going to be Apple. It's up 1.4%. I understand SMCI is a higher percentage. I'm talking about the bigger cap names. There still isn't even a green candle on that 15-minute, and it's on a collision course with this $220 level. Because I'm looking for things to fade, Apple is not one of them. It's just not going to happen on Apple. Apple needs to be in the 222 to 223 range before I'm thinking about a fade in this stock. Way too strong here. to try to fight that. Let's just wait for Intel to try to make some kind of a pop, which I think it will. Intel will catch some kind of a bid, and then you're able to short the pop. I think DJT will do the same, and once it does, I'm going to oblige it by looking for the short. What is APLD?
Oh, that's been.
That was
watch this. Yeah, that's Applied something. Yeah, that's been there for a minute.
Hold on a second. I want to double check. I've seen a few people asking about Applied Digital here. 17% short float. It is trying to break out an even dollar level, which looks interesting, but there's a couple of other names that are moving a little bit more. It's APLT is the one. So this is moving. I don't wonder if this is just only up. APLD is maybe up that 3 points and breaking because APLT is the actual stock going. So if you're trading these, it's APLT that is the big runner. APLD is a completely unrelated symbol that I think is getting a sympathy bounce. And usually if that happens, it's a pretty big fade. So I wouldn't touch that APLD. It's APLT that is running. Applied Therapeutics just broke a $6 level, and it's pretty much almost blue sky setup. Watch out for $9. Go all the way back to February of this year, and you've got $9 that looks like a pretty big resistance level. So yeah, definitely a big move by APLT, not D.
Right. Yeah, I knew that name was a familiar one. So, all right.
I've seen that happen before where, like, the sympathy stock, it goes up and people think they're in the right one, and all of a sudden, like, it gets dumped right back into the low. There's no reason for APLD to be up.
No, exactly. Yeah, we want to trade catalysts, and I don't know if there's a catalyst or not here on Amazon today. I mean, it's red. The market is flat. I just tried to short it there again on that pop up and missed it. We are going to be waiting. I was waiting for O's. It went to 85s and stopped. So I think I'm now at 79s. We'll wait for 187. And then honestly, you see that 187 O's there, maybe even 187. Like, we don't want to completely layer into this one too much, but 187.20, I feel pretty comfortable getting out if indeed that is a trade for us. I'll put on something light right now just to get the party started at 75, but it looks like we might have missed that as well. I mean, who knows? Hopefully we just go back and forth and back and forth. We already talked about Palantir. We wanted that one to wake up. Oh man, what a miss again on Apple, on Amazon. Okay, all right. We talked about, I know Neil's been in a firm. We can have a quick look at that one as well. As that, I mean, again, took that 40, did it take 45 today?
Had to.
Yeah, 45.02, the long. That's where you were. You
What? No, it didn't. You know what? It didn't break long, 45.
Right? Yeah,
long,
45.
no, I'm not looking long today.
Oh, you were in a firm though.
It didn't break 45. Oh, slap to fail.
What?
I misplaced my stop. I was wondering why it was such a small move.
You went short first.
Yeah, I went short at 45.
It broke 02. It got to 02. I mean, that's where you go. Is like, your stops are so important, man. Like, you know, you gotta.
You know, it did this yesterday.
I know, and that's what I'm saying. Sometimes you get stopped out.
So yesterday on a firm at 45, I was long twice with stop. First time the stop was at 1s, and I got long evens. Second time the stop was at 2, and I got long 01. So like, it was just wicking the dark pools. It did the same thing up at the top here. There's just sellers at 45 even. That's all. But they're breaking it with dark pools. They're running stops, and then nothing prints above the obvious level except for like a dark pool print at the half point, and then that gets you out. One way to avoid that is to maybe set your stop for 10 or 05 on the other side of it. But a firm is certainly heading back in. Maybe VWAP will be a retracement short. This is what it did yesterday. Same crest. Apple just dipped off 220. So anyone looking for Apple, if you're looking for the dip on Apple, it just got to 220. I said I wasn't going to short that level. It's been holding on to VWAP. This is probably your best chance to at least dip into VWAP here for AAPL. Starting to come off a little bit more heavily with the market. It had to get to a big resistance spot, I think, before it was going to get into the downside here on Apple. So patience would require waiting another 50 pennies to get into 219.
In 1 second, I'll get it all set up for you guys in 1 minute. But all right, so we do miss that Amazon trade right there. Hopefully that will come in 1 second. Just getting locked and loaded here. So, yep, we are almost ready to go, but not yet. For this, not yet. There's Trade the Pool. What's up, Trade the Pool? If you are interested, everybody, in becoming a funded trader, you can join my friends, your friends, all of our friends at tradethepool.com. You can complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets. Very, very simple. Very similar to every prop firm. Once you hit those targets and prove yourself, like we're trying to do here in front of you every single day, you will be able to trade up to $260,000 of firm capital. And guess what? You keep an amazing up to 80% profits while the firm covers the risk. It is the perfect way to trade with big shares and not risk your own capital. Please, guys, hit that QR code on your screen right there. Get funded today. Join Trade the Pool. Scan that QR. Hit the link in the description. We want to thank Trade the Pool once again for sponsoring the stream. All right, so that's affirmed. Thank you, Trade the Pool, one more time. As we had the gentleman on yesterday. Time flies.
Was it yesterday?
Was it yesterday or was it 2 days ago? It was yesterday.
Wow.
Says Adara. So yeah, we have to trust Adara, the smartest one around here.
Yeah, I mean, I forgot.
All right, so there we go. Thank you, Adara, for that one. All right, man, patience is very, very key. We do miss Amazon, but hey, we're fine to miss these. When you're 3 for 3 and where you need to be, you know, a little bit of a rhyme there, then you're chilling. So right now we're chilling. We're waiting for Amazon. We just missed that pop. Hopefully it will come back in, man. Palantir not doing anything. We talked about that one. Again, would like to see this wake up a little bit. It's trying to go lower. I'm not interested on this name. Just hovering around VWAP. We will do a hardcore pass on that. Broadcom is moving around. I'm seeing right now 163 and change. This is a good name. The only problem is spread. A little bit spready here. You got about 20 cents once it opens up. Maybe even more than that. I'd rather, again, I thought it was moving around more than it was. It's not, actually. I'd rather buy anything at the 200 period or fade anything at the high of the day right now. Broadcom is neither of those things. So
Intel just flat bottom broke.
Intel was a monster and we let it go.
No break. No break fill for me, though. But it's already 10:20, which does mean there's already a few of them going. Let's see what other small caps might be in line to move and give us maybe opportunities. Let's go, Adara. Give us a small cap recap.
As Neil just hinted at there are a lot of small caps today. This is not going to be an exhaustive list, but there are quite a few we can talk about here. Also worth noting here, IWM, a bit of a change of tune. This one's been strong to start over the last few days. Right now, actually down in the day and near day's lows. So Russell 2000 a little bit weak here, but lots of strength in some of these small caps. This one was just mentioned here, but Applied Therapeutics, APLT. This one has an 8.5% short float. It's run in the past, basically announcing here that the FDA has said that they're no longer going to need an advisory committee meeting with regards to APLT's brain or neurological disorder drugs. Interesting look here for APLT. We also have here LUNR. This is another one that's run in the past. Intuitive Machines getting a contract valued up to $4.82 billion here from NASA. 10% short float as well to note here for this one. And last but not least, PRTG. This company is called Portage, up more than 200%. No catalyst that I could see in this one, but it has run in the past. We've got a float of about 667,000 shares. 4.5% of those are going to be sold short and a market cap of just under $5 million. Lots of other names to talk about, though, guys. That's just a quick list.
Yeah, PRTG Portage there, which if my family's into that kind of stuff. Although, yeah, it's real camping if you do like the Portage, because then you got to get into you got to canoe to your campsite, which is legit. But PRTG looks pretty interesting here because it's got the halt price upside, 1365, and it's holding on to the line pretty decently in the uptrend trend. So if it can just, get that bump, hold on to the halt at 1365, take out the top, and then you can throw a stop at the halt. That would look good. Slowing down in volume, but what isn't going to be slowing down in volume at this time of day? So that sets up looking like the one. Alphabet going right back in that previous close. Now, previous close, it did bounce off of this level, but it did go all the way down into 159.10. So I think giving it to this 159 as the market's starting to come back in is going to make some sense. So I'm going to get back on the bid again, just sort of waiting for it to get back to our price level here on Alphabet. But that Portage looks interesting. But that halt price is the key level I want to work off of. You saw that heartbeat back and forth. Needs to hold above to even think about the breakout long. But if we're going to have a Fed day slowdown, some small cappers could be the way to go in the late morning and early afternoon here. So Google trying to get down to 159 even. Doesn't want to seem to get into the 20s. I'm waiting at 20. I want to see if we can get a little tighter off that low of the day. And a bit of a bounce here in Intel. Intel might let us back in, or let me in, if we can get a bit of a pop. I want to get back into the pre-market lows there.
Okay, as per usual, today, we're into Google. We'll take out a third for an amazing 13 cents. Right there. And we're just, honestly, we're just doing something like this. We're trying to stack up some wins. If Google comes in and breaks 159, we're out. We're not. I'm going to trade this with like maybe 15% of the shares we had right here. And that's going to be my biggest position. So we're going to go super light on this, and you can always ask us about our position sizing, how we think about it, if we're loading up into a stock or anything like that. You can always do that, and I'm here to tell you. I told you when this was here, this was a big position, and now we'll try it. If it comes back up, great. We're going to try to wait for VWAP again. That's 74.75. Now that we've gotten some out for 10 cents, I'm going to try buy some more down here at 20. Then if we break 159, then we're just going to get out of it. I think it's a pretty easy day trade for us on that one. I'm actually going to cancel right now my Amazon. If that comes in, great. We'll relook at that. I just don't want to be sitting here in case the market really gets going. Then we will cancel that. But that Amazon was once and twice missed for sure. Shout out to everybody that is a member of Sticky Note Nation. Today, that one had Intel right here at this price. We had 2180s listed down there. It gets to 2170. Good enough, man. Boom to the downside. We had more shares waiting. Like this was 2 more pennies up, and we would have had, vacation time. But right now, downside move for Intel. We're out of it too early. It broke to 200. I put a stop in there. It trailed it out into that low. I was thinking that like 24, 25 would have been something there. So we do get out to see what winds up happening. 21 and change on that. I am nervous about Google, so we'll buy some more downside into the teens. I don't want to get any more earlier than that. We've already taken some out. We'll wait to see what's going on right now. So thank you, Danielle. I mean, that's what I just mentioned to you. It'll be about 15% of that position right there because I'm not in love with the long. How could you be? The market's heading to the downside. The other long that I do want to take, though, if it comes in, was Apple. Apple just bounced off of the 50-period moving average and now looks to take 220. I think it's just a break long of 220 now. So watch out for Apple. Looks like it wants to do it as we speak. No idea. Thank you, Brendan, for that one there. Brendan, he was going to, I asked Rob for it. Then the price got a little too expensive. So Brendan went and grabbed it himself. So I do like that. All right. So Google, we're still on that one. Apple looks like it wants to break.
It just broke.
See, again, less talking, more taking. There goes Apple.
Yeah, Apple with the break of the high of the day there. 220 is now come and gone on that. So it's in the clear. I was actually just scrambling to get a stop order in there, but it gave you a bit of a dip. I got 11s on a just posted bid there. So Apple's clearly the strongest name in the market. 50 period is going to be the biggest resistance level if we continue this trend. And 222, 222 is going to stick out like a sore thumb, but there still isn't a red candle on the 15-minute of Apple. Not since 8 a.m. 8 a.m. was the last time this thing had a red candle. No, it's just distinctly different. The market is literally at the lows. And Apple just continues to go higher
and higher
and higher, up 1.6%. I guess that iPhone demand is absolutely okay. I'm not saying it gets to 222, but I'm not thinking this is a level where if we're in front of the Fed and it gets to there, it's an obvious out to me. Like you have a bit of a gap fill into 222 on AAPL, just screaming to the upside while everything else is looking weak. I just thought Intel was about to give you a move up as much as I thought this was going to be a big one. It just went 10, 15 cents. This might be the only way that we can grab this. It will be to short it off of this pre-market low. But I do want to short this pop on INTC while Apple flies.
So again, a little bit of a different strategy, right? I'll take 5 or so times the shares and just scalp it out. So that's what we're doing, and then we'll wait to see what happens now to the upside. So I'm starting to scalp out a little bit here of Apple. It's only 20 cents in the money. We're long as well at 11s, and that was panic, man. Brendan came there, delivered the goods. Apple breaks. We both punch in. I think we get good levels, so let's wait to see here if these are good levels for Apple. 2020 right now on watch for AAPL. So that's where we're long. We're long at 2011s. Nice move up. I'm waiting at 39s to get another piece out. Did we get that 39? No, we did not. Wow, cleared 38s, not 39s. We'll have to watch out for Apple. Google, there it is. Yes, sir. Is that Google just got filled? Yes, bang. That's a nice move right there. So here we go, man. Keep on trucking to the upside right now, Apple. We said we'd wait for the best opportunities. Believe we found that right there with that 220 break. It's Apple. It's fantastic. And it just keeps on going higher, baby. What a day, what a day, what a day. We're up more than we were yesterday at this time. We're at the high of the day. We've had 4 for 4.
SOUN halt.
SOUN halt.
No, never
Apple.
mind. Not yet.
Not halted. Apple, Google, Intel, Palantir. It's 4 for 4 as we wait now for the Fed. Thank you, Patrick. Much love back there for you as well. All right, she's somewhere, and I believe, are we ready yet? We have oil coming out right now as well. Let's go see what Miss A is up to. Wow, Apple right now is absolutely mooning. This is what we talk about, man. This is what we do. Take more shares, piece it out, and still have a piece for the dream, because here goes Apple up into 76 right now. We'll take another piece out for this one. That's 60 cents as fast as you can see it upside there for Apple. Adara, here we go.
We get these oil numbers just coming in here. EIA crude oil inventories negative 1.63 million versus expected negative 0.01 million. So that was what we got here from the main number here. Crude oil inventories. Also, we got the EIA gasoline and distillate inventories also lower here than what was expected. Some updates here to the ongoing FTX saga on the legal side of things. Yesterday, we had Prager Metis, which was the auditor here of FTX, settling with $745,000 fine here with regard to these SEC charges. Basically, the SEC had alleged that they were not qualified and didn't know enough about crypto to be auditing FTX, especially with its connection there to Alameda Research. Also, interestingly enough, worth noting here, we have Caroline Ellison set to be sentenced next Tuesday, September 24th. Yesterday as well, we had some court appearances there saying that her sentence should be lighter. So interesting look there for this FTX case. In terms of Bitcoin itself, right back below that $60,000 level after a pretty strong bullish engulfing candle yesterday, engulfing almost all of the last 3 days of sell-off previously. Let's see how BTC reacts to that FOMC decision. From what I'm seeing as of right now, overwhelmingly, we have analysts expecting a 25 basis point cut. We'll have to wait and find out what happens in just about 3.5 hours. Bitcoin down almost 1% right now. Ethereum, which is holding on to 2,300 earlier today, just slipping below that level, down about 2%. Generally weak for a lot of these other crypto-related names. Solana down about 4%. Ripple down almost 4% here. Cardano down about 3%. Avalanche down by 5%. We'll have to see how this all shakes out as we await that FOMC meeting, guys.
Yeah, so I feel like, Almeida. When you use the name Almeida, the shadiest, or Almeida, doesn't matter, the shadiest character on, one of the shadiest on 24, not a good look. You're running into resistance on Apple at 221 here. Like it just ticked up there. On a 15-minute, there's no red. There was plenty of red candles on the 3-minute chart, but it's still trending in. I want to get out in front of 221. And the other thing that happened while we were just about going is the first available pop on Intel. When it broke, here's the flat bottom break. It wicked up to 2130, made a fresh low, resistance at 2130, short 28, play into the low of the day on Apple. On Intel. That one's still trending into the downside. Apple's still trending into the upside. We haven't been able to get back into DJT, unfortunately. It's not really moving all that much. That's not a halt, but it did not get back into VWAP. It's now just going sideways. So a bit of sideways action on DJT that's continuing to fall. I wanted to be able to short the pop over there in this symbol. Only want to look short here. It would have to break out pre-market highs to convince me that it's anything but a short the pop situation on DJT. So Apple's the one that's strong. Nvidia still going to have eyeballs on this if it loses the low, but we're not going to get that short off the highs at 116 and 75. I'm going to leave that in because I think that can be like a Fed actionable level in here. That was not yesterday's close, but yesterday's pivot point. I think our best chance to be able to trade that level might just come at 2 o'clock on Nvidia. It was part of the trade plan, but it never got close to it, so we didn't trade it.
All right, let's just let's look through some. Let's look through some names, right? I mean, we could have a quick look here. Let's look at the watch list that we have here: 52-week highs, moving averages, all that kind of stuff. This is brought to you by ICE. These charts that I look at, anyways, are going to be e-signal charts. So Apple, let's just sort it by percent change rate here. So let's see. So these are the names that are up. I'm going to switch it over and look for the names that are down. These are the names that I chart. Oracle right now down. So we're going to. Zoom back out. We've got to look at this chart. So right here, Oracle, it'll say it right here. So Oracle right now under the 50, thanks for that though, Fabian, that was kind of cool. I was like, is that on Neil's screen? What screen is that? Okay, 165 right there. That's where VWAP is on Oracle heading to the low side. This could be a good break trade too at 164.50. So or CL. Again, it won't change on this screen. It's just going to change right here on these charts. Oracle right there, 164.50 looking like a good break spot. We've already absolutely Intel. So we'll wait for Intel. I mean, there it is right there. If we can get back up to 2140, that is the 50 period, or that is VWAP. We like that. 50 period a little bit lighter than that at 2133. That could be a trade. AMD, we've looked at that. DraftKings, let's look at Donkey Kong. Up to 39. I like that stock. I like the fact that it's holding the 200 period. I think, again, probably a short, but we need to get to the 50 period. So $39 for DraftKings would be a decent spot there. JP Morgan, really like the battle back. Didn't appreciate him talking about social media wasting all that time. I think it's probably put a couple $100 million in his pocket personally, just Meta and all those stocks for his company, JP Morgan. And of course, probably one of the largest shareholders would be Jamie Dimon. So right there, 208 in change. I like that short if we get back up to the 200 and or VWAP of 208 for JP Morgan. Some talk about IBIT. Let's just have a quick look at that just to show you. This is what I do when you guys are asking or looking for stocks. I have charts up here and I'm just looking for different names with different opportunities. IBIT downside. Bitcoin broke back down through 60,000. So it's trying. This is actually a great little level right here. Forget about Bitcoin. I don't need to look at it because the price of it is sort of irrelevant. You just want to trade action. So right there, 33.75. I mean, if you break below that, I think this is an actionable trade here for IBIT. So that's going to maybe be something for me on this break, 33.73. So I think I might have found something right here. And by the way, Apple just continues to be that thing. It's that dude right now. Apple, we're still holding that long. Apple at high a day. We already took one piece out right now. And here it goes, Neil. We're going to join the club, hopefully, with Apple. $1. Isn't my birthday today? $1 in the money right now on Apple as it continues to go higher. So there we go. Watch out. 221 rejection. I mean, we could get it out here, but why?
It's all about your plan of action, right? So for myself, I know I'm always get that even dollar move to the even dollar move. I didn't want to be taking a breakout, but that's the only trade we had. So I feel like it's a little bit top heavy. I got out when it just tapped that 220. But the best thing about trading is you can trade it any way you want. Like, have your own style. And as long as you have a plan of action, understand how the market moves and try to develop it, that's the right way to go about it. Speaking of the right way to go about it, if you're in Canada, it's back. Real Trading has the campus program, a free trading experience. So if you're in Canada and you're interested in learning how to trade, trading in a professional platform, trading with a quality execution plan, and with a sound understanding of the markets, I think this program's for you. It is absolutely free. I want to get that off the bat. Absolutely free. It is a full-fledged program where you learn from the basics, market introduction, in class for a couple of days. Then you get to learn P Pro 8, which is a trading platform that we trade here. Everyone live on the show, everyone behind us trades in P Pro 8. Great platform. After a couple of weeks, you get to go into the simulator. You're going to trade a few names, get one-on-one coaching the entire way through to develop your trading plan. At the end of that program, you get a certificate and then get to go live, trade real money for real profits. At this point, you got to look at 16 hours a week of trading. So you don't actually have to be a student, even though it's called a campus program, but it is something you can do part-time. You got to put in that 16 hours during the week, but you're able to have another side gig, job, whatever it might be. You could be in school as well while you do this. You're still going to get the one-on-one coaching. Your objective is to become a funded trader. You hit the targets and you can become a funded trader at the end of the campus program. So scan the QR code you see there if you're interested. Also, check the link in the description of this stream for Real Trading's campus program. Trading is going to be hard enough without a good platform and a good idea of how to begin and then how to continue your trading career. I think it's a great program that everyone can take advantage of. And there's so many things out there to trade. Speaking of which, Alphabet is holding the line, literally. The previous close line is being held here in Alphabet. I was waiting for 159. It now doesn't seem like it wants to get there, so this just might be the higher low that we're looking for. I'm going to see if I can't get something here. I was waiting for 159.20. That's where my bid was. I've since canceled that bid, and I'm going to look to catch this higher low on Alphabet. Oh.
All right. By the way, we talked about it. It's not just like we're 4 for 4 with like small trades. It would be complete opposite of that. Right now we have 59.50. That was a monster trade right there. Intel, make them sing, baby. That was probably the best. Well, Google was the best trade because we got to look at trades P&L wise. And then Apple right there. This might be one of the cleanest trades. And we got this 220 break, and there it goes straight up to the upside. We've added now 40% more to our net than when we thought we were done trading. So this is why be patient, be there. And guess what else, man? Remember we said we want to get away from that Amazon? We don't want that trade no more. We don't have any offers there. We did not take the fill on AMZN. So, hey, man, hashtag let's go, hashtag Adara at the big desk.
We have both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ pretty choppy ahead of the FOMC meeting, and that's pretty clearly reflected here in this stock heat map. There's very few sectors here with a clear sense of direction. We do have technology services pretty weak across the board. Keep an eye on CRWD, CrowdStrike in the sector. They're set to have an investor briefing at 1 p.m. today. Another sector with a bit of a sense of direction here is commercial services, pretty strongly to the downside. Consumer services, consumer durables a little bit stronger. But other than that, we have a lot of sectors that look just plain flat. Energy minerals, we've just got that oil print. This one not reacting too strongly. We have utilities, pretty flat. Industrials, transportation here, retail trade. So not a lot of direction here in this market. Bank could be interesting here. Finance sector as we await those rate decisions. AXP a little bit red here, as is JPM. But of course, worth noting here in this technology sector, we do have Apple and Broadcom making moves to the upside. Let's see how everything unfolds as we await this meeting, guys.
Remember, Apple, Broadcom, and ARM went down when they had those concerns. I think everyone understands, like, they're in all the phones. There was a good report about that they were going to be used heavily in the new iPhone 16. So when Apple had the demand concerns, ARM was to the downside. Now it's trending up. A bit of a laggard move. Like, it still hasn't broken that 141.50. I kind of felt like this was, I said I wouldn't fade this stock, especially with Apple going to the upside, but it needs to take this 141.5. Or at least the 141 even. So I got some eyeballs on this. Like, you want to see what can play some catch up if the market's going to go right back into those highs. ARM with an upgrade, with the sympathy for Apple, it's got VWAP or it's just got a clean break of the high of the day here. Maybe the 141 is going to look a little bit level, look a little bit better for ARM. I'm just still in Intel as it's trying to hold on to the bottom of the range. But if this takes out 2130, I think we're going to see VWAP. So essentially just short, lower high, and then previous bottom on Intel. But it's the bottom end of the range here. We break out 30. That's not a reload for me. That's a wait for VWAP. I feel like ARM is going to be the one. If we're going to find something that we weren't looking at before, it's sympathy to Apple. It's already strong, and the market's going back into the highs. So this is the one I'm going to want if it can take out this top. Just got to let it get there.
Apple right now is $1.40 in the money and still going higher. Google's not doing anything as we promised, but we're still in 10 cents, an amazing 10 cents in the money here on Google. We'll wait to see. No, it doesn't matter. We're still good. Google's going to be our number one P&L, and Sharif just says it sounds like one of his trades, just being 5 or 6 cents in the money. But that's like a lot of people's trades. There's nothing wrong with that. We've taken some 5 or 6 cent winners as well. Okay, so just real quickly here. I'm hearing something about PayPal. PayPal is added to Amazon Prime potentially.
Yep.
We'll have to wait to see.
It's moving.
Yeah, it's moving. So we'll have to wait to see here. Palantir is really moving upside as well, but here goes PayPal.
Up almost to 73 here. So quickly, PayPal added to Amazon Prime just happened. I want to. Oh wow! I just looked at the daily chart. 73 is a bit of resistance. 74 is the bigger resistance on PayPal. Yeah, I want to buy the dip as opposed to taking out the top on this one. Previous highs at like 72.5. I'm going to buy the dip on PayPal, but look at that daily chart. 74 overhead resistance on that daily. I think it can get there, certainly, but I'd rather play the dip buy. 72 is where it broke from, so you're essentially diddling in the middle here.
All right, there's 20 cents on PayPal. We'll just wait to see, man. Now we'll just ride with house money. We'll get out if it breaks 72.50 to the downside. This is like, we're just playing around with this one. If it goes up, it goes up. We'll wait to see. I don't really like playing some of these stories, to be honest with you, especially when it makes this kind of a move up. Obviously, somebody knew about that well before. So we'll get out of half right there, and now we'll play the waiting game on that one. Let's just focus where the money's really been made here, man. Apple just continues to go higher. Like, what is stopping this name? I don't even know if there's a story or what about Apple, but the reason why everyone's here is for this, right? What is for lunch? So we haven't done this in a while, but we're starting to get these menus back right now. So let's have a quick look at what's for lunch today. We haven't, here, this is pretty appropriate for what's for lunch today. We haven't seen this in a minute, I feel like. Grilled AAA beef strip loin. What? With glazed mushrooms and onions. So
AAA.
Everyone getting back there, getting a little steak today. AAA beef strip loin with glazed mushrooms and onions. I don't know if they're watching the show here and they just think that we're spending all this money around. Roasted sweet yams, seasoned vegetables, Greek salad. Wow, and they are running a little bit late. So note to that, but wow, what a lunch today. Seems like more like a dinner, but that is what's for lunch there today. And yeah, it does sound delicious, doesn't it? Yeah. No, I'm not the chef around here. I'm just the trader, and we will wait to see what happens here as we continue to trade.
Just one update on this. I'm reading this again on PayPal. And now it's saying traders circulate rumor the service has been added to Amazon Prime, which is a little different from been added. Circulates rumor is different from has been added to Amazon Prime. It's still, it's holding the higher low right now. It just dipped into 72.50. I wanted to see it hold that line, but look, I like that half, so I said that's where I wanted to get in. So it's just bouncing off the 72.5. If it loses 72.5, I'll get out of it. But I wanted to make sure everyone got that right because we heard the news in our ear. I went over, read it in print, and it says circulating rumor that service has been added to Amazon Prime, just to make sure we get the wording exactly right there. So PayPal up 1.25. It's trying to dip by into 72.5. That was the top of the initial move, and it just made the bid. So I'm jumping in here in front of 60. I got 68 in front of that 50, so about 20 cents worth of risk. If it gets back to 73, fine. I was talking about this daily chart. I don't know if you guys saw it when it was on my chart, if it was on Sean's in the moment. 74 resistance on the daily here for PYPL. So strong move. I think it's a good partnership for them, obviously, but just a rumor, allegedly.
All right, we bought the dip there in PayPal as well, so we're already playing with house money. Let's see if it works now. Back up to the upside. We're long at 77s here. We'll see if we can get out of the 90s again and just keep on trucking, man. I am really over the moon with today's trading. Looking around here, it hasn't been a super easy day, but if you've had the right trades, you've had the right trades. And today we've had the right trades. So Intel right back. I know Neil's short this, but still underneath. We'll wait to see what happens. I would love to get a VWAP trade maybe on Intel as the market continues to scream. What made our day just that much better there, obviously, at the end was this Apple trade. We talked about this. We talked about putting on shares, and we did exactly that. And now Apple, with a little piece left, looking to break through 221. So now you know where our stop was on this? 11 cents. So Neil, it is a 10-1 winner right there on the last piece for Apple, which is about right. 10% left, 10-1 winner on, as you guys, I talked about it, decent size of shares there. So we will offer, enter, now breaking back through 221, and we'll wrap a bow on that one. And then there's Google. Honestly, Neil, I don't I don't know what else, other than talking to Papa Powell here personally, which I've never done. I mean, yeah, he never picks up. He's kind of a funny guy like that. There's Google again. We talked about reloading that. We talked about lighter shares, so that's what we did. So there it is, and there it is. So that's another banger there for you. So we're going to go now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 5 today, and they're not little small trades. These have been good trades today to start the day. The only thing that we could wind up losing, which is right here, is PayPal. And on that one, we'll basically just lose a cup of coffee, if anything, on a 50 break here for PYPL. But damn, Shawty, it's been a good day. And happy birthday to my dog, Belle, who turns 5 today.
Oh, nice.
So
Happy
it's a birthday
Belle.
bonanza in the Katina household right
Wait a
now.
minute. Would that did you guys get that for your birthday, though?
No. She's 2019. That's just when she's born. So we got her in November.
Okay, well, sometimes you get a puppy. Like
Nah, man, the family don't give me nothing like that.
Okay.
We got the kids that, and then it was actually worked out perfectly.
It's just an interesting coincidence, that's all.
Then COVID happened, so they had basically stuck at home forever with a brand new puppy, and it was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, that's not bad
for
at
them.
all.
So my dog is like the sweetest. If you follow my wife or even me on some socials, you'll see some stuff about our dog. She's crazy, a cockapoo. Definitely one of 3 important females that live in our house. Obviously, shout out to my mom. I don't want to forget about that. Google with a nice move up. Apple with a nice move up. PayPal right there. Flushy. Bye-bye PayPal right there, breaking through 72.50. We get stopped out, man. And on that trade, we took in that stock maybe 5% of what we took on Google. We're just playing the news there. It's an out. Obviously, Neil and I will both lose there on PayPal. But for us, we are lucky enough to take the trade early and get that bump. And that's just what it is. Like, it didn't do much. Good news.
It might even hold it, though. Like,
Yeah.
it just wicked out.
I think there's an opportunity there for that trade. So, we'll wait. I'm a shareholder in PayPal. We'll see what's going on right now. Speaking of money, we have Money Talks. Thank you to Fabian for that.
DXY here continuing to consolidate and range around this 100.5 area that we have seen for the last few weeks now. We started consolidating here around 2 Wednesdays ago. We also did have, as well, again, this being a key level of support going back to late December 2023. So let's see how this resolves. Right now, we are still holding the base of this level here at that 100.5. We did get some numbers earlier today, housing starts and building permits higher than expected. But of course, the biggest thing to talk about today with regards to the economy is going to be the FOMC meeting. I know we keep repeating this, but it is pretty key. They're cutting rates for the first time in about 4.5 years. And we actually have quite a few sound bites this morning suggesting that the Fed is and should be cutting here by 25 basis points. Former St. Louis Fed president here, Jim Bullard, saying that they should be cutting here by 25 basis points, that 50 basis points would be excessive. We also have Wells Fargo analysts saying that the talk about 50 basis point cuts is, quote, noise. We know we had some senators as well asking for a 75 basis point cut. So we're going to have to wait and see how this unfolds. But generally looks like 25 basis point is to be expected. But we'll find out in about 3 hours, guys.
Yeah, well, not
over
about
here.
3 hours.
Over
exactly
here
3
immediately.
hours.
Okay. So Marissa said this to me 10 minutes ago when I wasn't even talking about this. And then all of a sudden, so there it is. A happy birthday. 5 years old right there. There is Belle right there. So again, like absolutely amazing. A little scruffy there. I think you need a haircut for your birthday there, Belle. But there it is. That's what we're talking about.
Natural, just keeping it.
Yeah. But you can't even see what's going on there. Come on, man. Let's see those eyes right there. But yeah, he gets a haircut I don't know what it is. Maybe twice a year, I don't know. But right there, that's Belle. I will. I'll tweet that out. So go find me at Trader TV Sean. There it comes to the downside now. PayPal. So movement coming down. We have dumped that stock. Marissa just messaged to me. She's watching now. She said Belle was nervous sitting on that bench, being so calm like that. So, anyways, all right. So that's that, man. It's 10:53. Thank you so much. We don't have a losing trade, man. I mean, we have that PayPal trade on. That was, a matcha latte. We'll see what winds up happening now in the rest of the day. Today, it's still reversals, or what are you guys up to?
Double tops and bottoms.
Double tops and rounded bottoms for Sharif and Adara today on the Learn to Trade. So join those two maniacs at 11 o'clock. I think we all have a little That's fair, right? Adair says that's fair. Right there. This is not TLC. I mean, what we do here is we teach, but hopefully we provide entertainment, education, and winning trades. And I mean, today, 5 for 5 on the board. Thanks everybody for watching, and just keep on watching, man, because we're not stopping. We're not stopping today. We're not stopping tomorrow. But we're back at about 1:45, Neil and I, 1:50 or so before the Fed hits today. We'll be back, so join us then. And I hope everyone behind us enjoys their steak lunch today with mushrooms as well. Mushrooms is one of my daughter's favorite vegetables. So there we go. We did also have, just to talk more and more, because, that's unfortunately what we have to do around here. Yesterday, I get home and we talked all about this. I don't know if anybody saw it. Someone said Sean's a family man. I appreciate that 100%. This is my gift from my daughter yesterday to me. One shawarma party from the place I like. Love, Gia.
Boom.
I mean,
Oh my God.
I mean, taped on, and it was taped on to the wall with the other side, and it said, please flip over. So I flipped it over, one shawarma from the place that she likes. So we had that party, and she can have a damn shawarma party whenever she wants. Just take my credit card.
It's never bad. Look, it's never a dull moment around here, but it's certainly never bad when you can celebrate. We had a lot of fun with the birthday, but
yeah.
My question to you is,
great.
what did you get on the shawarma? Because
I just got a gyro, so lamb and stuff, and lamb and beef, but she loves the chicken shawarma.
I'm a lamb. Lamb to me is like the way to go. But
yeah, and Marissa got the falafel, but Gia doesn't. So she doesn't like pickles, so she didn't get the pickles in there. I think she got the turnips, but she lettuce, tomato for sure. The problem is, and I owe her another one. It was the guy made a little too spicy. So, she thought it was a little too spicy. She still ate it. So, I don't know if it's a ploy to get another shawarma party or not, but I'm going to get her another shawarma party. So,
no such thing as too spicy in my.
Yeah. I mean, for a 10-year-old, I don't know. But
yeah, no, obviously, yeah.
She likes spicy.
And the funny thing is, when you know you're making it for a kid, ease up a little bit on the spice. But trying to keep it spicy, the market is still an inside bit of a day. This is why you've got to be, either you're dip buying into key levels, or you're like breaking out like Apple, which is one of the few things that's doing it. And this is pretty much expected on a Fed day.
Exactly.
I mean, all you've got is a couple of tests underneath the overnight bottoms, a couple of tests above the overnight tops, and everything else an inside day. So wait for your key price levels. Google did come right back in. Last thing I guess we'll talk about here, and I want to get to PayPal in a second because I feel like it was a good thing we knew it was a rumor or heard there was a rumor. But if we get back to VWAP and break it out, 160 again. So you're holding on to previous close. So there's your previous close. It's dipping right into it. I want to see that 160 again. But PayPal, I think it was worth it because it had room to 74, but you're dropping right back into VWAP. I should have not reloaded in front of 72.5 and could have stayed green instead of being flat on the stock. So if it breaks VWAP, I'd like to think that if it goes all the way back into where it started, that would still be solid because it was holding this range anyways, and PayPal's been in an upward trend. So I think in a general sense, you'd be bullish on the stock, but if it comes all the way back to where it closed yesterday, just being flat could be a nice little bounce spot. Because even if it's just a rumor, it's still a possibility. So I don't think this would be a bad play if it comes all the way back in to the bottom. But I'm just going to wait for it to get there. You got to be patient with it. It would be a great story for PayPal if it was able to hold up. And Duke684 says, look at OMEX from yesterday. I said I'm not touching this with a 10-foot pole until it stops halting every 2 minutes, which it did. So when it was in the pennies yesterday, it was essentially unable to go 2 seconds without halting because all it had to do was move 5 pennies. And that would be 10% because it was a 50-cent stock. Now it's starting to look a little bit better. I think the play is somewhat obvious. The first halt was at 105 or 104. I think that's the over-under. The $1 level on OMEX is where I'd want to be playing it off of. So forget about VWAP. I could care less about that. I think if it dips underneath VWAP, you want to look for any hold of the $1 level. 100 million in volume is pretty darn good. That's going to do a few 100 million shares today. And you shouldn't necessarily have to worry about the Fed with this stock if you're trading it. So good shout out that OMEX. And Davion Wade, saying, look at the super chat. Apologies, Devion. I didn't see. Sorry about that. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you and Fugazi Bear as well. Thank you for the rumor report. You got puts on PayPal. Congratulations. Great look there. It's important to get the wording right. MaxN is popping at Sean. So I haven't looked at MaxN today. We thank you guys for the super chat. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. I don't know if we have enough time to go over MaxN, but we'll try to do it for you. No, I'll go right to it. We have a couple of minutes.
I know Sharif ever go over.
I know Sharif is gonna not cover this because he doesn't trade stocks at under 50 cents. No, you say it all the time. It's a 9-cent stock. Anything is tradable here at Real Trading. You can trade ETFs, you can trade equities, you can trade Forex around here, you can trade crypto, you can trade penny stocks as well. Just understand you don't get paid a rebate under $1 on the NASDAQ. So you got to make gross on penny stocks. You can't just sit there and take fills and try to catch a rebate. So it's moving, but it's not going to be grooving until it takes out 10 cents. So it's got a nice little trend up. I think when you're looking for the bigger moves on penny stocks, I don't know why this is not filling in a little bit more. Sorry about my 15-minute charts getting a little queasy, so I'm going to go to the daily chart. And now you can see a little bit better. Above 10 cents is where you have a bigger move, 12 and then 15. So it's trying to do a rounded bottom in here. There's your rounded bottom, and then the first level breakout would be above 10. I think it looks good 10 to 12, and then 12 to 15 looks pretty key on MaxN for me. But the thing I don't love about it, it's done 13 million shares as a 9-cent stock. OXEM is a $1 stock that's done 100 million shares. OMEX, or I think I had it right the first time. That looks a heck of a lot better to me. It's doing way more notional volume, which gives you more opportunity for the trade. There's nothing wrong with MaxN, but you want a penny stock like that to be doing hundreds of millions of shares, not necessarily 13 for the day trade.
Yeah, we so just to end a trade right there, it is a chicken dinner winner, although we talked about what's for lunch. It's beef here today. There goes Apple. We just got out. It broke 221. I feel like someone was chasing this thing down, and it is going to go back up, but that's neither here nor there. We got out of our last 10%. We had a little bit more than 10%. We had about 15% left. We get out when it breaks 221. I feel like that's going to be a mistake, but with this happening right now for the day, we're out, and the only trade left is Google, and we've already cleaned up on this. We still have a third left. We'll wait to see higher. We do talk about 159 breaking on Google. That'll be my last look for a trade. 159.15. If it breaks lower, we're gone through 159. Great trading today. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Adara, for all the reports today. Thank you, Fabian, Andre, Ramin over there. This handsome gentleman that's not here right now, Brendan. Thank you to him. Thank you to Sharif. Thank you for...
And shout out to Bell. Happy birthday, Bell.
Happy birthday, Bell. Thanks, Neil, again for that one. Thanks to Neil for all those birthday wishes yesterday. That was a special day. Thank you to BPI. Thank you to everybody. Brancos, Wayne, for the campus program. Thank you to Real Trading, Trade the Pool, Benzinga Pro, every single Real Trading campus as we go. Right we can keep on going, Moo, etc. And thank you to Bears versus Bulls. But most important right now is, first of all, Google is now 40 cents in the money and still going up. But you're tired of my voice. Let's go get tired of two more. It's Sharif and Adara on the Midday Lessons. Ciao.
They get tired of our voice real quick. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That in the lovely orange is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif. And we already have people weaseling their way on over. We got Darwin, the OG. We got Dr. Fez. All right. Pitchbull, what's up, my man? A proper dang paradox. TH, Jesse Gullock. Mateus Lane and Jeremy Newman. Let's flipping go. And Mary S. Lyman. We got Stock Up. We got Tony Hawk. We got the OG Vic Yen, Novak, Big Bob Dub. We got Libation Farm, D-Loaf, Draco, Bristol, Other Zinc, as well as the OG Adam DeLuce. We got Omar and the beautiful Gate. Where are you going? To New York, Dang Sense and Derek B. Fiddleback joining us as well as Stock Up. Trader 123 ABC. I think he's looking at fundamentals there, Dara, the ABCs. Think so,
yeah.
And we
that
got
would be my guess.
Yeah, we got Barry yelling yo yo yo, as well as Bold Summer B And Paul as well has joined us. So good morning to everybody. Thank you for joining us. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning, Sharif. How are you feeling today? I know you are a little bit
Under the weather. I'm going to do my darn best, obviously, to stay energetic and take these trades, but I'm feeling a little bit under the weather. It looks like it wasn't allergies, sadly, so OB may have to step in, but I'm going to try to soldier through and get through the day. Hopefully we have some good trades, and we got a good lesson for you guys. Anything you want to shout out, Adara, before we get to the lesson du jour?
Yeah, so I have, we had a bit of a dark night of the soul yesterday. Y'all saw the trading yesterday. Guess you got shut down before the show started, this one. Anyways, so I did a lot of reflection after that. And it basically was like, just whatever, find ideas that make sense, focus on those ideas, all that jazz. Don't bog yourself down with too many stocks, yada, yada, yada. So one of the ideas I'd really been looking at excessively this morning was Microsoft. Microsoft, I liked that 437 area yesterday. We could drink off of it. Then we had this chop and trim consolidation. I was looking at this at the big desk. I liked that 432, and I'll show you why. 432, a little bit of a bottom yesterday as well, and then we curl back up. So I was like, okay, dope. 432 bottom, let's go. I go long 432.25, and that was honestly, A, I liked what it was doing in the book. B, we had a little bit of a pop earlier. I was aware VWAP could have been an issue, but I was like, you know what, Adara? Attempt the trade, see what occurs. I go to get my coffee. I have a little conversation with Brendan and Andre about my coffee tea. Shout out to Ramin for getting me on that. And then I come back and I get stopped out. Basically, bottom wick. It's all good. I'm switching to short because the book to me looks like a short right now. I'm taking a smaller position than I took the first time. I'm risking, I already set my stop here, 432.60s, and that is A, it makes sense with, like I said, I'm trying to risk portions of risk. B, it also is where we had that VWAP projection. I have a feeling maybe this is still long, but I did like how it was looking as a book. It was pretty anemic. Couldn't even break back above 432.25 for the longest time. Let's see what happens. I'm willing to take this trade. And I like to always do my side chart roundup. So what is on my side chart? SMCI, CrowdStrike, SPY, Snap, Broadcom. What is this? IWM, Palantir, and Intel, addition to our Mag 7 friends. But also, you know what else, sir friend? Double top and double bottom when you're looking for some reversion plays.
We are. I just want to mention that there is umpteen amount of small cap gappers moving, two of which are halted right now. Neil was covering OMEX before we started. There is lots to trade in small cap world today. If you do not want to participate in the Mag 7 prior to the Fed rate decision, so we're going to get to those. But first, we're going to get to a little learning. Double tops and bottoms, baby, is the topic du jour. We're talking about these reversal patterns for the remainder of this week. Going into next week, we're going to try to get as nuanced as we can, or as the time will allow us here on the show, with each of these patterns, not just giving you a quick synopsis, but actually digging deep and looking at some of the stuff we haven't talked about in the past. Let's get right to it. So by the end of this lesson, we'd like to be able to understand double tops and double bottom patterns, how they have measuring potential for price targets, and the practical application of these patterns in everyday trading, intraday, as well as swing. So let's get right down to business as we typically do. We're going to introduce the topic from its most basic form. What is a dang double top and a dang double bottom? Here we go. Double tops and bottoms are what we call classic reversal patterns that essentially signal change in trend in the market direction. A double top is indicative of a market shift from bullish to bearish, while a double bottom signals the reversal from bearish to bullish, okay? The key features of these patterns: the double top has two peaks, crests, we call them on the show here, similar in height. Not a hard and fast rule. One can be higher than the other, but they are similar in height. Same thing for the double bottom. Two troughs, not crests, troughs. It's similar depth, separated by a moderate peak. I forgot to mention that moderate peak thing, or a moderate trough, in the double top. So we'll get to what they look like in a second. Here they are, baby. You got the first top, and it comes into that key area of resistance. I love how this area over here, the neckline or the trough of the double top, ends up holding up at a key area of previous resistance, now flips to support. You gotta love that. But then we weasel our way right back into those highs, and the market says, no, you don't. And it sends us all the way back down. We whiffle and waffle at this area of previous support, now resistance, but that's as good as we could do, baby, because we go down, 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 down. Get it, Adara.
Microsoft's also going down, so that made me even happier to sing. But sorry, you're
Fantastic. Well, let everybody know, yeah. So let's talk about how to identify these double tops and double bottoms. Let's talk about the double bottom formation first and foremost. So the double top formation, excuse me. The double top pattern is formed when the price rises, as I alluded to that resistance level. It declines, comes back into that trough, then rises again to test that same or similar resistance level that it failed to break through on the first occasion, and this time it does again. So the pattern often forms after a significant uptrend. So just like what we talked about with head and shoulders, step one, what is the trend? Before we see a pattern, but we need to identify a trend to see if the pattern that we see jives with the trend that preceded it. In a double top, you should be preceded by an uptrend. You shouldn't be seeing, well, if you do see a double top and a downtrend, it's likely not a double top or it's going to fail. Okay, so the pattern often forms after a significant uptrend, showing exhaustion and buying strength. But like the head and shoulders, we got a neckline in this pattern as well. So the neckline here is the horizontal support line at the trough between the two peaks. A break below that neckline confirms the pattern and signals to you a potential move downward and continue. This is what I'm talking about here. Double top 1A, and there's your B, there's the area trough, there's your second top C, and that line that goes through the area trough, that is your neckline. So you just extend that horizontally. Once you get a price break below that, that is your signal. Okay, so that is the move. So just like in a head and shoulders, we do have a neckline here as well, off which we base trades. And you're going to see in a second here that we're going to base our entries and our exits possibly off that neckline. Let's talk about the double bottom formation. Basically the same thing, but a little bit of a difference when it comes to volume. So the double bottom, essentially a mirror image of the double top. It occurs though after a downtrend. So it's incumbent upon you to look at the trend preceding the pattern. Okay, it occurs after a downtrend when the price tests a support level twice without breaking lower. Once the price breaks above the neckline, as I showed you, same look for the double bottom, the neckline just goes through the area crest. It indicates to you that the potential for a Newton uptrend is increasing and you could get a nice move forward. The volume though here, a little bit more important and in the double bottom as opposed to the double top. We alluded to this on Monday when we talked about the generalizations of reversal patterns. Tops tend to be way quicker in their formation and retracement than do bottoms. Bottoms can be much more prolonged, take a number of days, weeks on whatever time frame you're charting, even intraday as well, whereas tops seem to get that reversal just like that. It's not a hard and fast rule, but one that stats show is in fact accurate. So with respect to volume now, in a double top, volume typically decreases as the second peak forms and should increase as the neckline breaks. Same thing as we talked about with the right shoulder. So in the formation of the right shoulder yesterday, we said volume decreased, but there should be a marked increase on the break of the neckline. Same thing here. The right side of the double top, lower volume than the left side of the double top with that increasing volume coming through the neckline break. So in a double bottom, rising volume on the breakout above the neckline confirms the bullish trend. So just keep in mind that volume's super operative here. And here's the look. We're whiffling and waffling on the way down. Then for whatever reason, we seem to find some support at this area. Don't know why, don't care. We're going to draw that horizontal trend line at the neckline, which is the area crest in a double bottom. And then we're going to look, these are volume bars, by the way. We're going to look as the volume picks up as we break through that neckline resistance. That's what you should be looking for. A decrease of volume on the formation of the right side of the pattern, and then an increase in volume on the break of the neckline. Let's talk about the measuring technique, because we talked about it yesterday with respect to head and shoulders, calculating from the head to the neckline and then projecting that down or up, whether it's inverse head and shoulders. Today we're going to talk about the double bottom or the double top and how it can project price. So the height of the pattern measured from the peaks in the double top or the troughs in a double bottom to the neckline. Same thing as the head and shoulders. From the peaks or the troughs to the neckline, depending on whether you're a top or bottom. This provides the basis for your price target. So remember the week we did the measured move? If you have a $5 range between the peak or the trough and the neckline, you're projecting that $5 forward. That's where you're looking to wet your beak. Same thing here. So the measured move acts as a guideline for setting these price targets. I love when people call me when I'm at work. For instance, if the distance between the peak and the neckline is $10 or $5, the expected move after the break should also be approximately $5 in the direction of the trend reversal. And this is what I'm talking about right here. You've got the double bottom, that's the line right there, and between the area crest and the support level at the double bottom, you have 170 pips. So once you break the neckline, you need to project 170 pips upwards, and that's where you're going to wet your beak. Not a hard and fast rule, but at least we've got something off which to work. Let's talk about the practical application, though, of this pattern. Entry points. How do you use the double top or double bottom to weasel yourself into trade? Here's what we're going to talk about. Traders typically enter a short position after a confirmed break of the neckline in a double top pattern, but traders typically will enter long after the neckline breaks in a double bottom. And so this is kind of what we're talking about here. We got the double bottom number 1, double bottom number 2. There's your breakout level, and that's where you're looking basically to enter. Now, this is the more conservative strategy, just like we talked about yesterday with the head and shoulders. You can wait for that right shoulder to form, then the price action to break below the neckline before getting in the trade. More aggressive traders are going to get in short on the formation of the right shoulder. They're going to see that crest having been made on the right shoulder. And then we're going to start making lower lows and lower highs. That's where more aggressive traders are going to weasel into the trade. They're not going to wait for the neckline. Same goes true for this as well. If you start seeing the possible formation of a double bottom, you can weasel into the trade. My suggestion to you be have your stop right below that right side of the right side trough. So if you get into here, you're going to have to place your stop here. It's up to you. What kind of trader are you? You want to be more conservative? You want to be more aggressive? There's no hard and fast rule. Let's talk about it for stop loss placement. How do we use the double top and bottom to influence our stop loss placement? So a stop should be placed above the second peak in a double top, but in a double bottom, a stop loss should be placed below the second trough in the double bottom, obviously to manage risk. And here's exactly what I'm talking about. So we got the double bottom over here. If you're going to enter more conservatively, you're waiting for that neckline break. But sadly, you're going to have to put your stop all the way down here, because why would you be putting it in here? What is here for you to find support at? We already know the support is here. It's proved it to you twice. So putting your stop anywhere in between the neckline and the area trough, to me, is a fool's game. All right, unless you're basically just, hey, let me buy a lottery ticket. Maybe it goes my way, and I'm not basing it on any technical analysis. It's up to you. Volume confirmation as well. Volume plays a crucial role in validating these patterns. I kind of made that very clear at the beginning. Traders should ensure that there is an increase in volume when the price breaks the neckline for a more reliable signal. And without volume confirmation, guys, really the breakout may not sustain, and you need to be on the lookout for bamboozlement. So if you do get that neckline break with no big boy volume, I would be suspicious. And just to kind of make that point even more clear, you have a bit of a skewed double bottom, and we made that clear. The troughs and the peaks do not have to be at the same level, but they need to be very similarly positioned. So you get a double bottom over here, and then you get that break above the neckline of the double bottom, and look at that surging volume, baby, on the break of the neckline. You need to see the volume, because you know there are sellers hanging out here. We've already proved that their sellers were hanging out here, because we ascended there, rejected, and then reascended. So only way to break through that neckline is to overwhelm the seller or sellers who were hanging out there. That, by virtue of that, you have to have increased more volume. I have to have an increase of volume. Again, not a hard and fast rule, but some things that statisticians say happens more often than not. And to conclude, double tops and bottoms are reliable patterns used by traders to anticipate shifts in the trend direction. Understanding, though, how to measure the potential price moves, as well as the importance of volume confirmation for providing foundation for successfully integrating these patterns into your trading strategy. As I always do, I hope everybody prints up multiple storms.
Yeah, we hope whether you're using double top, double bottom, or none of the above, we hope everybody is printing and pleased as punch. I would love to say we're printing here in Microsoft, and we have a little bit, but it's been a little slow to break to the downside. So Microsoft, to be clear, again, I initially was bullish on this because I liked that we were holding that 432.20s. I thought it was going to curl back up. Microsoft was like, I don't have to do that, though. And I was like, yeah, okay, Microsoft, cool. Respect you. Respect your choices. Neat. We got stopped out. I wasn't even here when I got stopped out. I just had the stop. It hit, all that jazz. And then I went short. So I want to switch to the 1 minute because I want to make it like clear where the entries and exits are in this because I know it's a little... it's not messy. I think it's pretty clean, but it might be easier to just see if I show you guys this way. So I got short initially, 432.10s, was risking into 432.60s because that was, and I think that's a bit clearer in the 5 minute, that was definitely a bit of a local top. Then we added to the short once we broke below 432s decisively. I think it was like 431 mid-90s. Then I got out part of the position once you broke below that pretty heavy support resistance area at 431.75, added back in at 431, I think mid-80s here. Then we couldn't. I have no plans to add further, but I do have plans to take out some profit here at 431.50s. I initially had this at 431.40s, which I think is like the truer bottom, but we didn't break there, so I said, Adara, give it a bit of wiggle room, let it wiggle. Also, once I added, I switched my stop to prior bar highs. So right now, we are going to be getting stopped out if we break above 95s. I think that's fair. I know I'm not risking a lot from like a notional standpoint, but I think it makes sense with regards to the structure of the trade. I'm aware we could bounce here, but I'm cool with where I set my stop. I'm cool, happy I took some profit, cool with how the trade is being structured, so I'm going to let that work. And that's one thing, too, I've said, I talk about this a lot. There were a couple weeks ago we had Obi and Neil talking about how sometimes you need to fail at the first trade so you can see the second trade. I think to some extent, I've always found sometimes when you get the direction wrong or when you get your first entry point, it runs a little amok. I think it helps you because then decidedly in a really clear way what levels are going to be interesting, what levels aren't. So I think that's going to be key. We have a new prior bar high, so I'm changing my stop to 431.70. We'll do 80s. I have a feeling we're going to get stopped out almost immediately here, but let's see. I still want to go through the motions of making the trade appropriately, moving my stop to prior bar high. Let's go softy. Also Palantir, I think I definitely missed that opportunity, but Palantir looked like it was going to be a bull flag, then it did not bull flag. So to me, that was a red flag. On my red flag, I mean a flag to go short. And then I couldn't get in because I had already used a lot of my buying power on Microsoft, and it wasn't like a stop loss issue. It was just an issue of like you can't have that many shares at one time. So Palantir has fallen to a new Palantir without me. Ooh. But I would be interested, depending on what we do here at 36.50s. That to me is a pretty clear level on the 15-minute chart. Let's see what that's shaking. How are you shaking over here, Sharif?
I'm trying my hand at Amazon at the volume weighted average price. It's already breaching. It's wicking below. So we're going to see if we get stopped out over here. The market is coming into lows at 19,650. And if you're wondering what these random levels are that I'm yelling out, I am now talking about the December contract. I'm no longer charting off the September contract as it expires this Friday, and the December contract is doing more volume anyway. And yes, volume is an issue here with Amazon, as that latest amount of volume just took me out of my position. But I still want to see whether or not we hold up here on Amazon at VWAP. It's been stronger-ish the last couple of days. And previously, to be honest with you, here earlier at around 10:10, we did breach VWAP on a wick basis only to close up a little bit high. But right now, it looks awfully weak, really breaching that volume-weighted average price all the way down into 186 1/3. So I'm going to keep my eye on that. I'm also keeping my eye on Apple as it comes into that 20 exponential moving average. It's breached the 10 for the first time on the day, right at 10 after the hour over here. Now it's weaseling down into the $0.25. Way too many higher highs here on Apple for me to kind of see that discernible, area of resistance that we rejected off initially. The only area I'm really looking at is 220. And then right below that is 219.82, which is VWAP. I'm kind of looking at them as kind of the same level, the $10 level, the volume weighted average price. There's also this double top over here on a 5-minute basis that rejected off 220. So if we do get that 220 bounce, great. Otherwise, I'm not going to try to guess whether or not they're going to bounce off these moving averages or VWAP, because look at what Amazon just did. It just breached it. So I'm not going to try that. ARM coming in right now. I'm getting a notification that it's coming into VWAP, and I've been wanting to look at ARM. So I've got it up here on the side chart as a small cap gapper. It is not obviously a small cap gapper, but we're keeping it up on the side chart anyway. Now it's breaching VWAP, much like what Amazon just did, but it also did that prior. It did breach VWAP only to bounce off it. So ARM in a bit of a range today after getting the nod from whatever rating agency, I forget who it was, 139.50 to the high side, essentially 140.68 to the downside. So if we can get a nice little bounce back up here, I will participate on this VWAP bounce on ARM, but it's got to prove to me, Adara, that it wants to hold up at those levels because it's still going down.
Yeah, I mean, Microsoft actually, shockingly enough, I am joking, it's not shockingly, I was happy it happened, obviously. We get that break below 431.50. Now we're trying to make new day's lows here on MSFT. I am tempted to switch my stop at this point to prior bar highs in the 3-minute. As of right now, it's currently prior bar high on the 5-minute. And like I said, I'm still trying to work on exit rules. I think the way I have executed and managed both the initial long, which like I said, I wasn't even at my desk for. I set my stop. I let it do what it did. It executed. It was all good. And then this short here, the second attempt, I'm happy with the management. These are the only trades I've had so far today. This is the only stock I have traded is that old soft one. I don't like how I word it. But let's see what happens here. We're gonna do prior bar. We're moving to prior bar high in the 3-minute just because as things get tighter, I don't want things to get away from me too much. So we're gonna move our stop to 431.66s with that in mind. Okay, so let's see what happens there. Let's see if we can push even lower here on Microsoft. As like I said, I think it looks like we're basically at low of days here on the soft one. Other stocks I'm looking at here include Palantir, which I think is maybe giving me an opportunity. Let's take a look here. Yeah, so I would like to see what Palantir does at VWAP. I'm not going to act till I see what it does at VWAP. Like I said, the area I really wanted was 3660. Wasn't able to get filled. It happens to everyone, I think. It's kind of a universal feeling. You don't get filled, you miss your fill by like a penny, whatever. But Palantir certainly on watch for me. Tesla was not a stock that I wanted to be trading today. And that's not for any particular reason. You guys know I will trade Tesla almost, or someone could argue too much. But I really I said this to Sharif, I was making like an ungodly sound. I was like, because we were like ranging like crazy here, right? So I want to see what we do with 228. I think we could be having a range breakdown. And it's interesting too. The thing that makes me not want a range breakdown is, to me, this looks a bit more bullish each time. We get these wicks here, 227.80s. Wicks, slightly higher wicks here, 227.80s. One last time, 227.80s. But this topping tail candle here could be a little bit bearish. I'm going to be watching the book before I get involved in anything. We are still here in the soft one. We'll see if we get stopped out here on Microsoft because it looks like we might be getting stopped out because we are getting near that prior bar high on the 3-minute candle. Also, because of FOMC, we're not doing the segment today, correct? The voting segment? Or?
No, I don't think we are.
Okay.
We're going to you guys early today? Yeah, we are. We're going to the big show early.
Nice. So at 1:45, this show will be over. At last, there will be no voting. But other days, usually you can vote for your tickers of choice, ! Join space, $ ticker in this chat. You guys know how you join the chat?
How?
If you like or if you subscribe. Because if you don't subscribe, you cannot join the chat.
No.
If you like to be part of this awesome community, so I know I would. So I'm happy to be part of this every day, be a fly in the wall in the chat via the show. So yeah, definitely a great community here. Let us know how we're doing. Obviously, drop those comments, drop those chats. I am just watching this market, Sharif, and looking for some opportunities. Tesla, I'm happy with. How are you doing though? I see you're in 2 trades.
Yeah, I'm trying, Adara. We're going to try the levels that we like, and whatever happens. That's the way it's going to be. So looking at Amazon at this area of previous support over here at 186.20, already got stopped out of this level. We're going to give this another try. In the money on ARM, not by that much, 10 pennies, whatever it is. Looking for this one to hold off. Kind of a similar look here at this 139.20. We had double bottom there. I don't want to call it a double bottom because we're doing a lesson on double bottoms and this doesn't qualify. So we had an area of support, I should say, at this 139.20, 139.25. So we're giving the old community college trying to weasel our way possibly back into that 50 penny area or the volume weighted average price. We'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. So 139-ish. Looking at that level, I just saw a big bump up there in Meta. Let's see if we got an equivalent bump on the Amazon. I sound like Obi. Why do I have 2 arm charts over here? Oh, that's why.
Because you have 2 arms.
Oh, I like that. All right, so Amazon trying to weasel its way back up. I will look to wet my beak in front of that 50 penny area, which also happens to be the volume weighted average price. So that could act as a technical area of resistance. So wetting my beak around there probably makes sense just to de-risk a little bit. So we'll pack our patience. All right. ARM nicely in the money now, a whole 15 pennies in the money. We won't print though until it weasels up a little bit higher. We're talking about taking it out in front of the $0.50, kind of the same look right now for ARM and Amazon, with kind of the same trade, same looking, same area off which to wet my beak. Here we go, 48s now showing up on ARM, and there's the print, Adara. All right, so we get the print there, happy. Now we're very close to the print on the Zon. Let's go, Zon. We get the print on the Zon as well, Adara. So happy with these trades. Started off poorly, but now we're doing all right. So let's see if we can weasel up here nicely in the money on both of them. I do like a possible move back up on the NQ September contract into 19,675. That is the closing print from yesterday. I do anticipate that to be a little bit of resistance possibly here. This is what I'm looking at. We used that level, actually, this white line, as support earlier on in the pre-market and as well as the open, the implied balance open. We were wicking off it, zigging and zagging. We did obviously breach it eventually, but looking for this to do well. All right, nicely in the money on Amazon. Let's see what ARM is doing. Okay, all right. Well, where's the other area? I'm going to take it out in front of the whole dollar here on ARM. Let's weasel up, possibly into the mid-70s. Let's hang out around here. Oh, God, I added to the position. I'm a moron, I got to tell you. So we're going to take out that because that's not what I want to do. So we'll get out that super quick. And I will now put my exit for the position that I want at around, the mid-70s. That's where I'm going to hang out. So we're going to hang out there and see what we get there. Let's see what Amazon is doing. Amazon, okay, the 10 exponential on Amazon is at 71. So I kind of like the same out for possibly Amazon in the high 60s, low 70s. Let's hang out over here in the high 60s. We're already printing high 50s. If we can weasel up a little bit more, we'll get that second print, but we're going to pack our patience. What are you doing?
Oh, me. I thought you were talking to the stock for a second.
No?
Yeah, so Microsoft stopped out. Happy with how I executed this trade. Happy I moved to 3-minute prior bar highs as well because Microsoft can be a little spready, a little bit of a wild one, so you want to trade that appropriately. Now, what are my plans for Microsoft right now? Honestly, I don't have any. But if we reclaim 432.25, somebody's going long, and that somebody is me. Now, why am I long biased in Microsoft? Honestly, I'm really not. I took shorts too, but for me, I think just the way we recovered off that 431.40, I watched this, I was in this short, I was also in the long earlier. I think that if we get that recovery, again, big if, huge if, ginormous caveat here. If we get above 432.20, to me, it's a long. In the meantime, I don't really have a plan in either way. I think we're trying to figure out a sense of direction, so I'm going to let it do that on its own, and I'll be there for it if it's ready for me. I will wait for it at the coffee shop in Paris. I'm being weird and dramatic. Tesla, what are you doing, bro? So Tesla, I got short, 228s. We basically immediately got stopped at 228.25s. However, I got stopped at instantly. Yeah, that would have been the level. To me, the way we were holding at 30s in the book, I was like, I don't know if I want to short this just for my purposes, right? For myself, for what I look for. Honestly, I'm tempted to get involved again, take smaller. You know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to take less size. I'm going to risk into 40s, and I'm still going to try to get short there to 27.99s. We're going to take less size on this, and we are going to short risk into, we got short. Oh, we got long. Okay, that was not what I wanted. So good times. We're going to get out of that right away.
Did that already.
Yeah, that was not the vibe. Good times. Fat Finger Nation over here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good. We made a penny, Sharif. We made a penny. So flip that here.
Better
In the
than me.
meantime, I actually did want a short. So we're going to still get that short set up because that short that I want still exists. And we're risking said short into 228.40s because I want to give it a little bit more room to be wiggling. So we're going to get that stop set up there. That is going to be 228. We'll do 39s. And we're going to get ready to, that is super typoed. So we're going to get ready to rumble there. But yeah, no, I mean, it's honestly, like I said, stops have changed my life while trading. And it's also made me realize you can't be too reliant on them either. Because there are times where it's like, especially the spready stocks, I'll see stuff I don't like. Even yesterday in the sim, like I said, I know, like, and I hear about this a lot. I think it's valid. There is a difference, obviously, in the psychology of trading sim versus trading live. But I still like to take it just as seriously. And like in stocks like Meta, and thank you to Sheree for giving me some advice on setting stops in those kind of stocks. In stocks like Meta, you're going to definitely see like a whole different ball game when it comes to stops. You're going to get things run. Things are not going to get filled where you want it to, right? So I'm really still trying to learn this game. But in stocks that have a bit of a tighter spread, that move a bit more in a fluid, liquid way, like a Tesla, like a Microsoft, I've had some decent success with those. Let's see what happens there. Palantir is still one I like here. Yeah, Microsoft to me, I think is maybe still flipping along, but like I said, I have to wait for that. Palantir, if we break below VWAP, I love this as a short. I still, like I said, initially loved the 3660 short, but I was having fun with Microsoft, so you pick your fighter, you choose your battle, all that jazz. So I'm going to wait on that.
I don't know why.
Broadcom, I also kind of had eyes on here, but not enough to trade it. I like that 163 rejection. And then now it's kind of bouncing here off 162.60s. There's a lot of support in this market, Sharif. No matter how weak I think we are, the market thinks we are, it's like, but wait, we could be stronger still too. Like, just, don't get too excited, guys. Don't get too excited, shorts. Don't get too excited, longs either. But yeah, if we break decisively below the 75 level on Tesla, which is like been a little bit of bottom, I'm going to be adding to this position and then moving my stop accordingly. Let's see what shakes out here in that Cybertruck. I want to look at some stocks where people, force breathing is tiring. He's saying, flip that hair. Yeah, I know my hair gets a little excited.
Yeah, that's your move.
I get excited in this market. Sometimes I do it like kind of like facetiously. Sometimes I do it seriously because the market is exciting me. But yeah, shout out to you there. Let's see what's happening. There's some requests here for Lunar. I actually had level on Lunar. I know I'm not the small cap extraordinaire. That is the man to my right.
I'm
but
not.
I still want to look at Lunar if I may. Lunar, a little messy to me. There's something here, a little bit of something. Clearly a bottom here at 785s. But honestly, like Sheree said, there are going to be days sometimes, and you've said this a lot, where stocks don't respect VWAP, don't really respect levels. Lunar's sort of bouncing off VWAP earlier, but then when we got that lower high and that quadunk off the 850 level, and we got this basically, to be clear, at the open, we come lower, then we make like a huge pop to a new high, which is fine. But we kind of wick into VWAP. We don't have a steady bounce off VWAP. Now we make another lower high. Now we're kind of rejecting off VWAP. The point I'm trying to make is Lunar is not moving in a way that is super clear, super easy to read. If we reject off VWAP, and I mean that 850 level kind of interesting here too, but I would say just kind of wait and see what we do. If we hold the support at 785, obviously that would be dope because that was a huge support level earlier, but that's a big it, right? You want to trade what you're seeing at the moment. You don't want to be speculating on what could be happening. So with that in mind, I don't have a super clear read on LUNR as of right now. Tesla, still chopping. Tesla's still churning. Happy I took less size and gave it a little bit more wiggle room because I do think this short, if it comes to fruition, and again, you don't want to say ifs and buts because they're like candies and nuts. In that you can buy them at specialty shops, but also that, it means nothing, right, until you actually see what you want to see. I don't want to be predicting. I want to be participating, not anticipating. So with that in mind, I'm participating in this move. I'm happy with the amount of risk I've given it, just given how it's been moving earlier. And I am very willing to add if we break below 227.75. Shout out to Tyler ATX. Happy to hear that, you like the speaking speed. I speak fast because these markets move very quickly, so you got to keep up with those markets. Snap really strong here, and I want to pull up Snap because we've had that Lens event today. They had an event yesterday as well, so Snapchat certainly on watch here. 12 million shares traded. We just got a nice little volume spike. Higher highs, higher lows. SNAP snapping up here in a snap, but not one that I'm going to trade unless there's a hard level. Palantir bouncing a bit off VWAP, so that's interesting. Intel still in its downtrend, and Tesla looks like it wants to be stopping me out, which that's fun. Are you okay over here, Street? Oh, I can keep talking. Okay. So yeah, Tesla. Okay, lower high in Tesla. I'm not adding into this against me. I'm only going to add to this if we are in Lamula. We're just going to see if we get stopped out. In the meantime, we're going to let this guy run. Someone earlier was asking me if I saw Apple as a short. Now, to be clear, I did like this kind of push lower here in Apple, specifically when I saw this support resistance flippity-floppity here at 220.80, but I didn't get involved because I was like, you're trying to trade less stocks. Like, bleh. You don't want to get involved in everything. I've only traded 2 tickers today. If Apple breaks below VWAP, you know what? I will short it. And I'll probably risk it into 220.40, take similar size to what I did in the TSLA trade. So my thing with Apple is there's a clear top here, 221.60s, lower highs, lower lows. The only thing that scares me here, or that I at least, not scares, but that I find fascinating, and that's why I want to wait for the VWAP break. VWAP, it's not just VWAP, it's also 220. So that's confluence there. Shout out to Obi. You've got a whole dollar level. You have a VWAP level. You have a level that was some previous resistance, which we know could flip to support. So the balance of the evidence, the balance of the evidence for me right now is a little too much for me to get short. And case in point, we do get a little bit of a bouncy bounce here of 220 in Apple. But yeah, I think if Apple can decisively hold and then break below and then reject off of 220, it'd be a nice short. Tesla's still like being like, oh, Adara, I might stop you out. I might not. You'll find out. But yeah, if like I still believe, I said this earlier too, if we bounce off 228.30s,
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I will flip long, but I want to wait to get stopped out first. I still believe this trade could materialize in a way that I like. So we're going to wait and see. The market really requires that you wait and see. That's one of my biggest issues with trading. I have not been waiting and seeing enough. I've been too active. So let's breathe. Let's stay in this trade until I have a reason to get out of said trade.
Thank you, Adara, for covering there. I just had some technical difficulties, and the Katina man was nice enough and to come over and help out. So thank you to him. All right, let's get to the small cap gappers du jour, baby. We haven't said anything about small cap gappers in this seat, so let's get right to it. Neil we're talking about this one right when the big boys closed out the show. OME dang X. Put some respect on this one's name. 228% up, 100% since the bell rang. We are knocking on the door of that $1 and 2/3 area. We're up, like I said, 230%. Let's give you the deets on this one. $33 million market cap after the latest PAMP, and it's traded 180 million shares on the day with a float of 19,600,000 shares. What does the short flow say? We'll shout out the Nos boss and his boys there at Trade Ideas. It's a good amount here for the short float, 9 2/3%. This Trade Ideas, by the way, is saying 15.5 million float. I'm seeing 19.6, whatever. It's about 10% or a little less than 10% of the float is shorted. Oh, baby. But look at this. This is what we call a big boy drop. We were trading around $5 with a top yesterday. This thing tanks. It looked like it halted there yesterday at 2 o'clock. Long halt, basically tanks all the way down to 50 pennies, and then it's reclaimed. It reclaimed $1 in the pre, but it did dip below $1 there right at the open. In any event, what's going on over there? The Katina man's reloaded Tesla. Basically, this has been putting in higher highs and higher lows. Initial respect for the 20, then started getting basically away from the 20, getting into that 10. So I'm less inclined to want to use any moving averages here because it doesn't look like exactly like it's really using them. So the algo that's trading this or whatever is not really basing it off that. At least that's my estimation. So we're going to look to get in on maybe a bigger red candle or something like that. We'll keep an eye out on it. Say it again.
I think it might be a long because the market's at bottom.
The Katina man saying Tesla might be a long here because the market's at bottoms. Adara is taking that long, as you can see there. 228.31. We hope she prints out multiple storms there on TSLA. Shout out to the Katina man and Adara with their Tesla trades. OMEX just printed a new high a day, albeit by 1 penny, but it's showing you its propensity to be strong and continue in the direction of the trend. So we want to get involved possibly with this one. VEEA. This is a halter extraordinaire. Let's count how many halts here we got. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, and 11 for good measure. I'm unlikely to trade this, but I did want to point out that despite it halting to no end, it's still kind of putting in higher highs and higher lows. If you look at the area troughs, even when it opens down and basically tanks, look how it's putting incrementally higher lows. Okay, so despite the fact that it is halting to no end, the trend still intact. Whether you can, kind of take advantage of that, that's going to depend really on you. PRTG did a really nice, I should say, move up. This one was already moving in the pre-market when I got to my desk this morning at 7:20. This thing was already on the way down because guess what? It made its high, pre-market high that is, at 5:15 a.m. and then basically sold off for the remainder of the pre-market. In fact, it did really nothing to start off the day from 9:30 till about 10:30. We were whiffling and waffling south of 15. Finally, that pre-market high at $21 or thereabouts got taken out right before we started the show at 10:55, but it is retracing now on the way down, looking to test 16, possibly VWAP. VWAP not that much farther south than 16, about 15 and a half. That's a Christmas tree retracement if I've ever seen one. I definitely want to participate in this one, but it's got to set up at the right level. So we'll see what it does at VWAP, whether it wants to put some respect on VWAP's name and curl back up. We shall see. We're not going to guess with this one. AAPL. Another beautiful one starting out its life. 7 a.m. this morning, did a nice little move up in the pre, but this one was good enough to continue after the bell. The issue with this one is it's now breaking down below the volume weighted average price. But what I do like about this one, exactly where it is right now, is it's at the pre-market high. How many times have you heard me say I'm not going to take a small cap gapper long unless it's above its pre-market high? Well, this one is looking to test that pre-market high as support. So we're going to look at this one a little bit more thoroughly. APLT, let me give you the deets on this one. All right, catching my breath here. This is not a small cap gapper, kind of maybe. It's a little bit south of $1 billion market cap, about 860 billion. It's traded about 38.1 million shares on the day, and it has a float of larger, about 107,500 shares. Let's find out what the short float is, APLT. And it's got a decent short float, 10.5%. So good amount there that we can work with. APLT in a good position here, guys. I might get in and then basically give it to 7.25. It's a good look right now. I'm happy I'm out of ARM because that one broke below VWAP. VVOS also on watch. BBLG as well as Lunar. But I want to get to OMEX, which is just printing more new highs. Adara, this thing is on the way up, as well as APLT. I want to keep an eye on both those. What are you looking at?
Yeah, so Tesla, we're long, and I want to clarify, I said if we bounce off, and I said this earlier too, like before my second short, I said if we bounce off 30s, I'm interested in the long. Nothing I've seen since getting involved here has dissuaded me from that. We bounced off 228s. I was like, dope, because I mean, I know what we were doing because I saw while I was in the store, we were getting like into 227.70. So I was like, if we're bouncing off 228s, I am pleased as punch with that. I have a very small position here because it's actually larger than the second short. But because I felt better about this long than I did about the second short, and I was able to risk that appropriately. But basically, I want to take some out at 229s, whole dollar levels in Tesla. No. But I'm also interested in adding for able to eclipse that 228.60s area. Why? There's some top and turn around there. It's near VWAP. I want to wait and see what we do at that level, but I do want to be able to add into this trade because I think there could be some more fun to be had. Apple, I got short. Now, I'm going to set my stop for Apple here right now. But the reason I liked the app, okay, I already almost fat fingered that, so good thing I proofread. Always proofread your stops. That is the Adara LePage. What am I trying to say? That is the Adara LePage lesson always of the day. You know, shout out to Neil's lesson of the day, which is awesome and very informative and insightful, as Sharif always says. There's also the Adara lesson, which is just like, you know, proofread your stops, proofread your trades, no typo trades over here. And I say that because I've had quite a few. So you always want to be careful of that. But basically, I said I would like, and Apple, I know I initially was like, oh, I don't want to short it because I have other stocks I'm looking at. But that Apple 220.80 level, this is like a hard support resistance flip. I should have gotten short there. And as I said, I was considering it, but I was like, don't look at so many stocks. Yeah, Adara, Apple's breaking below VWAP now. I waited till I saw us break below 90s because 91 was that previous resistance area. It was also near VWAP. So I said, if we break below 80s, get involved. I'm risking into 220.15s, kind of some of these near these areas where we had those wicks. Basically, I want to let it really see if it can thrive beyond 220. If we can't thrive beyond 220, then cool, I want to stay in that trade. But that's why I'm not risking right into 220 because sometimes you can get bamboozlement. Tesla chilling, Tesla vibing. I am not moving my stop on Tesla. It is still just below 228 for the same reason I have my stop on Apple. With these Meg 7s, they can give you a lot of fake breakouts or breakdowns, so you want to give them a skosh room to run. Now, you might ask, Adara, why are you shorting one Meg 7 name along the other? This is usually not something I like doing, but like I said, Tesla is kind of the problem child of the Meg 7. Tesla's like, I'm going to do what I'm going to do, Mom. I don't need to bring my cell phone. I don't have to text you when I'm coming home. Like, ugh. So Tesla tends to run on its own, and it often moves in ways that are kind of antithetical to what you're seeing with the rest of the Meg 7. Or the market in general. Case in point, TSLA holding decent support here. The Qs making new lows of day. So Tesla, to be clear, could always, we just got stopped out. So clearly Tesla did move from that pattern, but we got stopped out and we bounced right back up. So I'm going to stay away from Tesla for now. I think clearly my rating, it's not that good, but hey, you know what? Every cloud has a silver lining. And that silver lining actually might be a space gray lining. Shout out to that Apple MacBook color because we get a bit of a move down here for my Apple one and then we bounce right back up. If we're able to break below, I don't want to add like too much in the money here, but I want to see what we do here below to 1940s. That was a bit of a chop turn area. If we can continue below that area, I do want to add to this position. I have a decent amount of size, but not as much as I would ideally like. Meta was another, I like the idea of a Meta short at 550s, and the reason I didn't take it is because I wasn't seeing anything at the time that was moving in a way I wanted it to, so I didn't get involved. But Meta's still breaking lower here. AAPL, a good look. Palantir below VWAP. Okay. Hi, Palantir. I see you. Sorry, girl. I forgot about you. No, I didn't. I'm still here. I care. But yeah, Palantir's honestly not as weak as I would necessarily like it to be. You know what? I like 50s on the book. We're going to take a really small position here. We're going to risk into 51s. We're going to try to get short 42s. Let's see what gets crack-a-lack-in here on PLTR. Should we have the buying power for this? Okay, sweet, we do. Getting short 42s, risking into 51s. Let's see. Okay, we're going to set our stop there. PLTR 36.51s. Let's go. So let's see what happens there. That basically 51, to be clear, is a bit of that support resistance level earlier that we also wicked into. Shout out to C Battle saying like and subscribe. Yeah, guys, definitely feel free to like and subscribe if you are enjoying this content because we want to be able to give you cool things every single day. This market is so fascinating. We got Papa today, guys. Like, what is there not to talk about? So if you want to be here with a great community, giving you some ideas, bouncing ideas off each other, definitely join us. Also, Tesla now bouncing up to 28K. Like I said, my read on Tesla is clearly compromised, so I'm going to let that thing do its thing. 21, Apple to the downside. Palantir basically flat, but we can give it time. We just got into the trade. But also, yeah, we're going to thank our friends at Benzinga soon. In the meantime, what are you doing over here with your portage?
I'm in portage at 37. Where am I at? Or 37s. Looking at wetting my beaks at the 70s. Here we go with the 60s, where some selling coming in at the 60s. We're nicely in the money here, but this bottom can drop off at any time as it just did. So I'm very alive to that. It's at VWAP, which got me into the trade. Let's see if this one holds up. I had to, this is coming down. It's going to test 15. Here we go. So we just got stopped out of that. Dang, man, this one just keeps moving like, well, it's moving aggressively. That's all I got to say about that. So we got stopped out of that one. Sucks to be me. Let's look at the other trade that we're in. We're in APLT at 760. I'm going to keep my eye on this one, looking at wetting my beak in the mid-70s. What's good over there, Katina, man? Let's see it.
We're just going to be getting out now of the Tesla. We just went short off average for 3 times. Money now 70 cents.
The Katina man's 70 cents in the money on this position. He's bidding 60s right now. He's looking at shorting and basically getting it. Yeah, he's basically shorting the top there. Is that red? That's a 50, right? That's the 50 moving average on his chart right there. Shout out to the Katina man. Hey, say it again. Just he's scalping. Well, yeah, you can see that. He's playing the range. Shout out to the Katina man. He's printing. So we're going to keep an eye out on him. And if you want to know what Sean and Neil are trading midday, there is an entire channel for that. It's called More Trader TV, baby. And they got all their positions there. Neil's long on Apple and Starbucks, short Donald John Trump. The Katina man's printing up storms on Tesla there on the range trade. You can see all their entries, all their exits. I love how Neil's been trading OMEX. We got to get on that boat as well, as that's been parabolic. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one. But you know what we got to do, Adara? We got to pay bills around this place because, you know, the lights and all the lights that are flashing in our face right now, Adara, they ain't free. They cost money. So are you tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in this market, Fabian? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Well, Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get your breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? If you are, visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial. Shout out to the good folks there at Benzinga. And I want to also shout out the spiled one, Big Spile Burdette Sharif, $10 super chat. Thank you first and foremost for that, Big Kyle. Remember, we are risk managers. Preserve the capital, both mental and in the accounts. If trends develop today, you will have plenty of time to take advantage of them. Sharif sent you the info. Wiser words were never spoken. Maybe they were, who knows. But thank you very much for that wisdom, Big Spile Burdette. I think you're bang on with that. And we will be getting that interest rate decision in now less than 3 hours. So very excited for that. It is 11:50, obviously about 2 hours and 10 minutes. And we're going to find out exactly, are we cutting 25 bips? Are we cutting 50 bips? And if we do cut 50 bips, does that spook the market? That's really the question right now. So many people wondering what the Fed's going to do. What it would be to be a fly on the wall.
Right? I'd love to be like... Yeah, shout out to Kyle Burdett for that super chat. It's interesting too. I mentioned this on the segment at 10:50 Money Talks. There's a lot of noise now that we're actually more likely to get a 25 basis point cut than not. Former St. Louis Fed president there, Bullard, saying that it's really unlikely to get a 50 basis point cut. Sorry, then you actually Wells Fargo analyst calling talks about that 50 basis point cut, quote, noise. So that's pretty interesting here, too. You know what else is that I'm trying to block out as noise? The fact that Microsoft dipped way further after I got out of that short. No, I'm joking. It's all good. This might be shocking given that I am in two shorts, and they're both like, I'm flat in one, I'm in the money in the other. But I am actually looking for some reversion longs here. We got to push back for that. And my target for a reversion long is, drum roll please, and I say that really, it's Microsoft. I can't believe I'm saying that. But you know what? Why do I like this Microsoft long? You may ask. The book is getting really nice and tight here. Sorry guys, it's hard to talk about spread without making it sound a little bit accidentally vulgar, but the spread is getting nice and tighter. I have been watching the book. I like how we're having this bid creep here on MSFT. And you know what? You know what, Sharif?
Unbelievable. Yes.
I'm actually going to get involved in this trade. We are going to get long 431s. We're going to risk into, let's see if we have the buying power for this. I don't know if we do. But we're going to get long 431s, and we're going to be risking it into 430.75. Yeah, we did not have the buying power for that. That's fine. We're going to wait and see if some other trades clear up. I would like to take this MSFT because I feel really good about this long. Maybe I can take a smaller position. Let's see. But yeah, you have to take trades you feel good about. I like reversion trades. I've watched how this book moves. This book is moving in a way that I find to be pretty spicy. And I don't like spice in my food. This has been addressed many times here on the show. But I do love it in this market. So I'm going to want to take advantage of that spicy spice. And we still don't have enough buying power for that. Cool. So Apple, hey Apple, make up your mind then. Because it's like, if you're going to be boring, I'm going to ditch the dead one. I'm going to go hang out with my friend MSFT, which is giving me more opportunities. It's a little bit unfortunate when you see a trade set up beautifully and then you just aren't able to get involved for reasons that are, but whatever. It's all good there, baby. Do not dwell in the negative. Stay positive, stay confident, stay confident. The other reversion long I like is TSLA. Like I said, I still like the idea of Tesla holding that 228.30. And yeah, I know my whole reversion long thesis is a little bit, sullied by the fact that I am short two names right now, but both of those names still within my purview for a short. Apple below the 90 MA, below VWAP and below 220, though I do not love that bottoming tail candle, but I don't want to move my stop because I don't have any reason to at this point. PLTR still chopping to the downside. Actually, PLTR is doing really well. You know what, Sharif?
Yes.
You're going to ride the horse that we're currently on. Clip, clop, clip, clop. If I'm in these trades and these trades are working, why am I trying to leave? Just because I'm bored? Just because Microsoft is batting her eyelashes at me?
Oh.
Lots of stocks bat your eyelashes at you every single day. We've got a lot of things in this market, but you have to trade what's working, what you're involved in. So I'm going to add to the short if we break below 36 as I say that because A, we're really having some attempts to break below there. It was a bit of a flippity-floppity level earlier. So if we break below 36s, I want some more shares and I want some more smoke. Shout out to OMAX because OMAX would have a lot of traders saying, oh boy, shout out to Obi, who we know that is his catchphrase there. But yeah, Omex, wow, Omex. Look at this, higher highs, higher lows, a little bit of chop, a little bit of trend, a little bit of flagpole action here. This one up a cool 260%. It is small cap season. Also, I honestly, your Apple long, as someone who's short Apple, I think your long looks way better.
Oh, I didn't even look at the fact that you were short. I'm not going to apologize. But yeah.
I actually think this is going to work out better for you. And hey, if I get out of this, I can get long Microsoft. So we're all going to do what's works for you. But yeah, I want to hear about your Apple trade because that actually looks really good.
Well, I'm just looking for rounding off VWAP. I could be wrong on this. So we're gonna pack our patience and see on this one. It did find, I don't know. We'll see if it finds support at the volume-weighted average price. The other trade that I'm in that I'm actually considering adding to at this level is APLT. It's been consolidating sideways to no end at 7.5. So I want to see if this area wants to hold as a level of support. It does have a whole bunch of support at this level, 750, going all the way into the earlier time of day at around 10 a.m. So if this area wants to hold, I think we could possibly do a VWAP hold here on APLT and possibly head to the high side. 841 is the high of day. We're printing 755, so there's a good amount of room possibly to weasel up into those highs. I'm looking at wetting my beak in the mid-70s. We shall pack our patience there. Apple is coming down though, so if it does drop below that 219.60, that's where I'm going to get out. It has a bottoming tail right into that 219.50. The future just wicked off 19.6. I'm anticipating a bit of a range on the future, but we are at the lows. Well, I shouldn't say at the lows. We are at a 100-point level. We just printed the low at 19,586. So we'll see if the bleeding wants to continue on to the future. I didn't think we were going to sell off aggressively. I thought we would whiffle and waffle, stay within the range. We'll see. We'll pack our patience to see if we do stay in said range. Let's look at some large caps, obviously, other than Apple, because I'm involved in that one at the moment. Tesla, very rangy, and that's why the Katina man was scalping this one to no end. Look at this range that has been put. He's bidding 227, and he's going to do the walk and talk. So shout out to him. Enjoy your time there, buddy. Get some nice R&R. Nice mental capital refresh there. 228.5 seems where Tesla is rejecting off, but it is finding support, at least on a closing basis, maybe not a wick basis, right at that 227.90, 89, whatever. That's actually yesterday's closing print. So Tesla is stock within a range, and it's had a lot of respect for whatever reason at this 227.90, even though we did wick below it in the IB low and also at 1020. And again, we keep finding generally support there. And then for whatever reason, we're also finding resistance at pivot points. And we haven't been using pivots in a hot minute. So we'll keep tabs on that. It looks like Apple is dropping, though, aggressively below my area for break 60. I'm Gonzino. Looks like you had that one right, Adara. Should listen to you on that one.
Oh, I don't know about that. Thank you for that. But yeah, so Apple right now, I'm still in. Did I set my? Okay, I did set a stop here on Palantir. I just wanted to make sure I had a stop. I'm gonna have to move that stop on Palantir because we added to this position. So basically, I want to talk about why. I know I said I initially wanted 36. Wasn't able to get involved at 36 is where I wanted to, at least for an ad. So I was like, you know what, Adara? We're going to do this 36, 45s. I'm basically using prior, like I said, my general strategy when I add to a position is to move my stop to prior bar highs, especially if I can risk the same amount that I was already risking in terms of percentage of my risk. That's what I'm doing here in PLTR. We did add to the position less than I initially was planning to add at 36, 35, but we added some at 31s. We're going to take out the first piece here at 36.25. Should we get there? That's about a fifth of the total position after adding. AAPL gave me the first beak wetter. Also,
nice. Yeah, I got stopped out.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. And to be clear, I want to echo as well. I like your level there for 60s because that was where I got out part of the position because I knew that was going to be a bit of a level. And you know, honestly, I feel kind of weird being in this position still because I told you guys I didn't even feel that confident, and I was like, oh, Apple, whatever. This is boring. I want to go to Microsoft. But you know, I didn't get stopped out. I had never reason to leave, so I stayed in it. And yeah, I mean, I thought your long off VWAP looked dope. I said that too. So it's like, the markets will be interesting. The markets will test your patience, your sanity, and all that fun stuff. And you just got to figure out what levels work for you and what makes sense. Also, I am moving my stop on AAPL to prior bar high, which is going to be 83s. So 219. 83s. I need to find a way to automate my, and I mentioned this yesterday too, I need to find a way to automate my system in terms of when I move my stops when I'm using prior bar highs, especially like if I'm in the lesson and I'm like, oh, things are making new candles, and I'm like, ooh, you know what I mean? So I need to find a way to automate the system. As of right now, though, that's the system that works pretty actively managing these positions. So AAPL, let's see if we can, that apple can fall a little bit further off the tree. Shout out to Isaac Newton and gravity, which came from an apple falling off at what? Okay, so let's see if Apple gets some gravity to the downside. I was a little bit too proud of that admittedly nerdy and kind of basic pun, but let's see what happens there. If Apple rejects, you know, we're going to do, I'm willing to add if we reject off like 77s here, but I also still think, I want to shout out Sharif for calling it the 219.60s area. I think we're still forming a base here. I don't really know if I want much of that smoke. PLTR, chill in here. Palantir, I'd like to see us get another tier lower here. Let's see if we can get that fill. Again, we're going to take out I believe I said here 50%, no, sorry, 10%, a fifth of the position. Sorry, 20%, a fifth of the position at 36.25. Adara, math, speaking, you got this. Let's go, girl. Shout out Gravity, says Rivian Millionaire. Yeah, indeed, you got to shout out Gravity there. I guess if you're a long, you don't want to shout out Gravity. But you know what? Speaking of longs here, you know what is weirdly still working?
What?
Is MSFT as a long. And I didn't get long this because I was like, Apple. But you know what we're out of now, Sharif?
What?
Apple.
Okay.
So we are going to try to get a bit of a stank bid here on the on this guy. Let's see how many shares we can get on this. Because I like the 431.01. Yeah, okay, we're not able to get that many shares. That's fine. Let's try a smaller position, perhaps. At 431.01s, if we can get filled, perfect. So we're going to risk this here into 431. Sorry, not 431. That would make no sense. We're going to risk this into 431. If like just below 60s, we'll do 59s because that to me is a level that makes sense. We're going to do 431. Or sorry, 431, no, 430, 59s, F6. Real life stops, Sharif, in real time. How are your trades going here in your little small cap gappers? They look spicy. Omax certainly is.
Not bad. I just took about 20 pennies right now on APLT. Did weasel up into about 85s. I'm still holding a piece. Want to see if this one can get into around 8. It's a good look for this one. I did not add to this one. I wanted to add. I didn't add it into at the around 7.5. I love the base that it formed. Let's see if it can continue to weasel its way up. OMEX. We got a very small position to start. We're at high, so I had to account for that. We're looking at defending 70 and then ultimately looking to DC. These are all planned DCAs right back into a 155. There's an area crest over here off which I'd like to play. I also like that 170 area because we've been whiffling and waffling around there for a hot minute. So I'd like to see what that one does as well. So OMEX at highs. What a monster. This one up 250%. Still above the 10 exponential on the 5. So it's doing its doing its darndest to, I guess, continue the trend. 3 red candles in a row now on the 5 as I look to the side chart over here, but yet still above the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. There is only the 10 exponentials at 165. There's really no other support levels between that 170 area from which I'm looking to get in at. And then I would say 155, 150 to 155. Because it's really depending on whether you want to base it on the area crest or the area wick or the closing print. So 3 red candles in a row right now, kind of not topping tail, but sort of with equidistant tops and bottoms on OMEX on the 5-minute. We'll look to see if we can get that print at around 70, but I am looking planning dollar cost average on this one, light position to start. There we go. We got the print on 71. Let's go back to APLT now. We're about almost 30 pennies in the money on this one. So let's see if we can weasel up a little bit more. APLT, let's put some respect on this one's name, 67%, but it's had a lot of trouble breaking through the range as we see it every day at 780, guys. This area has been whiffling and waffling in and around that area. So I'd like to see if we can weasel up a little bit. PRTG, I took this off my screen because I kept getting stopped out on it, but it is now curling right back up into 16. I don't even want to put it up on the screen because I don't want to be tempted to trade it. So I know, right?
I've had sometimes you have tickers like that.
Right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to put our out at 88s on APLT, which should, kind of front run a little bit of that $8 possible resistance here. So if we can weasel up a little bit more on APLT, that would just be aces. All right, so we're still at above 70 right now on OMEX. I got the print there. I'm keeping my eye on that 10 exponential. My beak wetter's already hanging out exactly where I wanted. 88s, the high of the day is 86. That's obviously risky in and of itself. Putting your beak wetter, your first profit taker, ahead of the high of day. I get that, but this thing's up 250%. So we shall see what we shall see, a meaningless tautology to send you off to Neil's lesson of the day.
Ooh, thank you very much. The lesson of the day brought to you by Sharif's Vocabulary, but also, of course, as always, by our good friends over at Moomoo. And obviously today, the lesson has got to be something about these moving markets and these rates, because it's a Fed day today. And when you have a Fed day where we're going to get rate cuts, they're not on the horizon. They are happening today. This market's about to shift. So just look at that Nvidia move to the downside here today, but from the highs, it'll be down a 33%, 35% one moment, then we're bouncing the next. To protect your gains, you need Moomoo's trailing stop orders. Now, along with the NASDAQ, Moomoo is your top investing app. Unlike typical stop orders, ours move up as the stock rises, locking in profits before a drop. And it works for options too. Plus, enjoy 0 commissions, 0 contract fees, 8.1% APY on uninvested cash, and 15 free stocks. Don't miss out. Check the link in the description or scan the QR code below. rate hikes, rate cuts, the Fed always gonna move the markets, but something is different about today. It's not just that we have a rate decision today, it's that we have a contested rate decision today. It's not 100% or 99.9% or 98% what we're expecting to see at 2 o'clock. And when that is the case, we have a different dichotomy going into the afternoon. It's not, we're caring about 2 o'clock instead of 2:30, or maybe we're caring about both. But when you look at the morning session and how you're able to navigate it, I think you've got to be very, very cautious in your approach, because we were expecting a bit of an inside morning. If you end up trending, you can always join the trend. But if you look at what this NASDAQ did, like, we had a big wide range going into it just to set the stage. Since we flipped over contracts, you've had 3 days of not even a couple hundred points worth of moves in the NASDAQ, and each day just a little bit less. At the open today, this is the range. Like, this little sliver is the range, 1967 to 19738 or whatever it is. It's not even 100 points, everybody. And when that is the case, it's very important knowing that you could break in either direction. You can hold that and rinse people in and out multiple times and then break out one way or another. You don't want to get caught buying tops, or sometimes if it had broken the other direction, caught shorting at the bottom. You've got to find the right names and be ultra disciplined. And what I mean by that, and you've probably seen me, if I like a stock and it starts working, I start looking for the continuation play, buying VWAP and all that good stuff. I'm going to give you an example of what was different here. Alphabet, the play for Google, they had decent news. I mean, it was a decent story with them getting getting that fine annulled, I guess is the word they're using, with the EU. And it was gapped up. It was looking strong, but I was anticipating a potential dip, and we looked into previous close. Now, oftentimes, if you dip into the level that I want and it works, the next thing I'm thinking about is, okay, baby, we're going higher. Let's get in at VWAP. Let's go. It did it once. The second time through, I backed off. Because when it was range bound and the market started not breaking, like, oh, well, if you like a price, let's only trade it there. Because this is the kind of day, if we're expecting an inside day, then why am I expecting the extended move all the way up to the top if the market's not doing anything crazy? On a day like today, just wait for it to show you your level again. And then it did. And into VWAP, a lower high, get out again. So take a smaller win the second time through, but only engage at one price. I gave it one more chance at the wick bottom for a small trade, but really it's just about holding the line in a lot of ways. And then being able to say, well, if you're going to take a shot something long, we looked over at Apple, and we're sort of able to understand that what was something doing a little bit different. And Apple was the only stock that was breakout and continuation. I mean, there were stocks that were breaking down and continued the downside. It was the only stock that was a breakout continuation play. So that was worth it to take that shot. It was doing something distinctly different. And that's what you want to look for in a day like today. If you, on a Fed day, especially one where we're going to get an undecided size of a rate hike, if you end up taking less trades, I think it's probably a good thing. If you end up in fewer stocks, I think that's probably a good thing as well in a general sense. There wasn't a million different opportunities out there where you get something flying. And look at Apple, it's actually bouncing off of VWAP rather nicely in here. You had to be ultra patient. And just to take it one step further, there was one step further to give you another idea out there. Here's an example, SMCI, of what I mean where you don't want to get tripped up or trapped. When the market wasn't breaking out, once the opening range set in for the first half an hour, so this is your up move in SMCI. Now, you saw Apple was able to settle that one down and take out the top. Okay, so it's doing something different. You go long. Once the opening range was done, SMCI was equally strong, but remember the cautionary tale. On a day like today, be careful if it's not continuing its move, it goes into resistance and kind of trips up a little bit. Now you can see a little better. It goes into resistance, trips up a little bit. Be very, very careful. If the longs were down in the 40s, don't just assume that VWAP is going to be good. Once the opening range was set, VWAP was the turning point, if anything else. And suddenly it turned into a weak name. Now that's most days this would be let's go for the VWAP long guaranteed. It's a strong stock, it's double dipping VWAP, but not on a day like today. Today's the kind of day where if the long was here early in the 40s, then you want to try that and wait for it again. Be very particular about your trading. Be very particular about your levels because you're expecting on an inside type day. Now, obviously, eventually the market broke down, but an inside type day, you want to trade only those key price levels sometimes and then sit out all of the other nonsense. The other thing you can do is maybe go into some high flyer names like OMEX is moving around. I think that's doing a good volume where you can be a little bit more active if that's your cup of tea. But be very, very careful chasing moves on things like SMCI. I mean, I can give you a third one just because I happen to be looking at it, and it's a name that I'm pretty sure nobody looked at. Carnival had a move. So CCL, now we don't talk, I mean, I can't remember the last time I even looked at CCL, but it's a perfect example, again, of a stock that was in the midst of a breakout. If you look at the opening range at 10 o'clock, it dipped into VWAP. It immediately lost VWAP. Again, a continuation through VWAP type trade on a strong stock at 10, usually a good idea. On the Fed day, it can't hold on. Now remember, Apple broke out the top. That's what made it good. SMCI did not. It lost VWAP. It was not a buy there the first time. What did you have to do with CCL? Well, you had to wait for it to retest another key level. So it doesn't quite get to the prior day lows, or prior day highs, I should say, for those lows, but that's about as close of a dip buy as you're going to get. That's what you're playing off of. First pullback at the open was into 1825. Second pullback in the opening range was 25s. Third time, it probably rinses some people out, but it's your only shot at a long. It's traveling all the way back to the original level, which was the bottom in the first move. And that's what you had to do. If you wanted to grab the bottom and reload in SMCI, you had to wait absolutely to where it was at 935. With CCL, you had to do the same thing. There was no VWAP retracement trade. With Google, you had to wait for the absolute bottom again. And this is the level of patience required on a day like today, where you're expecting everyone not to know what's going to happen. And so therefore, you might get more of a range-bound and whippy day. And when that's the case, you've got to be extra patient. Extra patience, extra diligence. If you've got a good level, sometimes it's better to trade that level than just try to join into the trend aggressively. Do that maybe in a small cap. But on this type of a Fed day, you want to sit back, relax, make a few less trades, wait for those perfect price areas. When they get in there, then put the trade on. And this was a perfect example where you had multiple runners that were showing relative strength, and the ones that topped out at 10 o'clock in the opening range and couldn't break the highs, those weren't even good at VWAP. You had to wait all the way back into the bottom. The one that did, Apple, gave you your continuation. That's what's distinctly different today. Your lesson of the day on a Fed day, we have a contested rate decision. Extra patience required.
Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and just awesome as always. Neil Roberts, baby, dropping the hot lines. We call him the hotline dropper, not for no reason, because he does drop hotlines. So if you like what you hear, if you like what you just heard, I should say, join us every day around that noon hour. Neil's lesson of the day, always around that time. Thank you again, Neil. All right, in 3 trades at the moment over here, OMEX, still trading this one because it's above the 10 exponential on the 5 rim. I do like this one. Well in the money here on APLT as it works its way possibly into that 788 where I'm been waiting for a long time. We were long 52s. We're packing our patience. We're printing nicely on Apple finally. We're long 14s. Now it's breaking through 40s. So just wet my beak there. Quickly looking at for this one to move up. The market is on the way up. I saw Dan, the dang man, Emmons, getting pumped up there in the chat, baby. I'm assuming, Dan, you're long, because I don't think you'd be celebrating if the market was on the way up and you were short. So that is a nice move up there off 19.6. I anticipated for us to be a little bit range bound, and so far, so good there. All right, back to OMEX, because this is my largest position far and away. 3 adds onto this one. It's going to have to hold this 10 exponential on the 5. Let me show you what I'm looking at. This is what I'm looking at over here. It comes into that 10 exponential, puts in a doge, candle and then wants to curl back up, but the bamboozlement is real fast and furious on these small cap gappers. Get ready for flushes both ways, especially because I've been watching this, and the seller, whoever's selling or sellers, they've been moving down incrementally. Initially, they were at 75 pennies, and now they've moved down to 73. It's kind of like a wall of selling, so to speak, right? Overwhelming buyers on each successive lower high. So I'm going to pack my patience on this one. This was a planned dollar cost average trade, but if it doesn't manifest in the way that I anticipate, I have to be alive enough to get the hell out of there. All right, Apple is on the dang way up, and it just broke through 55s. Now I'm looking at 60s, and I'm going to hold on a little bit. Thank you, Adair. We lost on it, so we're trying to make some money back over here. Well, initially, you know that I got stopped out.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm waiting for that 75 penny area. There was this area of resistance. Yeah, you guessed it. At 75, it wasn't the longest lasting area, but 11.30 or so printed that. So we'll see if this future wants to continue up, and we shall print on that. So I'm waiting for the last peak wetter on APLT in front of 790. We're waiting at 88. We're getting 79 prints. We got almost the print. It weaseled up to 86, and then it sold off. So this is what's going on. What are you doing? All right, this is the level over here I want to get out at, so I'm going to pack my patience there. 75s just showed up again on OMEX, and yet again, we had another little rejection. So we're going to keep watching to see if that bigger seller, I think, is moving down with the price of there.
Yeah, I mean, Microsoft here pretty splendidly. I got long 431. I knew a little bit counter trend. I knew it was a bit reversion-y, but I liked what I saw in the book. And this is, I talked about this earlier. I really, really like, and you know, Sharif, shout out to Sharif, saying that Sean and I like to not let stocks off the hook. I've tried to be getting better. I've tried to get better at that again, because I know I used to do that a lot more, and then I got distracted by all the tickers, got a little lost in the sauce there. Shout out to Obi. But then I was like, you know what, focus, hone in on what works, because if you traded these tickers earlier in the day or even just earlier period, you know what levels are going to be spicy. Case in point, Microsoft. I had a long, I had a short, now I'm back long in this again, and both of those trades, I kind of knew which levels were going to make this one tick, right? So I am watching Microsoft here to the degree that I was actually just tempted to get everything out at 432.25s. If we can't break up at 432.25s, which actually now is in confluence almost with VWAP, that's going to be a red flag for me. So I'm going to be watching what the book does here. Basically, that was a level that, you know, I initially tried to get long off of because it was holding. Once it quadrupled, honestly, we never got back there again. So 432.25, that is massive resistance. I'm aware that that's massive resistance, but previous resistance, you know what it can do?
What?
It can flip to support.
Okay.
So I want to wait and see. I'm not adding here. I only have half the position left. So I took out this first out here at 431.9. What was this? 431.70s. That was because that was that previous support area, so I thought it could flip to resistance. It didn't. We cleared it, but I still wanted to take some out there. I had already added at that point at 431.40s, which was, again, another level I saw on the way down. So just basically to summarize all that mumbo-jumbo, what I'm using for Microsoft to plan this trade are levels I liked on the way down and trying to play off them on the way up. With that in mind, I have no other additions here. I don't want to add at this juncture. There's nothing screaming at me to add at this point. That the only area really would have been 75s. I already took some profit there, and we've kind of cleared that level. We're going to move the stop to 65, which is prior bar low, which is what prior bar low in the 5-minute, which is what I usually use as my stop on some of these here trades. So let's see if that gets going. In the meantime, we're going to wait, but like I said, stop, regardless of my stop, if I see anything I don't like at 432.20, I have no qualms about getting out there. Also, I like Palantir as it pushed above VWAP. I could not get filled Palantir. I know it's short Palantir, got stopped out break even. Now, though, I am interested in long if it bounces off VWAP. It clearly did. I did not get filled. It's all good. Where's the next trade? Potentially in Tesla, as it now tries to hold above 228. I'm going to stop yapping now, but I love your Apple trade. Shout out to you for yapping about Apple. Also, I want to look at CrowdStrike really quickly, guys, because CrowdStrike is on my side chart because it has an investor briefing today. Now, I saw that move up from 264s. I didn't trade it there because I was like, Adara, the volume's good, but we do have still lower highs. I would like to see what we do here at 266.50. Really what this will be is a spur of the moment scalp or trade, if we, depending on what we get here at that investor briefing at 1 p.m. So CrowdStrike on watch. We just want to let you guys know. I know I'm trying to trade less tickers, but CrowdStrike is an exception. If I see something I like, I'm going to CrowdStrike that with the intensity it deserves. How you doing? I'm
seeing a couple of topping tails on the 5-minute here on Apple at the $0.50 level. I don't want to base too much off it because the future, look, the future's at an area of resistance over here. So this area over here at 19,660, we did bounce off in the earlier trading day at around 10:15. We had a little bit of support there, then bounced back up, and then we whiffled and waffled at this area, which is showing you a little 15 minutes of consolidation. So we're right back up there right now. So do we encounter some support? I have the closing print today at yesterday, 19,675. So yeah, sure, that the closing print's important, but this level as well, at least right now, showing more importance than the closing print. Why I'm looking at the futures, because I'm involved in this Apple trade. We've been knocking on the door of this $0.50. Sure, we got into a little bit higher. We got into the high 50s, but it's showing you some propensity to sell there. And the way you can notice that is when you have a larger top wick than you do the body or the bottom wick. It just means selling pressure there, pushing the price back down every time it ascends. So there does seem to be a seller at the $0.50 or thereabouts on this name. And if that continues, well, then we'll have to think about how we want to execute on this trade, because I was looking for 221 before I wet my beak. So here we go with the $0.50 again. Let's see if we're able to break through it. This one, though, APLT, we're long 52s. Now it's printing 65s. I mean, we were 1 penny from getting printed at 88s. It did wick up into 87s. I am kind of concerned if it does break below 60. I don't want to chart too much off the 1. I chart more off the 5, execute on the 1, but there does seem to be initial buying at 60. There was selling certainly at 60. So if it breaks that level, I want to be alive to the fact that it could be giving back some of the move there. So we'll keep watching. OMEX, look, it's okay. It's okay. It's still above the 10 exponential. What I'm concerned about is the buying dries up, because I know the selling is getting aggressive because we're putting in lower highs. The only thing really keeping me, I don't want to say in this trade, but optimistic that the trade could manifest in the way that I want, is the fact that it's holding above the 10 exponential, and there seems to be buying at this area. We wick down, and then buyers push it back up. But my estimation, at least for the last little while, is that the selling in the mid to low 70s has been stronger than the buying in the high 60s, low 70s. How long that lasts, your guess is as good as mine. What I'm waiting for here is the curl, the hold, the respect for the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart, off which it's been respecting all day. I mean, there were a couple of outlying events over here in the more liquid time of day at 10:10, 10:15, where it briefly broke below the 10 and bounced off the 20. I'm accounting for that because I've got a DCA waiting at 160, a planned dollar cost average. So OMEX going to have to manifest one way or another. We're 3 pennies out of the money on this one. We'll see how it goes with this trade. APLT coming in close to that 60, man. I don't know if I want to take this out. And the dead one. Oh, dead one, go, dead one, go. So this one weaseled up into 70s, Adara. We are long 14s. This is one of my better trades in a while. And not the biggest money maker, but that's okay. Thank you, Patty. We'll see if this one can weasel up into that 221 area, which is where I've been hanging out. We'll see if we can get a print in and around there. Adara, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. Thank you, Sharif. I'm just, we're still in MSFT. We're going to move that stop there because we have had a new prior bar area. So where is, there we go. Let's find my Microsoft. Okay. So we're going to move that stop to 431.90s because that is now the new prior bar low in the 5. As we move that stop, I also want to address, I'm going to be taking profit out here at 69s. I know, yeah, okay, what's life without whimsy, but also that was an area of rejection. We did clear the 432.25 area for now. That's why I didn't take it out there. I'm willing to let it wait, and I'm willing to let this run a little bit. TSLA. Oh. I know I had said I wasn't going to trade this anymore, but I really, what I guess more what I meant was I'm going to stop trying to get involved in this around 228s. I know I took profit out here super early. We took profit this was a 30-cent move, but I just wanted to de-risk a little bit here with VWAP. I have a stop right below 228s. I think that's a reasonable area. I am also willing to add if we come back and bounce here off 45. So I'm just going to set a beak wetter here, 49s. Or not a beak wetter, an add. We're going to add at 49s. Bang. Should we get there? Let's see what we get, because we're not going to get upset, Sharif.
I like it, Adara.
Sorry, Bob. Also, I want to shout out Sean's Tesla short, how it ended with a million money little faces. Look at these clean little ranges, and then it takes a move down there. Look, he got out basically at lows. Yeah, Sean took his walk, said bidding 227s, and Sean is the only person who can walk away from his stock, and then it just does exactly what he wants to do. No, I'm joking. But in all seriousness, shout out to Sean. That is a great look there on Tesla, and hopefully I will have a similar look on Tesla. No, I'm joking, but yeah, you got to trade what works for you. Shout out to that. Appreciate that. I want to shout out your Apple trades as well, because the dead one is a bamboozler. We were both, trying to chomp on that Apple earlier today. Okay, you know what, Microsoft?
What? I don't know why I'm answering on its behalf. But
no, I think, I respect that because it can't talk, so I need somebody to talk for it. Microsoft, every time I think you're going to reject, once again at 432.25, you've proved me wrong, so I'm actually not going to mess with this. I still want to take out at 70s because I think that's a fair area, if you will. But let's see what's going on. AMD, let's go up, says Tom H. Yeah, that's a name that used to be a semi-permanent resident on my side chart. It rented some space, it had some real estate, but I haven't looked at it in many moves. Wow, AMD. Tom H. Truth pushing back his chair. Tom H. To be clear, I would be very cautious of this 150.20 level, and I say that because rejection. We'll have to see if it's a rejection. This is also an interesting pattern because we've got a flat top but lower highs, so it's a really different type of pattern. Not really one that I've necessarily seen in these here markets. Tesla, what are you going to do here at 229? I'm not adding here. It would really be kind of weird to add here. We're going to move our stop to 228.70s because that was an area of interest earlier. Where is my stop at on Tesla? Just trying to find. I need to organize my. Okay, there we go. So we're moving our stop here to 228.71. So basically around VWAP. Where is we have no? To be clear, there's not a lot of size left in this. It is a really small position still left over, but I still want to treat this trade with the respect it deserves. I'll be getting out if we get to 39s because that was an area I saw earlier in the book that I like. So we're going to get ready. 229. We'll do 38s because 37s because you don't like to give these stocks that much room to run, Sharif. You really can't. That is you know how disrespectful that these gentlemen can be. So let's get out there. Microsoft, are you actually going to give us the fill we want? We might get the fill we desire here on Microsoft. Again, still using prior bar lows as my stop for Microsoft. And then I will be getting out the whole position if we get here at 432.65. So I'm trading the remainder of both these positions, but I have about double Microsoft what I have there in TSLA. Also Palantir, I know I was bemoaning the fact that I had gotten a nice push on Microsoft. I know I was bemoaning the fact that I wasn't able to add to that or get in back in this at 50s or VWAP, yada, yada, yada. But Palantir not really having the push up that I necessarily wanted it to, so I'm going to let this chill, going to let it bake. Is AAPL a reload, says SOS. Probably not the person to mention, or probably not the person to ask. That would be Sharif. But I think that could be an interesting look there. Intel curling as well. I don't want to trade too many tickers, but INTC getting a nice little reversion curl. Yesterday, this one did a reversion of a reversion of a reversion of a reversion. I actually asked Obi to confirm there was how many reversions we got in Intel yesterday. But let's see here. This 2095 area in Intel, could it bounce? Could 21 do something for INTC? I don't necessarily want to load into another ticker, but this is an interesting one. I also don't want to, that's my thing too. I'm kind of torn because you don't want to avoid trades just because you're like, I don't want to trade too many names either, right? So let's see what happens. If there's something beautiful that sets up, I like this potential reversion. But right now, honestly, Palantir, I want to see how this shakes up. And I want to continue to ride the TSLA and Microsoft trades to the fullest of their abilities. Thank you to Roger for shouting out. I guess, we have a dollar club at Microsoft. And we got filled on Microsoft, so please just punch with that. Let's go MSFT. Looks like a good area too because now we're kind of flopping. I'm not going to get back involved in this until we get back to some of my earlier levels. Please just punch with this trade. Happy I took it out where I did. How you doing over here with that Vivos?
We fat fingered it there. We got in at 50s. I took the entire position out at 60s. That wasn't the move. In fact, I don't even really like where I got in. I was getting in here to get a starter position. I like the 33 penny area. I'm looking for an area defend. I'll get to my other trades in a second, but I want to talk about Vivos for a second because you guys are yapping about it nonstop in the chat. Look at the umpteen amounts of topping tails at 4 1/5. So I was trying to front run it at 4 1/3 to account for the 10 exponential on the 5. Look what it did, bruh. Like it came in right into 437s. Give me the dang 33 fills. So I had to chase it at 50s. I made a mistake taking out the entire position at 60s. That wasn't the move. I still like this possibly for a quick breach of the 10 exponential. I love the fact that so many candles, topping tail, all reject initially at 420. Okay, I don't know. Shout out to 420 Bud Monster. I like this level. I'm probably going to put another order out for it to see if it does hold at that level or not. Now, that's the move for my VVOS trade. Let's go ahead and do that. We're going to sit at 433. Come on, it's already leaving, bro. It's not going to come back. Anyway, whatever. I'm really happy with this trade on Apple. Got out at 75s. It continued higher, obviously. Goes without saying. Got to 88s. And now curling back down into 75s. We're going to keep an eye on Apple. APLT, look, I wanted to add at the 50 penny level. I made that clear. I made a mistake not adding. I'm still holding a piece. We're looking for 88s as the out. It went to 87s. Is it an add here, though? That is not my style. I don't want to add here. We're too in the middle range for me to want to add. I want to add at the top or at the bottom, and I feel this is kind of midpoint right now, so I would personally not add here. It's zigging and zagging right now too, so keep your eye out on this one. Now, this is the one that's gonna have to hold up here, or that's the last straw. OMEX, this is a 20 exponential. This was the planned DCA that we were yapping about, and there is an area crest here, 2 area crests actually to account for near this area, that if they don't hold, well, then the trade is no longer valid. I'm looking at this area, 155, kind of 150-ish. It doesn't hold this area. That's the end of the trade, and we're going to lose on it. But we're already 8 pennies out of the money, but it's trying to hold up here. Let's see where we go with this one. Now, let me tell you about this. I have very lofty profit takers here that we're not accounting for this descent. So I'm going to have to adjust my profit takers with a 170 average over here. The first beak wetter, I was sitting at 82s. The next one was 88s. So I don't know if I get that anymore, right? So we're going to have to account for that. I don't want to take out too much too quickly. If this one ascends and I don't get stopped out, that's a big if, I don't want to be in the position of taking out too much too quickly because it was against me, right? Well, what was the point of that then, right? Then you're kind of DCAing to get out of the trade. You're not DCAing to make money because it's planned. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to move down my profit takers. That could end up biting me in the rear end. We shall see. I do have my out on this one. If it gets triggered, it gets triggered. And it looks like it's coming back down. It looks like sellers in control of OMEX here. I got to be honest with you. Obviously, we're still above VWAP. VWAP's above 40, but I was trying to base my levels off key areas of technical support and resistance. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I'm not going to fight with this one. So that's the look there. VVOS. Still with my dip trade at 4 1/3, unfilled, going up to 4 3/4. This is awfully strong. Let me give you the details on it because I didn't get to talk about this one initially. 15 3/4 million market cap, about 41 million shares traded already, and it's got a very small 3 million share float. So this one can absolutely move. Let's find out what the short float is and shout out to Nos Boss and his crew. No real big short float here, just about 1 3/4 of that 3 1/3 million shares is borrowed for shorted era. So we're going to pack our patience there. We're going to start in that lesson awfully soon. Just want to deal with this dang OMEX trade. How you doing over there?
Yeah, I'm doing well, thank you. I am in one trade, and I want to talk about Tesla because I added, and I know it's like, I'm not going to add, but I've also, I don't know why I did that voice. I've also always said, and not always, this has been more recent, if I see something in the book that is screaming at me, I have no problem getting out of trades earlier than I wanted to, and I also have no problem adding. Within reason, within levels that make sense. So with that in mind, I actually did add to TSLA. We're going to be taking out, I added at 85s, I believe, because I liked what we were doing in the book at the time. I also had realized, like, my stop at the time was like, where was it? Like 228.70. That was way too conservative for what we were doing at the time. So I was like, yeah, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, figure out your life there, Adara. The stop currently right now is, is it 228? Where is my stop right now? My stop is at 228.55s, I believe. So that's where the stop is. And that was from that VWAP support resistance flip area. So it's like, if we break below that area, I want no smoke. I'll be taking out half the position at 229, the other half at 229.40. I might regret that addition later, but you know what? You have to trade what you like. And I'm still risking less than I was initially. Also, Palantir, I liked this bull flag. Finally got filled. We're going to be risking, I have to set my stop though because I just got filled in this, 36. We're going to do 43s. So risking about, that is not what I wanted to do. We're going to be risking about 7 cents here, which I think is realistic for Palantir given the size of my trade as well. Took a few more shares. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be starting to de-risk this as we push into 60s, then as we push into 70s. Again, I really want to be cognizant that this isn't a FOMO trade because I initially didn't want to get long involved at VWAP, but I do like these levels, and I think risking into 43 also makes sense because that was that pretty key VWAP support resistance area. It held beautifully as support earlier, and then once we cracked below it, that was all she wrote for the long. So I think this is an area that makes sense for me based on, again, what I see on the book, which is one thing I feel really comfortable with, and then also what I see on the chart. Tesla. Can you do something for me? Can you please give us 229s for me? Do your thing, 229. Yeah, I'm going to stop trying to sing that. But good look at that there. Yeah, so just to clarify, again, too, I'm seeing some comments about it. We have the FOMC decision, 2 p.m. Our show will be done at 1:45. And we will also have, then there's another thing I wanted to say.
What?
1:45. Oh, yeah, and then Papa Powell will hop on that mic. The reversion man himself will be dropping some hot fire, some hot lines at 2:30.
Dot plot. Economic projections. Are you not excited?
I
want to see the dot plot.
Yeah. I mean, I love when Jay Powell talks. I've talked about this a lot because I love the questions people ask him, and his like confused responses. Like my favorite is when this guy asked him, I think it was at some kind of college thing, like, if you had a crystal ball, what would you want to know about the economy? And he was like, I wouldn't want to. Like I was.
You wouldn't want to?
Yeah, he was like,
really,
I don't know. Like he didn't know.
You believe
he was
him?
confused, I think, by the question.
Oh, yeah.
Which is fair because it was kind of a weird question. But I remember even like literally, I was talking to my sister yesterday on FaceTime, and I was like, oh my gosh, Jerome Powell's sitting in the mic. She's like, yeah, I know you love when he comes on. Like
I love how your sister knows who Jay Powell is.
I'm so entertained by this man. I think I also showed her the close the door video. But yeah, let's see. Hopefully, we don't have to close the door on this Tesla trade quite yet. I would love to see us push into 229s. At this point, I will also be moving my stop to prior bar lows. Let's see if we can get a spike higher in that Cybertruck. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Palantir basically flat, but that one sometimes takes a minute to get going. So let's see if we can get crack-lacking on these trades. Just got our fill on the Cybertruck. Beep, beep. Got to recharge that guy in the station. We're not going to add to this trade right now. We're just going to see what we do at 40s. How are you doing?
Good. We're going to start the lesson du jour. I wanted to mention that Apple got into 221s. So I was thinking possibly short here, be honest with you, but I'm not going to do that with the lesson. The market is at the closing print from yesterday, 19,675. We have 3 5-minute candles that kind of reject in and around that area. Keep your eye on 19,675 on the NQ December contract. We are now charting on the December contract. Mashworth, thank you very much, my friend, for the $2 super chat. Sharif, take a look at levels. Oracle, no problem. Let's have a look at ORCL. What's his name again? The dude, the founder of Oracle again? Yeah, David, what's his name? Larry Ellison. Now the second richest man after the Musk one and above Bezos now. So there you go. Bezos was at the fight on the weekend, by the way, at the Canelo fight, and he was taking pictures with everybody. This guy's a celebrity now. He's not a CEO anymore. He's chairman of the board. He can let Jassy worry about all that jazz. So shout out to him, enjoying his life. You look good too. TRT does a hell of stuff for you there. So keep an eye out on Oracle over here. Great VWAP rejections today on Oracle. Sure, the more liquid time of the day, you do get these breaches, but look how quickly they are able to retrace. And look at that. The vigor with which they're able to break VWAP lessens and lessens as the day goes on. Look at this. So closes above VWAP, but then rejects super quick. Wicks above, quick drop down. Then it's only one candle that can work up. So I like Oracle as a short today off VWAP, possibly. Yeah, there's also a trend line you can draw, obviously, with lower highs. That's my look for Oracle on the day. I don't know how you were looking at trading it. Daily, obviously, Oracle looks fantastic with support, obviously, at that 147. We kept rejecting off that. I'd say 150 likely a better level if you want to get into the long term on Oracle. So thank you for the super chat. Hope you primed up multiple storms. And let me know how it goes. Oh, baby, we got the print on APLT. And this one, went all the way to 8. So that's like a 30 some odd penny winner for me on an $8 name. Happy with this trade. Still could do a little bit better on it. I'm upset with myself for not having added. I was yapping about that 55 penny ad. You look away and it's gone anyway. That's the look there. This is the trouble one, though. This is trouble for me. I don't like how OMEX is setting up at all. And here it comes as I'm talking. It's going to drop below 50. Doesn't hold 50. I want no more smoke with this one. We're going to lose on this one. And there is selling here as now it is using previous area of support at say $1.66, maybe 1 2/3, and it's basically using that now as resistance. Look how it tried to work back into $1.64, 65, and then it was met with a wall of selling. I still feel like the sellers are in control here, and I'm going to be in trouble. Let's see what it does at VWAP. We're going to let this one cook, and then let basically come what may. What are you doing over there, Katina man? Tesla? He's watching the market. The Katina man is watching the market. What did the market do? Let me just have a look quickly over here. What do we do? Yeah, we rejected off 19,675 all the way down, looks like to 19,650, but getting bought up right back into the 60s. Who knows how this market's going to go? Apple dropped nicely off 221. Look at that quick wick down into $0.25. Now it's back into 3/4. Who do you think you are? Nvidia? Who do you have trading like this? Apple, making me look bad for calling you the dead one. It's moving like I haven't seen it move before. Obviously, people were trading Apple far before I came into the market, and it used to be the darling, apparently, of the options market. Then Tesla was, now Nvidia is. And here it is on OMEX. I'm going to get stopped out. That's a tough one for me. This is a bigger loss. Let me just call a spade a spade. There's 4 ads into this, so this is trouble for me. How much did I lose on this one? Is this trouble? Yeah, it's a bigger loss. That's okay. So we'll keep an eye on this one. If it wants to hold up at the volume weighted average price, let's put an alert around there to see what we do. It's about like $1.41, $1.42, but this one looks like it's giving it all up over here. So that's a tougher one. Mixed bag for me today. Let's see what we get going after this lesson du jour. We're talking about double tops and double bottoms today. We're continuing with the discussion on these reversal patterns. So let's get right to it. We'll get to more reversal patterns as this week and the next week goes on. So by the end of this lesson, we aspire to understand the double top and double bottom patterns, how to measure the potential price targets, and the practical application of these patterns in trading strategy. So let's get right down to business, baby. As we typically do, we'll just introduce the topic de novo. So double tops and bottoms are what we call classic reversal patterns that signal a change in the trend direction. A double top is indicative of a market shift from bullish to bearish, while a double bottom signals a reversal and a move from bearish to bullish. Some of the key features of double tops and bottoms. The double top, let's start with that. It's got 2 peaks of similar height separated by a moderate trough. The exact opposite is true of the double bottom, where you have 2 troughs of similar depth and they're separated by a moderate peak. What better way to show than an image? There you go. There's your first top. There's your second top, and there is your middle trough area where we held up. And this area over here is going to become important because we're going to base the neckline off that. But just a view of this chart over here, you got to love how the neckline ended up holding at a previous area of resistance. I do love that because it's a predictable area off which you can possibly get in to ride the double top to the high side. I mean, you don't know it's going to be a double top until it makes that right side, right? So at this area, I don't know. I personally would love to get in at this area over here because it's a predictable area off which to get in. So let's talk about how to identify these double tops and bottoms, some tricks over here. So let's talk about the double top formation first. It looks like OMEX is really tanking over here because I just got an alert that it dipped into that volume weighted average price. So I want to stop the lesson for a second over here just to have a look at our friend OMEX and see whether or not it finds that support off of $1.40. It's at VWAP right now. It's very aggressive red candle. I don't think it's prudent for me to punch along in here and do the lesson. So we're just going to watch that one and see what it does. So let's identify the tops and bottoms. Let's talk about the double top formation first. So essentially the double top pattern is formed when the price rises to a resistance level, it declines again, then rises again to test, the same resistance level, but it fails to break through it. This pattern often forms after a significant uptrend, showing exhaustion in buying strength. So again, like we talked about yesterday with the head and shoulders pattern, it's incumbent upon you to identify the trend after identifying the pattern. Usually you see the pattern first, or maybe you don't, who knows? But the point is to look at what the trend was preceding the formation of the pattern. In the case of a double top, you should see an uptrend. And then the neckline here is important as well, as I kind of prefaced earlier. The horizontal support line at the trough, between the two peaks, this is a break below that, confirms the pattern and signals a potential move to the downside. And this is kind of what I'm talking about. We reject off point A, come back down into that trough area, point B, we move back up, point C, but then look at that point B break. And that's where the more conservative trader would execute an entry on the double top at point B. That's not necessarily where everyone else would get in. A lot of people would be able to identify that we've rejected at that same level. So point A, point C, obvious to be able to see them together, and they get in somewhere on the way down to the neckline, perhaps even wetting their beak or adding to the position upon the break of the neckline. So a conservative entry enters after the neckline break, a more risk prone entry enters on the formation of the right side of the double top. Double bottom, kind of the same look there. It's essentially a mirror image of the double top. It does occur though after a downtrend when the price tests the support level twice, but without breaking it, and then moves back up. Once the price breaks above the neckline, it indicates the potential for a new or more prolonged uptrend. But as we talked about yesterday with the head and shoulders, the bottoms take longer to form than the tops. And for whatever reason, people maybe take more time to decide whether to buy than as opposed to when to sell. Maybe that's the reason, maybe some psychology. Don't really know. I know that is a fact statistically. Double bottoms take longer to form than these double tops. They hang around the support area for sometimes a little bit longer. So what you'll see is the right side of the W maybe kind of flat for a little bit before it starts making higher highs and higher lows. But volume here, operative, so in a double top, volume typically decreases as the second peak is forming, and then you have higher volume upon the neckline break. Same thing with the double bottom. You have rising volume on the breakout of the neckline, so keep your eye out for that. Let's talk about there's this image first. So there's your double bottom over here. There's your neckline break, and then you should be looking for higher volume bars on the bottom once that neckline, which is the dotted line over here, is broken to the upside. Sure.
I'm ready to go with it. Okay. So this part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. Look at this girl with her awesome little pink ombre. Becoming a funded trader means trading with the firm's money instead of your own. At Trade the Pool, you'll first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. Once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power. You get to keep up to 80% of your profits, and the firm covers the risk. It's a perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Are you ready to become a funded trader?
No.
Oh, I think you might be a little too late for that. Join Trade the Pool. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Thank you very much to Trade the Pool for pooling their resources for us.
Oh, there it is. I'm getting into this again. No, you're good. I put my stop and play, and we're all good to go there. All right, let's get down to business. Let's talk about the measuring technique here for the double tops and double bottoms. So like we talked about yesterday with the head and shoulders pattern, you're measuring from the top of the head to the neckline, and then you're projecting that downward. Same thing with the inverse head and shoulders. You're measuring from the bottom of the trough to the neckline and projecting that upwards. That's kind of the same thing here with the double top and double bottom. So the height of the pattern measured from the peaks in a double top or the troughs in a double bottom to the neckline, that provides the basis for the price target. So we've talked about this when we did the week on the measured move. The measured move acts simply here as a guideline. Bless you, Ram. As a guideline for setting your price targets. For example, if the distance between the peak and the neckline is $5, the expected move after the break of the neckline is supposed to be $5 in the direction of the trend reversal as well. And this is kind of what we're talking about here. So if you have the distance between the troughs of the double bottom and the neckline, here it says it's 170 pips. So what you need to do is you need to project 170 pips above the neckline break, and that's where you're looking to wet your beak. In this case, it would be over here. Shout out to the measured move. Entry points. Let's talk a little bit about that as well. So the practical application, obviously, is what we're going to talk about here. We're going to talk about entry points, stop loss placement, and volume confirmation. Let's start with entry points. Traders typically enter a short position after a confirmed break of the neckline in a double top pattern, while traders typically enter long after the neckline break in a double bottom. Again, this is more, that's kind of more conservative style where you wait for the actual neckline break before entering the long. Many traders would take on a bit more risk by entering on the right side of the double bottom and entering somewhere across here with their stop below the low of the second or of the right side of the double bottom. Stop loss placement as well, very important. A stop loss should be placed above the second peak in a double top or should be placed below the second trough in a double bottom, obviously to manage risk, and this is what we're talking about here. So if you're going to get in the formation of the right side of the W, I would say place your stop below here. But you know, if you're getting in above the neckline break, personally, I want this neckline to hold. It's an area of previous resistance, so it should act as support, and you see here it comes to retest it. So personally, if I was to get in at the neckline, I'd have my stop a little bit below the neckline. If I got in above the neckline, I'd have it below the neckline. I personally wouldn't want to put my stop all the way down on the right side of the double bottom, you know, and then give back this entire move. So that's kind of my feeling there. If it's an area of previous resistance, it should somewhat act as support. So if that is the case and you wait for the neckline break, then I would place my stop somewhere, you know, kind of random down here. But if I was to get in on the formation of the right side of the double bottom, my stop would be placed below the low. Volume confirmation, last slide here. Volume plays a crucial role, certainly in validating these patterns. Traders should ensure that there is an increase in volume when the price breaks a neckline for a more reliable signal. And without volume confirmation, guys, the breakout may not sustain. You need to be on the lookout for that. So this is kind of what we're looking at here. We have the right side of the double top. Oops. The right side of the double top, right side of the double, or left side of the double top, right side of the double top. It definitely holds in and around the same area. And the look is, once we get that big boy neckline break, look for big boy volume. If there isn't, you need to be suspicious. To conclude, double tops and bottoms are reliable reversal patterns used by traders, obviously, to anticipate shifts in the trend and understanding how the measured move projects your potential price target, your beak wetter, and the importance of volume in confirmation provides the foundation for successfully integrating these patterns into your trading strategy. Adara?
Yeah, thank you very much, Sharif, for that lesson of the day, killing it as always there. I want to shout that. I know I sound like how you usually talk with Neil, informative and insightful as always, but yeah, I mean that. So thank you very much to Sharif with that. Palantir, we got our first beak wetter here. Ooh. We have some more planned, as you can see. We're going to get another piece here just before 3660s in our last chunk. Or not our last chunk, we got a lot more chunks left, but we'll have just over half the position out by the time we get above 70s. Then I want to save pieces for dreams. I'm also willing to add if any of these areas that I like for beak wetters end up becoming flipping from resistance to support. So if we start bouncing off 56s, I'll be adding. Start bouncing off 65, I'll be adding. I haven't moved my stop as of yet. Still having the stop here at 45, so I think that's a pretty reasonable area. But let's see what's going on here. Also, I am involved in a short on CrowdStrike, and as I said in the chat, it's a little bit tentative, it's a bit speculative, and it's a smaller position. I'm risking 50 cents. So for me, that makes sense with regards to my risk unit principle. It's also a smaller position. But why I liked the concept of this is because I was watching the book, and we are really struggling with getting anything salient above 266.50. Now, I know we're above that right now, technically on the ask, and we'll get these little false pops here. We'll get the bid creep at 266.47. I start panicking. I'm panicking. And then it does nothing. And now we're actually getting a bit of an ask creep to the downside, which is something I've always thought was bearish. That's the word I said, shortish almost. Also, guys, it's a bit of a double top. We talked about double top patterns. Now, a double top rejecting VWAP.
Oh, I like the rhymes.
Right, it does rhyme, and it's also a little confluency. I didn't want to trade any more tickers here, but I did say earlier today as well, CrowdStrike was going to be my exception because I really, this is a name I like trading. I knew it was going to be on watch with regards to its investor briefing. And you know what? That briefing is in 5 minutes. There's 100% a very real possibility I just get chopped out of this. I have a stop, like I've set the stop in a way that I think makes sense, even with it being spready. It's going to be right before 267, so risking roughly 50 pennies, depending on where that we actually get executed there. I'm not adding to this until I see something more into 266s. And again, I'm not even sure I will, but I don't want to give up on this trade because I like the look of it enough that I want to try. And again, very speculative, small position, all that. Other than that, we have Palantir. Also, Tesla got stopped out. Power bar lows, and it actually would have gotten to that level I liked at 229.40s. I actually want to say something too. So Jay Lee in the chat, I actually don't even know if Sean was short Tesla at this point. I think that was after we showed his little tweet and he was out of it. But Jay Lee was like, oh, like Sean's short Tesla, like maybe have a tight stop in case you're wrong. And I was like, you know what, thank you for telling me. But also I think my thing too is like I want to trade my plan, right? Because you can have different ideas in stocks and trade them differently. Like Sean, both Sharif and I were trading Apple in different ways. He made money in the long, I made money in the short, right? And so I think that's valid, but I think you also have to stick with what you do. Having the stop at prior bar low worked for me, although ironically, I could have gotten like another like 70, 80 cents out of it, right? So I think it's about what your plan is, because no one can trade your plan for you, right? You have to be, I know we say confident, but really it's like, confidera, as Darwin says, it's Sharifident. It's whatever you feel like confidence is for you, whatever trades make sense to you, because everyone's going to have their own style, their approach to the market, level of experience with the market, like, you know what I mean? Like, so I think that's value. Just go with what makes sense to you. So I want to shout out that comment because that one really made me think. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm going to stick with my plan. Happy I did. Crowd is, I'm absolutely, we're going to move my stop because I don't think I'm going to get executed where I want to on crowd. And I'd rather just get out of this now. I do not like what I'm seeing here. Sam, I am, or Sharif, I am, or viewers, I am. Yeah, I got out here. Honestly, happy I tried it. It ended up looking a little bit dicier than I wanted it to. And good thing I got out where I did because we're continuing to have that push up. I should have waited for the briefing, but it is what it is. Also, Palantir, are we knocking on the door of my next peak wetter? Potentially.
Hello.
With that in mind, I'm going to get ready to add another piece here if we get bounced at 36. Yes, okay. Good times. More excited than I've gotten in a while. Trying to be a calmer trader, Sharif. We're going to add a piece here at 36.55. I just want to see how much I have left of the position as of right now. Okay, dope. So we're going to add here a little bit at 36.55. So it's right now we've taken out about 40% of the position. We're not going to add all of that back, but we're going to give enough that we have a little bit to work with here. 55, we're going to add that much. Let's go. Let's see if we get filled, because that was certainly a support resistance area. If that flips, I want how much of that smoke?
All of it.
Yeah, let's get down to Sharif for that. Let's see. I'm still trying to figure out where to move my stop to, and I've said that's one of my biggest issues. When I'm like adding to my trades as I go, where to move the stop. I need to work on more clear, concrete exit plans, and that's something I'm definitely trying to figure out as I aggressively journal, as I learn. Right now, we're in Palantir, and it could not be more Palantir that, I don't know, there's actually no ending to that. It could not be more Palantir that Alex Karp is selling, but right now, I'm buying and hopefully eventually going to sell, because that's how trading works. How you doing?
Good. We took a nice little trade on VVOS. Sorry, guys, my head's pounding. I gotta go take one of Ram's Tylenols or whatever over there, because it's just, thank you, Ram. I appreciate you. Yeah, if I can grab one Katina, man. Yeah, I'd like Advil better than Tylenol, Ram. Why are you gonna, I appreciate you, brother. I'm gonna get a bottle of water in a sec. But yeah, we took this trade. Happy with this trade over here. 575, knocked on the door of 6. I kept seeing the wall of sellers and incrementally come back down, but I still like this, guys. I mean, just because we retraced doesn't mean that it's all over for this one. In fact, I think we probably hold up at 5.5. Let's see if we don't hold up at 5.5. I'm certainly looking at 5, and we are breaking down below 5.5. So topping tail, and it's breaching a little bit. Look, the 10 exponential on the 5 on VVOS. Remember how we talked about using the 10 exponential as an informal way to gauge overbought and oversold conditions on these small cap gappers? And that's kind of what I'm looking at here. So big extension away from the 10 exponential, which right now is 491. We printed 595s. It's got to come in and get a little closer to the 10 exponential. So if it does breach 5.5, I will be looking at 5. I will be looking to add at 5, likely with a resting order, because I may not be able to catch that as it, doesn't usually hang out at these levels for all that long because buyers will start stepping into them. Because if I'm looking at it, other people are looking at it too. So 5.5 gives way. I'm looking at 5, but if we hold up here, start curling back up, I'm going to punch long again, possibly to take out 6. Good look for VVOS today. We've been very positive on it. 2 trades so far, both positive, but this one obviously I didn't give back anything on this trade, but I did not have the full print as I saw the selling come in, so I got the hell out of there. That's exactly what I did there. So these small cap gappers, as I've said many times, they're around for a good time, not necessarily a long time. So we'll see if 5.5 wants to be an important level over here, whether it's just going to be another level that it glances at as it tanks all the way down. Apple doing the absolute most right now in a good way. 221 to third, curling up. I apologize for the look there on the chart because it is kind of convoluted a little bit with the dark pool print. But here, this could be a double top on the dead one. Okay? Now, we just finished yapping about double tops. What needs to come before the double top formation? Oh, I remember, an uptrend. Do we have an uptrend here? Yes, we do. Higher highs and higher lows usually means an uptrend. Do we have 2 similarly kind of areas of resistance? Yes, we do. 221, so let's say 50, and right now 221.33, a third and a fifth, awfully close. We haven't started tanking yet, but I'm on the lookout for it. I don't have to be first to get in. I just need to know that it possibly could come into play. So if that's the case on Apple and wants to reject off that 221.50, if a third of a dollar right now, we'll take it short. And I think that we have a good possible price target at 220. Right? So we'll see. AAPL certainly in play here. Look at the recovery, though, on the Cybertruck. Wowzers. What a move up. 226.88 low. We just breached through 230. We're still certainly not above the IB high. The IB high is still well above where we are right now. 231.75. We didn't spend any time there. Quick move up, then all the way back down there for TSLA, but it is above key areas of resistance. 230 was a level. Just ask that print at 1040. As well here, 950. 225 was a level. We breached both of those. Obviously still below the IB high. Tesla doing its absolute most in a good way. Did I just get printed on something there? I just saw my blotter flicker. Let me just make sure everything's good. That's so stressful
when you see the blotter flicker and you're like,
right?
Why?
No, we're good. We're good. It's all good there. We're not in any positions. And yes, we are all good there. No problemos. Just making sure over here that we're good. PRTG, yes. That's not a good trade today. So APLT coming back down to 750, guys. Is this an ad? People were asking me, yo, Sharif, what do you think of APLT over here? Well, I complained that I didn't add at 750. Okay, Sharif, so it's back at 747, 748. Do you want to add here? Yes, I do. We're long. We're not. Dude, what is going on today? I think oh, there we go. We're good to go. It's just me. I'm being crazy. So, we're long here at Dara. What we're going to do is we're going to give this one 10 pennies to the area low over here. If it breaks, we're gone. What's your look?
Yeah, shout out to that. I just got stopped out of PLTR. I moved my stop. I added at 55, which might have been a bit premature. But either way, I had to move my stop accordingly. Move my stop to 51s, which is around break even there, and I got stopped out. Almost said shut down. I'm not shut down, to be clear. Got stopped out of PLTR. All good there. We did take some profit on the way up. I want to see what it does at 50s, but I'm not going to be in any hurry to get back into this name unless I see anything spicy. CrowdStrike, your meeting has started 4 minutes ago. CrowdStrike, honestly, I would not have I wouldn't have gotten stopped out. I stand by getting out where I did, and the only reason I say that is because the way it looked on the book, I would not have wanted to stay in that. That was gross. I wanted to get out post-haste. The way we were kind of trying to bid up here into 267s, I was like, ew, 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 ew. But I will have no problem shorting again if we have a nice crack below 266.35. Now, why do I think CrowdStrike is short? I mentioned the pseudo double top action. I'm aware the other way to read this pattern could potentially be a bull flag with that base of 266.40, and that's why if I get short again, I need to see that break below 266.40. Either way, we were in an uptrend, a nice uptrend, and now we're pretty stagnant, so I want to definitely see what is shaking there. Palantir below the 90 MA almost looks shortish to me. but I don't want to like FOMO into the short. I have no, like, I was profitable on both the long and the short. I got stopped out of both eventually, but I did take pieces out of both as well. So CrowdStrike and watch there, Palantir and watch there, Tesla at 2:30. So Tesla at 2:30, which is also at the time that Fed Powell will take the mic. We did have that nice pop up here of 229. Now we're kind of stagnant. It looks similar to what we did at 229, where we wrestled the longs and the shorts. We're like duking it out, boxing, and then we picked a lane, picked a direction. So I want to wait till we pick a direction until I get involved. One area I would be looking at would be 65s. Why 65s, you may ask? Well, the book was kind of interesting around there. And also, look at all of this rejection. I think if resistance can flip to support, which we know it often has a tendency to do, then I would like to be involved in all that jazz. Either that or you get long and you risk it to 65s, but I'd rather get long at 65s. Also, Microsoft. Another one. So, because I was involved in Palantir, I did not have the buying power to get into this Microsoft, and believe me, I tried. At that 431.75, that was a level that I loved. Support, resistance, break above, support. We did not get filled. It's all good, baby. The other level I'd be looking at for Microsoft long, because that thing is still in an uptrend, is going to be 432.25. That was the level I liked. So let's see what we do at 432.25s. Also, I'm very proud because I feel like we sort of had a bottom call on Microsoft, and I feel like that never happens. So small pat on back. It's been a really rough last few weeks of trading. I've been really upfront about that. But that's what's great about these markets. It gives you opportunities when you fall down to dust the dirt off your shoulders, shout out to Jay-Z, and just keep on rocking it. Also, Palantir, trying to head into VWAP. Are you, Palantir? Trying to be a short, are you, Palantir? I think you are, Palantir. So, at the risk of this being a little intense, we are actually going to get short Palantir. And I'm going to be short Palantir. I'm going to be risking into 53s. It's going to be tight, getting short 50s, risking into 53s, but I'm taking more size with this. Let's get involved. Let's see what the action is. 50s, risking into 53s. That was a big level of decision on the book. Larger size. We're going to be taking out a third of the position if we get to VWAP. I don't even know if we'll get filled, but either way, I like this Palantir. What I've learned is you have to be aggressive. And it's like, because I realized too, I was like, is position sizing my issue? But the days I would have the worst days were, it would be like days where I wasn't taking a ton of size. So it really is not about size. It's about your mindset. It's about how you're approaching the market. It's about your ideas. If the ideas are sound, they should be able to be scalable. And so then in that way, size should not matter. And yes, I know what I said. It's whatever. It's cool. Let's see. I apologize. I came out. Let's see what we have here with Palantir. And honestly, I feel like I have even more confluence for this 35,650 area, because look at that resistance, support, resistance. We know these levels flip, they forth, they zig, they zag, they wobble. So I think this could work out. Let's see if we get filled though on PLTR. And guys, GME says Tobias Hernandez, okay, is Gimmick going to give me any trading opportunities? Okay. That sound was because this chart is yucky. If we reclaim, what is this? 19 just shy of 60s, and I say that because that was A, that would be a push above the 90 MA, and B, that was a level we had a pretty harsh topping tail candle. We can reclaim that area. Maybe it's a long, and then maybe you try to take some profit out at 1975. Cool year, cool band, and cool price level. Let's see what happens at GME though, because it's really going to have to give you that level before you can say, give me some shares. Also the $20 level, which you think could be kind of interesting. There's not much interaction here with 20. We mostly kind of slid below it all day, so we'll have to see what happens. I don't have much of a read on Gumma, but I hope for whoever trades, I hope it gives you some prints, because that's what we all hope here on Trader TV Live. I guess we can do that last lesson pretty soon, because we're done here at 1:45 today, Sharif. Oh. What a vibe. Tesla, you're going to top and tail at 2:30, because if so, I will short you. You know I will. What are you looking at over here? I can't. This is what an abbreviated show today, Sharif. It's crazy. It's always crazy to me when we have like less with these FOMCs and stuff.
Very
like
true.
That.
Yeah, it's an interesting look today. All right, Adara, I just have to manage this position right now. VVOS, we're long to defend 5. I do like this area. I'm trying to give it a little bit of room, knowing that I'm front running 5 a little bit, and that the actual rejection was at 490, not 5. But you have to account for the people who want to front run this at the whole dollar. We're giving this the old community college try. Let's see if it wants to hold 5. I'm looking to wet my beak in the low 20s if it does hold. So right now it's below 5, but you can tell there's a bit of a tug of war happening right now between buyers and sellers at this level. VVOS, super interesting name. We're going to risk a little bit over here. Well, not that much. We're not risking that much, but it's going to have to hold this general area of 5. It's below it right now. Let's see what comes of this one. This other trade we just did really well on, APLT. Keep printing on this one. Added at that 750, took it out at 766. Looking for another move, possibly back into 8. We knew that resistance was going to encounter at 8. That's why I front run it at 90. So we'll pack our patience there. Still zigging and zagging with VVOS at 5. If this one pops back up, I just really hope I don't get specially broken out. A specialist breakdown or breakout is where essentially that the intention of whatever algo is trading this or individual who's trading this, we're going to get stopped out here for breaks 90, is to basically head in the direction of the trend, but they stop everybody out before they do that to take your money. And that's kind of just the way it is, and you have to accept that with trading these small caps. So right now, 490, we're knocking on the door. VVOS below the 10 exponential on the 5. I got into this area because I like this price action support. If it doesn't hold up there, then we're wrong on the trade, and we just have to admit that to ourselves and move on. So it's still zigging and zagging right now, below 5 though, and that's what's concerning me. Let's see if it's able to weasel its way right above 5, showing that the buyers are seeing what I'm seeing. Right now, it's coming into 5, but it's being met with a wall of sellers. So right now, sellers, overwhelming buyers at this level. Do they overwhelm them just enough to push me out, though? I know the market doesn't care about where my out is, but I do. So I want to know exactly what happens over here. I'm trying to predict what happens is what I should say. We'll keep watch on VVOS there. Let's see what the other trade is doing. 766. We're still holding a piece for the dream. I'd like something in and around 790 just to play the range on this one, but we are going to pack our patience. Oh boy, 491 coming in here. Looks like it's going to break. What are you looking at, Adair?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, we're going to see if we can get, we can, perfect. We filled here at Tesla, TSLA. Oh no, we're starting to get filled, but we were finally able to place an order because, like I said, larger size in Palantir, so I had to take less shares in Tesla, just again, buying power things. TSLA, we're risking here into this kind of wick here into 40. So again, a little bit more risk, but I'm taking a smaller position. And again, it makes sense both based on like what I actually see on the chart, what I saw in the book, and my risk management principles. Rant over. What we're going to do here is we're going to get short, like I said, 230s. All these topping tail candles, we're definitely not going to get filled, so I'm going to cancel that order. But if we come again and reject 229.30s, or sorry, 230s, that's the word. I am interested. I also, though, love that 229.65 area. So we're going to put the Tesla book up on my book because I usually have it up, but I switched it to crowd, which, by the way, is kind of doing not much. Sometimes you think a catalyst is going to happen, but the market will tell you what catalysts are important. The market does not give a hoot about Crowd's investor event. Clearly, had a nice push up with the rest of the market, decent volume, about 1.5 million shares, but not really moving in a way that is intriguing as of right now. I still have the chart up, but there's definitely no reason for me to have the book up when, in my opinion, Tesla is a little bit spicier. So let's see what we get at 65s on Tesla. PLTR, we got filled. I am pleased as punch. I have 3 B quarters. This is a larger position we're going to take out. And this is like, honestly, largest position I've ever had live. But I feel good about it because I'm managing it appropriately. And that's what matters. So we're risking 3 cents. Again, 53s. That was just a level I liked here in the book. I was worried we'd get stopped out the second we got involved. And then Palantir is like, oh, don't worry, Dara. Breathe. So we're going to be taking some out at VWAP. We're going to take the next third out at that 36 level, the last piece out 36.26. These are areas that you can kind of see some interaction in the book, but also they were interesting to me on the chart, which is why I liked them in the first place. And I know where that bottom is on PLTR. You know what? Actually, this last peak order, I might save a piece for the dream after. So I'm going to have to figure that out. Either way, I think we have to switch up the amount because it's like maybe I'm being a bit aggressive. You know what? I think I am being a bit aggressive. So we're going to switch up how I'm doing this, actually. We're going to take out fifths instead of thirds. That's going to be what we do. We have our stop order set. So cool. Let's take a fifth out at 43s. Then we're going to take another fifth out at 37s. And we're just going to because I want to have more. If we flush, Sharif, I want all the room for that flush. Once we break below VWAP, that's where we're going to have to move the stops to prior bar highs. As of right now, like I said, risking into 53s. Let's see how this goes because I'd have big hopes for this trade. Not trying to smoke any opium, just trying to see what makes sense. Once I have all of my little orders set for my Palantired friend over here, then I'm going to get that lesson ready. Happy I didn't short Tesla where I did, and I'm happy I waited till 229.60s because we didn't even get there. We're already above 230s. What are other people looking at here in the market? Yeah, sorry guys, I know I'm speaking a little fast, but man, these markets are spicy and I like to keep up with all the spice that they're giving me. So what else are people looking at here in DJT for a bounce, says Manuel Gordon. Yeah, I mean, DJT in the place to be. Let's see what DJT is giving you over here. Oh, wow, I didn't even realize it was below 16s. Okay, clearly I drew lines on DJT one time because they're up. DJT, I think the bounce off VWAP is dope, and I think the bounce off VWAP is even doper because look at that 1570 resistance support flip. That's a nice little flip there. I think if you could keep that bounce, then I think if you could reclaim the 1585, not a bad look at all. As of right now, I'm going to be continuing to sort out my Palantir beak wetters so we can get that lesson ready, drink some water, and then we are going to give you guys hopefully a very exciting lesson of the day. And I want to shout out Sharif once again for preparing these. I see, though, your small cap gapper friends are still doing their thing over here.
Yeah. We are still holding APLT at 70s, back into VVOS to defend 5. May not be a good idea. I saw a bottoming tail candle at the level, so we're going to give this one to the low of the prior candle, which is 83. So packing my patience on this one. Let's see if we can bounce back up. What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man is short the futures. I think I like that with you, brother, because I was actually looking at doing that as well. I'm going to go in there with you, Katina Man. I was actually looking at that. ARM was tanking. I was looking at weakness on some of these names. Nvidia coming back down. You possible double top on Apple. Amazon got into 186, high 80s, which is the closing print, rejected a little bit. Meta as well came back down off the volume weighted average price. So we're going to pack our patience, see if we can get some prints with the Katina Man on this. I do love that read, though. I was kind of thinking the same thing, Katina Man. Head down over here. So we're going to wait for a nicer move down before we wet said beak. Well, we're going to hang out over here, and that's the look. So we're going to pack our patience there. Let's see what else is going on. VVOS still holding at 5-ish generally. What's APLT? APLT is doing its thing at 70s. That's fine there. I'm going to pack our patience with that. Volume weighted average price on the NQ December contract, is at 19,680. We're at 8.6 right now, multiple topping tail candles. I figured we'd mean revert a little bit over here. Hopefully the reversion isn't mean. Shout out to the OP, is the one, Knob. And the whole point is to basically just zig and zag until the FOMC meeting comes out, and then we decide whether, or we find out, I should say, whether we get that 50 bips or whether we get that 25 bips. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. Looks like Apple getting some support, but hopefully not too much to keep these markets up. What are you looking at, Adair?
Yeah, I'm just I just adjusted my stop here in PLTR. We already took a beak wetter. We're now going to move the stop to just below break even at 36.49. It's going to be prior bar high. I'm aware the prior bar high is definitely going to change as I do the lesson because it's on the 5-minute, but I'm comfortable with this level. Going to take out a nice little chunk here at 36s. Going to take a big old chunk at 26s. And then I don't know what that face was. And then we're going to save a piece for the dream because I want some move this breaks down. Like I said, largest position I've ever taken. But man, do I feel good about it. I watch the stock enough that I'm ready to see if this moves. If it doesn't move, I've managed it appropriately. So yeah, good times. You know what also are good times, Sharif? Double tops and double bottoms. So let's talk about those. Shout out to our Trade the Pool friend in his red shirt. So let's talk about double tops and double bottoms, which is this is going to be a pretty cool reversal chart pattern, which is what we're talking about this whole week, as we know. So what is a double top or a double bottom? These are going to be classic reversal patterns that signal a change in the trend direction. So a double top is going to be indicative of a market shift from bullish to bearish. But then a double bottom is going to signal a reversal from bearish to bullish. Key features for a double top are going to be two peaks of a similar height that are separated by a moderate trough. So what do you think the double bottom is going to be then? If you guessed, hey, basically the opposite of that, you are correct. So a double bottom is going to be when you have two troughs with a similar depth, which are separated by a moderate peak. I'll see a day trader cut. I'm not going to add to the Palantir position as of right now because I'm just going to be in the lesson. But yeah, definitely sizing up in terms of I feel good about the trade. I can manage it. So I took more size with it. That's for sure. In terms of the double top though here, I just wanted to address that question. So this is one example of double top. You got your first top, you got your second top. And I like this example too, Sharif, because they're not perfect. Both of these are going to kind of be on wick bases. But the point is you have that general vicinity, right? Now look at this bottom. Look at this support, this neckline here. Once the bow breaks, the pattern will fall. So you have that break below, and then you fall quadrunk a little bit to the downside. So what about the double top formation? The double top pattern is formed when you've got the price rising to a resistance level, declining, and then rising again, but rising again to test the same resistance level, but then it's unable to break through. And this pattern often forms after that uptrend. So you see an exhaustion in buying strength. The neckline here is when you've got your horizontal support at the trough between the two peaks. So once you break below that support, that confirms the pattern and signals like a potential downtrend, because we know that support and resistance can flip. So what I like about this pattern is there's really a lot of things that we already know to be true with the market kind of coming together. So let's see here. Here's an example of a neckline break. You've got your A and your C, which are going to be your two double tops. You have a general uptrend. B is part of that uptrend. Then, though, this double top, we don't make a higher high. We just make a double top. If I was long this stock, I'd probably be like, here. And then you have that break below, pushing lower. So that is the look here on the double top. But what about the double bottom? It's going to be the mirror image, and it's what happens when you've got a downtrend, and then you have the price testing a support level not once, but twice, and it does not break lower. So once you've got the price then breaking above the neckline, that will indicate the potential for a new uptrend. And so you have to think about volume. That we talked a lot about how volume is a huge contributory or confirmatory factor for these trades. So in a double top, you're usually going to have volume decrease as the second peak forms, and then it should be increasing when you've got the break below the neckline. Then for a double bottom, what you want to see is, of course, rising volume. And when I say, of course, because they're inverse, right? So a double bottom is when you're going to want to see rising volume on the breakout above the neckline, which would, of course, confirm the bullish reversal. So here's a double bottom, and you can see the volume push up here. So you've got your downtrend, you have a bottom, lower high, but then you have a flat bottom. So this could flat bottom break, but does it? No, because we break above that higher high, and then we do so with an influx of volume. The volume pushes higher. What's that downtrend? I don't know her. That is a nice move to the upside, so good look. How do you target your price, calculate your price target in this? Because we've talked a lot about these reversal patterns because they're based on price action we've already seen, how they can have price targets baked into them, right? So the height of the pattern here, measured from the peak in a double top or a trough in the double bottom to the neckline, that is what's going to provide the basis for your price target. And the measured move is basically going to be acting as a guideline for setting price targets. It's not going to be rules, just a tool. For example, if you've got the distance between the peak and the neckline at $5, the expected move after the break is also going to be roughly $5 in the direction of the trend reversal. So it's going to be, should be about a similar move. And again, there's always going to be exceptions, but that's generally what you're going to be looking for. How do you calculate this PT? So here's your example. You got your first bottom and your second bottom. Between those bottoms are 170 pips. Then you have your neckline. So what you're going to be looking for is to take some profit here, 170 pips from that neckline break. So that's where you're going to be looking. Also, you want to wait for the retest, because that's going to give you more confirmation, more confluence. You always want to have as much evidence as you can before you go to the courtroom and you face judges, okay? That's all I got to say to that. Now, what about entry points? That's how you can, this is one way you can kind of practically apply these double tops and double bottoms. So traders are usually going to be entering a short position after a confirmed break of the neckline in a double top pattern, and then a long after the neckline break in a double bottom. So the stop loss, here's one example. So you've got your first bottom, your second bottom, you're in a downtrend, you test it, you can't. But double bottom, can we? Oh, and look, we make a higher low. And I'm actually going to be doing a pushback for a literal Google slide. Shout out to this. Shout out to Straight for these lessons. I love this. Look at that support resistance flip here, and it's a higher low. Should be ready to go. And look what the pattern does.
Bang.
It does. And then it's a great look. And you would actually get way more than your bips there. So good look on that. What about stop loss placement? So you're going to be wanting to, and again, tools, not rules. You might want to place your stop loss above the second peak in a double top or below the second trough in a double bottom to help manage your risk. So here's one example. You've got your bottom, your neckline, and then your stop loss is going to be kind of this area just right above the second trough, so that you know, hey, if we break below this, I don't know how low we can go. We might be limboing more to the downside, and I don't want that smoke. So that could be your approach there. What about volume confirmation? Because we talked a lot about how crucial a role volume can play in validating these patterns. What you're going to want to see is proof that you've got an increase in volume when the price breaks the neckline, because then you're going to have a more reliable signal. Other than that, you're just kind of like squinting. You're grasping at straws. You're counting shoestrings. I don't know what analogy. But without the volume confirmation, it might be a fake out breakout or a fake out breakdown, and it might not sustain. Here's your double bottom, right? You got your confirmation line. You might want to buy it or retest. Look at that. Because then if you do, you get a gap up and you get your volume. That is the type of secret sauce you want for your trades. So to conclude, double tops and double bottoms are going to be pretty reliable reversal patterns, and traders use them to anticipate shifts in trend direction And understanding how to measure the potential price moves and stop losses here can give you a really good foundation for trading these in the wild. So that's that. Thank you very much, you guys, for listening to that. We actually got a super chat right after I started the lesson. Bacon with the £2 super chat. Micron, please. Yeah, for sure. I also just realized there was a super chat about PLCE earlier, and I think it came during Neil's lesson, so we didn't get to get to that. I apologize. Pluk, Children's Place. Oh, wow, Micron. Sorry, guys, I got excited about that. Micron reporting earnings next week, so keep an eye on that. It'll be next Wednesday after the bell. Look at the VWAP projection, Sharif. A little bit of support. Quaduk.
That's a big one.
Then we get a reversion. Then we get a reversion of the reversion.
Oh.
Shout out to our pal Obi. And we push even lower. So this is a really interesting look here, rejecting at VWAP. This is violent. Let's take a look at the daily chart. Micron's kind of been rangy, I know, for the last few... Yeah, okay. Not much to say here about Micron. I don't know if this is going to be a flat bottom. I know we were thinking this is going to be a double bottom. I'm wondering if it's actually a flat bottom. Either way, I would say if this is going to be bullish, I would like to see us close above 91, because that's clearly been a resistance level on the daily chart. Also, we had Jack CW asking how we'd handle PLCE with a 279 Canadian dollar super chat. Shout out to Canada and shout out to you, Jack. I don't know if I'm the right person to ask for PLCE. I'll take a quick cursory look for you. Also, Palantir is chilling. We actually got two of the Beatquitters out. PLCE, thank you. PLCE about 2 million shares of volume right now. Honestly, I probably wouldn't handle it right now. It's at its low of day, unless we can reclaim that $15.10 level, which was a bit of a level of resistance. That could be dope, but as of right now, to me, it looks a bit, as Sharif might say, anemic. One thing that Raider Trader said once on one of his appearances that really stuck with me is when there's so many opportunities in the market, you want to stick with the ones that are the most potent. And to me, PLCE a little bit weaker. That is just my opinion on that. Palantir, I'll talk about in a bit because I should be adjusting my stop losses in that. But how are you doing over here on your trade?
Good. I'm really happy with this futures trade over here. Took a bit of a bigger position on this one and was able to scalp out. I'm keeping my eye on this one reascending. I'm charting on the NQ December contract and I'm executing on the T triple Qs. So the level I'm looking at of the December contract, yes, is 19.7. Knowing that that's not a level that's, been respected. We got higher, obviously, multiple times on the day, but I don't want the sequence of candles that I'm looking at right now on the 5-minute chart to make a new high. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about here. So we weasel this one in. And then have a look. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. Can you guess what I'm going to say after this one?
Lower high.
Lower high, Adara, and we still have a lower high. However, we are at a critical level. Why? We got into the volume-weighted average price, right? So we could find some support here. Now, I've executed on the trade quite well. So far, I don't want this to be one of those ones where I give back. I'm not holding the majority of the position anymore. So I will pack my patience a little bit with this one, but I'm on the lookout for higher highs. I don't want to be part of that curling and rounding and then making of new highs. I want no smoke. I'm short. So that's the look there. VVOS, I saw somebody in the chat. I think he has, I don't know if this is Mandarin or what. I should be able to read this. It looks like it's Korean because I can't read it in the letters. And yes, I am studying Mandarin. So I couldn't tag you in the chat, but he's telling me to get out of VVOS. And I don't think you're necessarily wrong. I do like, however, how it's trading, Ram. And the thing about this one is it's doing a flip from resistance to support. Look at this $4.90, $5 area. We weasel up to 6. We come back down. For whatever reason, we're holding up here. Now we're moving into 5.16. I'm waiting at 5.33. 5 1/3. I'd like to wet my beak. We're moving up nice, showing 20s on the ask. Right now, 22s on the ask. All right, it's still the area where I printed last time, so I don't want to get it out here. I would have taken out the entire position last time if I wanted to get it out here. So I'm going to wait, and if I get stopped out, then I get stopped out. I'm in the money, and that's fine. So I'm waiting on this one over here. I'd like to see a 5 1/3 print. Let's put some respect on this one's name. It's up 84%. It had a nice little move. It could give back everything. I'm cognizant of that. I know they're around for a good time, not a long time, yada, 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 all the other stuff I say. But I want a 5.33 print, and if I have to get stopped out, I have to get stopped out. This one, I'm dang proud of, Ram. I told you I'd add at 750. I did it initially. I did it again. I took it out at 65, and then look at that out. This is the out I'm proud of. The top wick so far at 82s. ALPT has been good to me today. Not everything has, but we're going to continue to do the best we can, quite frankly, because is it impossible to do better than you can? I think it is.
I think so.
Right?
I think it would.
Because if it was possible, then it wouldn't be the best you can do. Be the best you can do right now. Right?
Sure.
Here we go with 33s. Now we're making higher highs here on VVOS, but there is selling at the $0.25. Let's see if we can squeeze up into 33, man. I've been waiting for a long time. What's a few more minutes? We obviously have the FOMC dang decision today, 2 o'clock. One of the most widely anticipated decisions in a long time. We haven't raised, or we haven't cut rates, guys, in over 4 years. And no one really seems to know exactly what we're going to do today. Is it going to be 25 bips? Is it going to be 50? I wonder what the betting markets are saying, because, you know, when money's on the line, when you put your money where your mouth is, seems to make a little bit of a difference. Obviously, we know what the FOMC rate tool says. It was 65% up until yesterday, I believe, that we would get that 50 basis points cuts. Lots of market commentary about spooking of the markets, if that's the case. Adara was talking about that earlier, with certain analysts saying, you know, it's just hype and it's story making, yada, yada, yada. We shall see. We're not going to have to wait for that long, and you guys are going to get it here live in living color. The big kahunas are going to be coming on a little bit early today to take you guys through that, so we're very excited. I mean, this is what we do this for, right? We show up on the days where there's not that much volume, so that when the days with volume come, Adara, we're prepared for it, and that's what today is like. We got up to 5.25 again here on VVOS, and it's definitely encountering selling at the $0.25. Watch when 25 reappears on the ask side of the level 2. It is not that big of size that's displaying on the gateways yet. We're being met with a wall of selling. So I'm suspecting that there's a bit of an iceberg order hanging in and around there. Let's see what the future's doing. So we got stopped out of that, or did we? Oh, no, we didn't. No, we had a little bit left anyway. Right now, the future is on the way back up. Let's have a look at what the future's going to do over here. That's what happens when you don't put a stop in place. Silly me. New high a day right now, or no, new local high, I should say, not high a day. The high a day was printed on the IB high right at 9:30, 19,736. We are 19,720. What a move up on the future. Good strength in this market, Adara, for the afternoon.
Yeah, I made this up because I just missed this Microsoft long that I really wanted. Failed to get filled here by a hair. Initially, the plan was to go 432.50s, add at 432.75s, because like I said, I like that breakout. And then we were going to like push higher. Well, then I was like, okay, I'm not going to get my 432.50s. Fine. Get everything in at 432.75. Risk it a little bit more. 432.25s. A, that's another level you like. And B, you know if this pops, it will pop. You know what it does, Sharif?
What?
It pops, but not with me. So that's a little unfortunate. The other way I might play this, if we hold 433, I'll go long 43. I'll risk it into 75s. Again, still a level I like. I want to watch what the book does at this 433 level. Okay, there's some chop. There's some churn. There's some zigging. There is some zagging. This is bullish. Yes, there is. Happy to tell you. So we are going to go long 430. You know what? It's probably still more realistic to wait at 433.76. So I'm still going to do that. That's what we're going to do. We got filled. Okay, I don't know how I got filled there, but I did. I probably had a typo. Knowing me, there was likely a typo. So it's all good there. Filled at 94s. We're going to risk that into, we'll do like 60s. We'll give this a little bit wiggle room. So that is.
Can we take over?
No, it's okay. It's all good. I'm just trying to set my little order. So we're going to do 66s for.
Sounds like food.
So that is the order. Also, yeah. Stop loss typo is what messed me up here for this Tesla short. Obviously, Tesla short was a bad idea. So I got short Tesla, whatever. Didn't work out. Then I shorted it again. Because the reason it didn't work out the first time is because I made a mistake with my stop loss. I meant to type 230, 70, 230, like 05s or whatever. I actually typed 220 05s. So big L on my part. And then I got basically like flat, whatever, stopped out. I was like, so then what do? I get short again. I don't know. Like, I still thought it was a short at that point. I had a worse entry point, though, in the second trade than I did in the first. It was messy. It was not the 5. Alas, it did not work out. I can't believe we only have 10 minutes left, Sharif, on this show until the FOMC meeting. That'll be crazy. I think too, like what you were saying about the FOMC decision, I have a feeling it's going to be 25. I've read a lot of market commentary suggesting that the 50 is at best people getting too excited or at worst, like just market noise. So we'll kind of see what occurs there. And when I say people, I mean analysts like from Wells Fargo. I mean former Fed president there, Jim Bullard. So we're going to have to wait and see what we get from the FOMC. Yeah, JB. Not Justin Bieber. But let's see what happens there from the Fed, because I think that could be an interesting look. Also, Microsoft, I don't know how I feel about this. Again, I wish my entry point had been better. I feeling we might get shut down here. Like I said, I'm risking to 66s. But I liked the trade, so I was willing to get involved in risk a little bit. I want to get out some here at 17s. It doesn't really make sense from a risk-reward perspective. We'll see. I should have planned this trade a little bit better. But again, I thought I had a Beekwater set at 70, or not a Beekwater, a dip buy set at 432, 75s. The last I had not, but the book still is bullish, which is why I'm still in this. Let's see what occurs on Microsoft. 10 minutes left, Sharif. What are you?
Wow.
How are your Qs doing?
So I added at 510 again over here. Qs were like 2 pennies out of the money, but I'm taking a smaller position here. I added again at 5, rocketed up 515, took it out again. Then it broke my level, and I was like, nope, this is it. We only had a little bit left. So this has been a good trade here on VVOS. I'm happy with how I traded this subsequent to a couple of stops over here, but a good look so far. Now, this is the one that is in a little bit of trouble. I'm trying to take the future short at the highs. Call me Obi, call me what you want, mean reversion, this, that. I'm trying to get this one to come. Well, I'm not trying to get it. I'm trying to see if this one wants to mean revert a little bit at 67s. We got awfully close into the high of the day. That's 19,736 on the NQ December contract. We didn't get quite that high this time. So I was like, look, this is interesting. I could take it here for possible short. For a quick mean reversion trade. So we'll see if the futures contract wants to mean revert a little bit in front of the Fed rate decision slated to come out in exactly 24 minutes. We're getting some selling here on the future. I would like to wet my beak in and around 19.7. We already have the profit taker hanging out on the screen. You can see that depicted there with the baby blue line and that circle, sky blue or baby blue, whatever. That line we'd like to get printed in and around there. We're awfully close as the market comes a little bit to the downside, but just like it's been doing all day, it's been making me wait for the print. So we're going to pack our patience. Hopefully we can get a little print there and de-risk on a bit of a mean reversion trade. It's a counter trend trade, but we shall see what we get there. Very happy with my out here on VVOS. I think this is the better trade to get stopped out there for a 10 penny loss on a very small amount. Than actually having to hold this in. I didn't like the retest of that 490. We were putting in higher highs and higher lows, albeit only 2 connections over here, Ram, where we put in a low over here and another low, then a high, another high. And the fact that it broke down there and ruined that higher low, higher high trade, I wanted nothing to do with it. Oh, baby, look at that futures print, Adara. Bang! We just took that one down. Nice, man. That was like 40 pennies. Super dang quick. I had a feeling that this was going to reject off that level. Took the short. I'm spending the money for this, man.
Please do.
That was a really, really good trade by my part there, and I never really say that about any of my trades because they're usually not that good. But the point of the matter is we had a high a day. I had a bias because I didn't think we would make a new high. Prior to FOMC, I punched short, happy with this trade. But again, I'm always upset because I didn't have enough size, and that's the way it is. So keeping my, packing my patience right now to see exactly what we do. I literally have bottom wick on this one so far. We'll see if it can print a lower wick.
Yeah, so I just got a Palantir long and then immediately got stopped at a Palantir long because then we had that flush in the market. But Palantir held up really well, so I'm getting back in the trade. Actually, better entry point, 36.41s, risking to 36.36s. I actually think this is a realistic area based on what I've seen in the book. I know, and like I said, I think I'm still trying to strike that fine point between trading a stock, you don't want to trade too many stocks, but also getting too attached to tickers. I don't know. Microsoft, though, this long, we did get understandably stopped out if we had that push down in the market. If we reject 432.25, I'll cancel my Palantir order and I'll get into Microsoft, honestly, because 432.25, that was the level that started it all for me on Microsoft today. I like this level. This book is looking super bearish to me. You know what? Okay, well, we already got Phil and Mel here. I was like, okay, I don't know here because I'm feeling a little bit indecisive there. Shout out to, oh my God, Justin Bieber. She's indecisive. She can't decide. She keeps on looking. Yeah, you need me to my name. That's what I feel like I'm doing with these tickers over here. But yeah, still going to stay into Palantir. So Ramin, I'm guessing, is working the button because she knew that song. Shout out to Ramin there. But yeah, we're going to stay in this Palantir for now. That being said, Microsoft also getting a little bit of a Spikersoft to the downside. Okay, you know what? I do like this rejection. If I can even get like the smallest amount of shares here, Sharif.
Yes, I do.
I do want the smoke.
I know.
And I'm willing to risk it into 50s. You know what? Okay, we're doing it. We're risking this into 249s because 432.49s. And I still believe this is a realistic area. I know, like, whatever, you could be like, oh, this kind of random risk. I've been watching the book on Microsoft all day. I know what I like to see in it. Same with PLTR. These are both trades that, to me, make sense. If Microsoft reclaims 432.25, that will still be a little bit bullish to me, and that might be a bit dicey. But, I mean, PLTR, I'm willing to, like, if I don't get stopped out, I'm willing to just let this thing breathe until the end of the show. That being said, I think the 55 area is really realistic, so we're going to take out half there. No, we'll take even more than half. We'll take out a cool 60% there if we get to 55, so I think that's a realistic level. Also, why do I like Palantir as a long, even though we're below VWAP? I've generally seen some higher lows on it, which is why I liked it as a long. Also, the fact that we had that floosh in the market, Palantir could not get below its 36.40, which would mean a lower low. Could not make a lower low. Palantir is a go-to-go. I don't know why I said it like that, but I liked it. So let's see what you do here on MSFT for the record. MSFT, I can't add because Palantir, you know,
Is it
buying
being
power.
a misfit?
It's being, I like that. I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily being a misfit. Kind of looks like it's Meg Seven Cousins. But right now, I mean, I don't want it. I'd like it to not be a misfit in terms of how it fits with my strategy, Sharif.
I like it.
But yeah, 4 minutes left. Oh my gosh, how you doing?
Can I talk about the one that Juan Alejandro Castillo, thank you very much, my man, for pointing this out. You know that this one was likely not on my radar owing to its less than dollar value, despite the fact, obviously, that I've moved up my filter up to 85 pennies. This one knocked on the door, I'm tired, of $1, and the door got shut. Exactly $1 to the T. MAXN rejected. It's still well above moving averages and VWAP. Give this one possibly another shot at $1. But where do we get in? Well, it's hanging out at 97s, or sorry, this isn't $1, guys. This is 10 cents. This is how tired and sick I am today. It's 10 cents. That's why I had no idea about this one, because I was like, well, why didn't it show up on my scanner, right? I have 85 pennies. Yeah, it was 8 pennies, bro, not 85 pennies. I think, Neil, was this the one that you were saying that I would never look at, MAXN? That wasn't the one, was it? It was the one, because he's like, Sharif won't trade this. Yeah, I don't usually trade these, but I like this level one. I like it 9.5 pennies there, 9.4 pennies. Look at the umpteen amount of topping till rejections. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we get the break on the fifth. 5 when we get the we get the break on the fifth. So that's interesting right there. If it can come back down into this level, I'd buy. First, I'd be looking at $9. 9 cents and a half right there, 954. Why? Because the 10 exponential on the 5 is there. I want to see if it holds up there. That's number one. Number two, I'm all eyes and ears and every other sensory organ in my body right at that 940 because of the 5 rejections that we put in there initially. We've said this before in trend analysis, in support and resistance. The more times a level gets touched, both in price action and in duration, the more important it is. Obviously, that rule is fractal. So if you're charting on the weekly, it holds true. But if you're also charting intraday and you've had multiple bounces or rejections off that level, fractally, yes, it is an important level intraday. So that's what I would say to you. Anything around right here, I'd hit the buy button. You want to front run it, maybe with a bit of a lower stop below the range. Have at it if you're a more risk prone trader. Do that. Okay. I don't know. My cousin's sending me over here. Shout out to my cousin.
Cheers, cousin.
Yusuf. So that is the look there, Adara. Another person was asking me about APLT, Ram, and he wanted to know whether I get back in at 7.5 because we gotten in a couple of times. And I asked the person, I'm like, is third time actually a charm? I don't know. I don't think it would be for me, but guess what? It is for them. Because if you punched in, and I think they did, because he told me it's the third time for me. He punched in at 7.5. Look where we are. We're already weaseling away off that to that 7 2/3 again. So I want to shout you out. You had the cojones to enter it at 7 again, at 7.5 for the third time. Shout out to you. I hope you print, and I hope it weasels up higher than 8. Because clearly it's been having a whole lot of resistance at 8, at least intraday. APLT has been holding the volume-weighted average price all afternoon, but I got to tell you, it was a bit of a sleeper, Ram, and the reason is because it wasn't really making any new highs. Consecutively lower highs with respect for the volume-weighted average price. I have a trade that I like to call the volume-weighted average price hold, a VWAP hold high of day break. If this holds VWAP, keep your eye out for that more liquid time of the day for this one to break around 840, 850. It sometimes happens, sometimes it doesn't. We'll never know. We have a minute left. Any final thoughts, Adara?
Yeah, I have stops in both these trades, so I'm actually going to hold these trades, which I'm shocked to say. Microsoft, I have a feeling we're going to get stopped out post-haste. So MSFT, if we break above 432.50, we're out. Palantir is still long, but either way, we're going to find out what the big kahunas are doing and what Papa Powell's doing. See you guys tomorrow. Same bad time. Same bad channel.
See ya.
Hey guys, 15 minutes to go. Welcome in. We will get the main event everyone's been waiting for in anticipation coming up here in about 15 minutes. We'll get you set with what you need to know. It's the first time, as we were saying, if you're with us in the pre-market this morning, it's the first time in a long time, as long as I can remember anyways, there is still some uncertainty as to what is going to happen, not only at 2 p.m., but of course at 2:30 when we hear from Fed Chair Powell. Even sitting here right now, I was just looking at the Fed prediction tool, 60-40. About 60-40, whether or not it's 50 basis points. I mean, the certainty is we're going to get a cut. Whether it's 50 basis points or 25 basis points remains to be seen. A couple of things of note here. We'll get Neil and Sean's opinion on that and more coming up, but a couple things of note as we get closer to 2 o'clock. We'll bring this back to what is expected. So the forecast quarter point on, according to this website, I mean, it depends on where you look. You're going to see a wide range, as I mentioned, but quarter point, 5.25. Last, of course, was 5.5. We'll get this version's update here. And then we're also going to get, as we said this morning, the economic predictions. This is another one of those meetings where we get a new dot plot and we get to see what they think is going to happen 1, 2, 3, 5 years out as far as inflation and the actual Fed rate is concerned. So with that said, about 10 minutes, 12 minutes to go here, guys. What are you looking at?
Yeah, welcome everybody. You know it's going to be interesting. It's just, look, we haven't had a Fed decision like this in quite some time where you don't know what we're going to get. There's no budge between 25-50. I think the highest is 65%. It's been down at 61% at the lowest, so still in that 2/3 range. And obviously, you're having a bit of an inside day. The Nasdaq, for now, is a little bit flat. There's some strong names out there that I'm looking at if we actually do get some kind of a bump upside and start breaking. Apple up 2 points today. I feel like if we're going to get a rally here, this is a nice little culprit, because even if you go the rubber band trade, which we would usually do, that's the number comes out, we get the release, it's as expected, it moves one way or the other, you fade it. I'm not as inclined to immediately like that, because you have to digest the move. We're not going to get something that was expected in this moment. So the whole mean revert, I'm not sure about that at all in the first couple of minutes. I think really I'd just like to quickly join something. And I know Apple for me is a strong stock. Going to look for 220s down in here for support if we just drift down the next 10 minutes or break out said top. I think the chip names are a good place to go if we start tanking as well. And I will have my eyes on IWM. Haven't really been... It's one of those names, sometimes you look for something where on a Fed day you want to express a trade. But if we do get a 50 basis point cut, I think I'm going to want to hop on over to IWM to see if it can catch a rally off that. Small caps would like that a little bit.
I like the look. They're going to plug in these AirPods, although I think they're pretty fully charged. This is the update right here, 59.41. So we won't get any more closer to 50-50 than this probably. Yeah. So I would say, like, if you hear half a point, I actually think the market sells off, which is why I'm short right now the NASDAQ. And I think if you hear quarter point, then I think we have a potential to continue a little bit higher. The reason why I think that is they've been pretty steadfast in what they've wanted to do. And I thought that, the talk was, looking at quarter the whole time. And I just, they were gradually going to start to cut it. I feel like if they do 50, that's more than gradual. So that might spook the market. I don't know. I don't know if they're late, if they're early. At the end of the day, we just trade, and we had, here we go. Now we're short, so let's see if it works out. We had Brian Shannon on. We've had many different heads come on and talk all about where they thought this rate was going, where they thought the market was going. And you know what? At the end of the day, the S&P's at all-time highs. Everything's at highs. So from my experience on Fed, you get a move down. Powell comes on, talks all dovish, you get a move up. Powell leaves the podium, you get a move down. It's been pretty much like that. You guys remember a couple of times ago, maybe even last time where we had Apple, we were just waiting. And I was like, when is he off? When is he off? When is he off? And then we were layering into the short. Then all of a sudden, and it's about a half hour or so, boom, goes a dynamite all the way to the downside. So we'll sit in these queues. We did get stopped out there. We just went once it broke 67, and then I realized the high of the day was 67.08. So we had a little bit of a short there, took some profit, got stopped out of a little bit, and then just realized, hey, let's try to get something into the short side as we get ready for the close, for the release. So now less than 10 minutes, 59% to 41%. As Brendan and Neil both mentioned, it's been 4 years since we had any kind of a cut and any, sort of a decisive shift in Fed policy. So the cut, Brendan had that stat. I don't know if he still has it. And that was that bar chart that showed the market after cuts. And it was more positive than negative.
Yeah, and the strongest were utilities and it was utilities and something else were the two strongest in the 4 months after, I believe it was. After. I'm going to quickly ask this for you.
I just want to tell a tool there in the chat. Thank you, Sebastian, for that talk about. He just says, will we be providing live updates on the Fed?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, very much so live. There's no other place, Atul, that you're going to see live NASDAQ quotes right on the screen as the Fed drops. Plus, we have Brendan on the desk and Sharif on there analyzing the written and spoken word when Jerome Powell comes.
Yes.
There it is. Yes, bang, let's go.
He'll say a lot.
Here comes a nice little move down in the market. We just took a little bit of a bid. All right, Neil, what were you going to say about the 8-ball there?
All I'm going to do very quickly is I'm going to ask 8-ball. I'm going to ask it because right now it's favoring 50 points. So are we going to get a 50 basis point cut? Shout out to our friend and viewer, Mr. Westermeyer, for the custom 8-ball that says, why not ask Perplexity?
It's true. You might as well.
If I ask Perplexity, it's just going to give the answer that we already got. So thank you for the 8-ball.
Yep.
ChatGPT is just going to simply say 50 basis point cut because that's what the odds are favoring. So the 8-ball seems to think we're going to get 50. I think they should do 25, but should and
poll?
Will are different. Yeah, we should have a poll up there. You know what? We should have when people just throw ones or twos, with 2 being 50 basis point and then 1 being 25 basis points. So in the chat, just throw it up. If you think we're getting 50, just put a 2 in there.
Do a poll. Let's do a poll. You're right. Let's do that for now.
Let's do that really quickly because we only have about 7 minutes.
There's only 8 minutes left. All right.
Fabian is doing a poll.
So right now, we're short, right? We could talk about this. I'll probably be trading the futures, maybe not individual names, but let's take another bid out right here at 50 on the TQQ. So we are short right now, the NASDAQ. I don't want to be in this forever there. 1s and 2s everywhere. We'll get that poll up there where we can. It'd be kind of cool if we could just automatically tally all of those. But great idea there to get the chat going. A lot of 1s. Do you remember what 1 was?
1 is just a simple 25 basis point, and 2 would be.
Yeah. The poll's coming up.
Oh, it's a lot of 1s.
I like all the action in the 1s.
A lot of 1s.
All right, so we're getting out. So again, if it's 25 basis points, I think the market holds course. It's been rallying the last couple of days on that expectation of 50 points. So I don't know. I'm kind of like back and forth with what the market will do. But the best part about it is we already have our stop at the high of the day here for NASDAQ. If that goes out and comes through, boom, we're out of there. We have some bids lower. So if we're right and the market comes back in, we should get swept up on those bids. I'm looking to trade this. We're in it right now. That's my plan on the TQs. I think it's a foolproof one, man. We could easily. I think the risk to reward is right here. Like if I'm not willing to risk right now 40 cents and or not even 40 cents and get out at the high of the day for what I think could be a huge flush down $1 and change, I'm in the wrong business. So let's wait to see what winds up happening here. We're in it right now. I like the odds here. I'm going to select.
We're the exact opposite of the money markets.
I'm going to, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah. I'm going to select 50 basis points. Right now, is it 60-40 the other way? So here we go, man. That should be a good one. Thank you, everybody, for filling that out right now. So, all right, let's go, man. 4 minutes left. Any other thoughts on the desk, I guess, before we go? There's only 5 minutes now.
We were just talking about going back to when this whole cycle started to the upside, how things got rolling. And if you remember, I just had to double check because I couldn't remember, but on the upside, I mean, this has no correlation, but on the upside, it was a quarter point first, and then we went 75-75, then 50-50. So, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time, but I mean, I think he's shown that he's willing to be cautious and patient here. I mean, they're already, depending on who you talk to, they're already behind, if you will, in this cycle. So it's really a toss-up, I think.
And that's the thing, right? So does he have the thinking mentality where, hey, let me do 25. If I need to do 50 next time, I have the option of doing 50, because that's kind of what I felt he did first time around. I think we were printing a 6 or 7 handle when he did that 25 bips. And so he kind of gave himself the option.
On inflation,
exactly.
For anyone wondering. So whether or not it's going to be 25 or 50 remains to be seen. But guys, I think the more interesting aspect is here, and Sean, I mean, I just said to Sharif off camera there, I like the short. Is there a scenario, can you paint the narrative, you know, for the positive side here? Like if it's 50, you can start talking about, you know, maybe the economy is not as good as everyone's thinking, and therefore they need to hurry up with this to, you know, smooth the landing out. But if it's a quarter point, is that enough at this point? So is there a positive narrative?
To 50?
I mean, no rate cut might be positive. No, I see both sides downside. I mean, we just talked about that. I'm looking at the market. I'm looking at what the Fed's going to do. What's their mandate to try to have a soft landing? Well, I mean, we have full unemployment right now. We have inflation that's coming back down, you know, into a level that they've talked about is accommodating at least. You know, the dollar's in a little bit, you know, protection to the downside. Gold's at highs, so I feel like the dollar and the gold trade is kind of equal right there. The housing market, we saw XHB and all that kind of start to go up, back up to the upside as mortgage rates come right back down now. So I feel like the Fed has kind of done that job. They've guided us where they need to be. I mean, if any of us thought in September that we would be market all-time highs this year, I feel like we've already passed a lot of analysts' expectations for the year. So for me, I feel like we sell off. 50 basis points to me means panic, and there might be a problem in the job market that they're trying to get ahead of. I'm not trying to outsmart everybody. I'm just trying to think of, because I'm definitely not that, just trying to think what the market might react to. And then if it's a quarter point, then, I mean, whatever. The market's flat. We've already seen in the Fed rate tool that they're kind of discounting a quarter point. It favors now to 50. So if it's a quarter, then the market might be disappointed. So I don't know. I feel like the risk is right now is being holding longs, and the market could retrace back in. But 19.7 has been a pretty key level.
And when the markets are at highs, like where's the risk usually going to be? When we're at tops like these, I think the risk is almost always going to be in the other direction. I'm surprised that the market is favoring that 50 points, because to me that seems like panic. They should be doing it slow and steady. It doesn't, like, you can do 1 1/4 to the end of the year without starting it off crazy. You can do a little bit and know where you're eventually going to get to. So we'll see. And then keep in mind, everybody, obviously when Powell hits the podium and starts answering questions, we'll have that as well. So the entire time Brendan will be giving us updates. We'll be giving you guys updates. This is a place to be. We're going to be trading live. And obviously, as any updates come, we'll let you know. Usually, you're going to get that prepared statement at 2:30, and then he'll take some questions after the fact. But with only 2 minutes to go, I am expecting you're going to have kind of a breakaway move. Like I'm favoring Nvidia short if we move down, just because it's been red. It's got a very definable range in here, and if we somehow break it out to the upside, I think Apple is probably the safest thing to play into. But Nvidia down a 0.5 point here already. It's just chilling out at VWAP. So diddling in the middle is at least as long as I've been looking at it here. And for anybody that's in the chat, we've seen a lot of people say, well, what if they don't do any cut? That would be funny, but that is almost such a zero probability that would be the most foolish thing that they could do, because Powell has not been a shock the market. It's been lead by letting people have an understanding of what you're thinking and where you're going. And we've been knowing that we're going to get a cut. So for it to be absolutely no cut, I think this market would lose its you-know-what. It's ish if they're pricing in 2 and we don't get a cut at all. They just sell off out of complete and utter nonsensical what's happening. It's no chance that there's going to be no cut, because Powell has been very good at letting the market know at least what the intentions are, and the intentions are to start that part of the cycle. So we're going to get up to the desk for the number. Brennan will have it pretty much instantaneously there. So you're just going to hear 50 or 25, and that's what you want to key on. And then the market is going to make whatever move it's going to make. Can't control it. We just got to be here to react to it.
All right, about 30 seconds to go here. I have 2 different economic calendars in front of me. I also have an audio feed in my ear, so we're not going to miss this. If one of these fails, we have some backup. But as far as the screen is concerned, it's going to populate right here where you see these 3 dots coming in. These are the projections down here, the 1, 2, 3, and 5 year or longer projections. About 10 seconds to go here. Again, we're looking for somewhere between 5 1/4 to 5 even on the actual decision. Should be any second here. 50 basis points, guys. 50 basis point cut just heard coming through here. It's a little bit delayed on screen, but 50 basis point cut, bigger than the expected. Again, the expected, guys, 5 1/4. I'll bring through these predictions. Let's go over to Neil and Sean.
Wow. Apple to the long side. We actually got filled on the downside on the triple Qs. The market is heading to the upside right there, so good cut there. 50 basis point, the market goes long, and now we're 50 cents in the money on Apple. So here we go. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. We took that Apple trade long. We knew we wanted to get that. There it goes. Let's see what happens. Could fade out. We're out of half right now of this trade. It's Apple. It's 90 cents in the money. Here goes Apple. Good trade. What you got on over there?
Oh, my goodness. So I'm into Apple, but I'll tell you, IWM was impossible. IWM went haywire there. It broke out the high of the day. I crossed it, and look at it. It's like $3. IWM's going absolutely nuts. The Russell went crazy. That's what I liked IWM if we got 50. It didn't matter. You had to be in that sucker right away. So the market is absolutely loving it. I'm just going to throw over the black chart so you can see what's happening over here. This is the NASDAQ absolutely flying to the upside, but the Russell is just going haywire. You're 2 points up on the Russell and continuing to go. So Apple looking strong.
Or
2%.
Right.
It's gone $4 up. Yeah, IWM. I mean, it's going to move like that.
Nvidia's $3 up. Wow. Good call on that one, the IWM. We are long right now on Apple. We just took a bunch of pieces out there. Let's see what winds up happening. The fade play could come in, but I don't want to fade anything right now. Nice move back up there to the upside as we go. Look what just happened to us on the TQQs. Really, we get a 66. We got a bunch. Remember, we were layering our outs? That was huge. We were out. We got back in and out again on that futures play. But here comes the market right back in. I'm long down here. We've already been long down here. Let's see what winds up happening. Nice little retraceal back. We have less than half of these shares. We'll try to reload a little bit down here and hear back from Brendan. But right there, it's 50 basis points, and we're in Apple long. It's been a good trade so far. Let's see where we go. What's up, B?
Individual data points don't really matter. What we need to know is on the projection side, guys, they're all to the downside. So 1, 2, 3, and longer or 5 year, all to the downside. The market itself, I just heard, futures market pricing in 100 basis points worth of cuts coming off in 2025, and then another 50 coming off in 2026. So floodgates are open, it would seem.
Yeah, buddy.
Okay.
All right. I mean, we're long and we are in charge right now. I mean, what a good trading day so far here, even on these futures. I'm just looking at Apple. I have targets here, 222. We'll get a piece out if it gets back up there. Then we'll try to hold the rest for new highs. That's great talk. I mean, they are in the cut cycle now, right? We talked about that, how good that's supposed to be for markets. Let's see if it is good or not. Where's our target to get out? Maybe a 221 break. That's the 50-period moving average. We got to be smart about that. So let's watch out here and not try to hold forever. Just try to trade smart. So far, so good on the Fed. 50 basis points. We get what we thought we'd get there. I know there's some people talking about a quarter. I know you had thought.
I thought there was going to be a quarter, but that was more along the lines of just what I thought you should do. And what I think doesn't matter. I mean, these guys are actual economists, so that's what their job is. Apple, look, we're bouncing off 221 in here. Let's go back to Brendan. What do you have, Brendo?
Real quick, as expected, a lot has changed as far as the statement is concerned. So anything that's red essentially is either different or removed entirely. I'll work through this, guys, and find what matters.
Well, thank you for that. All right, yeah, Brendan will be all over that. And right now what's mattering is Apple is taking the downside play here back in. So we're long now. We just missed getting stopped out there through 221. So let's be careful here. The market has a tendency to be a little off-put when these exchanges come through. So let's be very, very careful. We are still long here. I'm thinking about getting short. Nice bump up in the market. The market got what it wanted, right? So why are we up so much? I can see a pullback happening here. Let's just be very, very patient. I still want to buy some Nvidia on the downside if possible as well. That name's coming back in 116. Oh, man.
Oh, the other thing we should mention here, Bitcoin was just holding the line at 60,000 all day. You did get a bump up in BTC, kind of broke some resistance right back in to retest 60,000. So, you are having an extended move in a lot of places. A few things are starting to come back in here, like we've been talking about with Apple, but I'm watching Mara. I mean, if we hold 60,000, 16s would look pretty good there a little bit. And that IWM, the Russell's holding the highs. I think if you look back, previous top on the Russell was 221.80 on this 15-minute. That's yesterday's tops. So if you're going to be able to pull down into that area and hold the previous day high, I think that would be a nice little spot to look for the dip. This one,
go Apple.
I won't pretend this is the first time I actually tried to execute an order on a contested number on IWM, and obviously you probably need to go with a market buy, I'm thinking.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we got in and out TQQs, no problem there. But a little more liquidity, obviously, in a bigger spread. So yeah, but I market bought. So that's why we got out of the TQQs. All right, we'll spin it again for Apple. Apple's going to be its top stock today, unless it drops below, and then we won't even give back what we've already made on Apple today. I mean, Apple, we had a 220 break long right there. That was a good one. Let's go back over to some bigger names here that might be moving around. What's Carvana doing? We talked about some of these interest rate sensitive like IWM. Carvana also there, $160 stock, goes up $4 as well. So that's making moves right here. I saw Tesla bouncing around on this number as well. Look at Tesla, 230 up to 234. That's another $4 move. Nice upside play right there. Google is P&L 1 for me today. It's not done anything really. It had a nice move up to 160, but right back in right now. We're hitching our wagon to Apple. We've traded Apple really well recently. We're going to wait for that. Affirm, you just mentioned that could be.
I'm surprised. So this market moves to the upside. I'm surprised Google is as weak as it is. I don't like that. At all, it's going to be flat, but Affirm, only because the 45 level, I wanted to see, could this thing finally hold above $45? And the answer is no for Affirm. So if we are going to revert this, Affirm under 45 seems like it should be a short here, but let's see this one calm down a little bit. Apple, as we said, is a stronger name. Anything that's breaking highs and looking like this, I think is the one you want to be in. I just got another dip. If you can't break past the 50s, what you don't want is a complete fail break where suddenly resistance is right back where it was at the start. I think scalp trading at 21 to 21.5 and then holding higher is going to make sense. But that Affirm 45, the simple fact that you couldn't hold above, that puts it on the ish list for me because that's been a resistance for 2 or 3 days now. And I would have expected more from them, especially with the squeeze potential there. You have the small caps trying to go. Why is Affirm still seller at 45?
All right, let's... We also dip bought there a little bit on Apple. I mean, the market's trying to go back upside. We should have, instead of, again, we actually made, it's funny because this is what happened when the market came out. Remember where we were short 66.70? This is a 66.15 fill. These are 40s and 30s. We got out of that. We retried it, then got out there. So we wound up losing like 15 cents on the back end of that trade, but we also got filled on the bid. That's how hectic that was. So we've learned our lessons on that one, waiting to see what happens.
I just got stopped up.
Yeah, Apple went to the downside there, so Apple stops us out. Apple's still a positive name for me, so we're happy with it, but never happy to get stopped out. Market's still doing... they got as expected. I think this is a fade, but I wouldn't fade Apple because I thought, the reason why we're trading is that I thought it was strong. the market just pulled back pretty good. We still got Benzinga Pro in our ear. Brendan's going to come out. He hears anything, or well, there's nothing to hear right now as they go through the report, and there may or may not be anything there. So, yeah, this is a decent spot. I think we'll try the short in the market. I mean, obviously, it's trying to break a little bit now. We'll take some here, some up a little bit higher than this, but let's just see if it gets back into this range. I'm going to short this against basically, I mean, 230 he comes on.
We got plenty of time.
Could hold until then. Just a matter of what the proper share sizing is, because anything could happen at any time. Let's go over to Brendan.
Sure, guys. In the statement itself, the Fed indicating that they've gained greater confidence. So it's more across the board. It's more definite. The language is a lot more definite, including this part here. Judge that risk to achieving its employment and inflation goals used to say continue to move into better balance. Now it says are roughly in balance. So the risks to both inflation and employment, they're saying now are roughly in balance versus continuing to move.
Okay.
That roughly confuses me more, but that's okay. We will just...
I mean, that totally clears everything up, right?
Right. Now I see clearly, so it's all good. All right, we are back into this short again. I'm just going to give it till that top, which I think is like 68.21. It's... like I said, we got 50 points. We had that discussion before, what I thought would happen if we got 50 points. Thought that the market may head to the downside. It was priced in over the last couple of days that this would happen. We got back to the 50 period on the NASDAQ a nice couple of days. So I think as expected, I think we could float back in just a little bit here. So we're short now. We're in the money. Well, we're flat now on this trade. I think 65, like that would be where the bottom may be on this. Remember, we just did tests down there on that release, but those are algos. So I'm not using any of these as lows. I think a bid back into 67 there would be nice. We're short 67.40s, so something back into there could be pretty good. And then a VWAP test, but these lines don't mean that much right now. You got to play the trend, you got to play momentum, and there's nothing wrong with sitting on your hands because the market's kind of just blah right now. It's waiting. It's waiting for Powell to get on the stand there, take some questions, and figure it out, right? So that's what I'm waiting for, and I think that's what the market apparently is waiting for also. So we'll stay relatively light in this and see if we do get a flush.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's just go station to station. Usually I like trend after 230, generally speaking. So once you get like that opening move, I'm starting to think, okay, well, scalp some levels if you can find them. That's why I went over to Affirm for the 45. It lost 45, shorted 80s, back into the bottom end of the range here. And then I'll try and rinse and repeat this off this 45 level. Again, I really would have thought this would have broken out the top, but for a couple of weeks now, Affirm at 45 has just been a brick wall, as you guys can see here. It tried to break out and flushed. So if the market's going to come back in, why not pick something that failed the top to short here for some relative weakness? So I'm going to stick with that. I was looking at a couple of other names as well that I thought might be moving around on this. Rivian in particular, that is real, and it is a spectacular wick that hopefully nobody is caught in. But Rivian's another example of a weak stock that failed a breakout and failed it big just now, which was trending down. And this low of the day here is essentially the biggest low you can have. It's like a flat bottom break here on Rivian. So I'm going to favor shorts in Affirm and maybe Rivian as well.
That's it. We just talked about it. This is real trading. Like we just talked about what our risk reward was there, what was going to happen, what we thought was going to happen, and we put the actual trade on. So here it comes back into the downside now, and we still got this trade. So boom, huge move back in on, I mean, huge. I don't know. We have this. Okay. Okay, Neil. Oh my God. Here we go, man. This is a nice move to the downside right now. Now $1 in the money. We just talked about this, man. You guys want some real trades. This is yeah, a good one right now as we come back in. Let's just see if the momentum can last. Can we continue this downside push? And there it is, man. It's $1 in the money. We get excited because this is real money and this is real trading. And it's always really good when what we talk about actually happens and we actually have the trade on. And there it goes. It is the market. It is the TQQs. Perfect. Right back down into the 200 period. We are emptying the clip right now, and we will look to get reloaded because that's it right there, man. That's good enough. That's the trade. We said maybe sit on your hands. That's what we do. Comes in, executes it. Bingo, bango, Neil. Bongo. That's the big one right there. So thank you, Sebastian, everybody in the chat. Well received and well heard.
Yes, sir. Great short in there. Nobody's long. I saw in the chat. Who's long? Nobody's long.
Boom.
Yeah, firm just went red. That dropped about $1.50 to the downside and just continued. And if we get a pullback, I'm on VWAP as it tried to break that low originally. You can see it was breaking the low. I'm like, okay, we'll short the pop back in. And then that was the move. You just heard Sean when the futures went. That is nasty, nasty to the downside. I still feel like the other name we like is Rivian, but I'm not chasing anything down here. Like when you've already pulled back in, this is exactly where it started. So I can say I like this for a short and was only in a firm, but I'm not shorting the absolute bottom on this. I'd like to see it pop up there a little bit. Omar, who got that a firm short? Hopefully. The thing about that 45 is you didn't have to worry about what the key price level was on a firm. Like all day long, you knew 45 was a level on a firm. Yesterday, you knew 45 was a level. The day before that, you knew 45 was a level. If it couldn't break, then it's only going in the other direction. I'm fearful about Tesla here as well. This could lose. It was at 230, clear double top, never broke or got to that 35 level. That is the exact top from yesterday, 234.5, that it couldn't get through. So I want to watch out for Tesla losing the 230 level. But I'm gonna short pops to get reloaded, but only in a firm or Rivian. Those are the two that I'm pretty much confident are looking weak regardless. Other names Apple is still above 221. You think about that for a second. Got out of Apple. Apple's still above VWAP. It's above 221. I still think that's a strong stock. Stick to names that are weak because the market can easily bounce and retrace here with 15 minutes to go till Powell gets on the podium there. I see Vic Van Novak mentioning Enphase. I think obviously when you get a 50 basis point cut, the logic would be that is good for the solar type names. And I think that's being borne out. Enphase broke out. Enphase is holding the highs here. So I think that's the kind of name. If it broke out and held the highs, good. If it broke out and failed the highs, bad. Simple as that. Let's go to Brendo.
Just real quick, guys. For anyone who hasn't seen a dot plot before, this is not exciting, I'll be honest, but it just gives you an outlook. So the rows here, look at these as the rows are years. So going out for 2025, 2026, and then 2027, and then compare that to where we were going back to the last meeting. So we're down 100 basis points basically across the board, which is exactly what they were predicting. But the interesting part, I was just saying to Sharif here, by 2026, the median or kind of middle prediction here is actually below 3. So 275 to 3 by 2026, which would be in line with what we were saying before, 100 basis points next year, 50 basis points then the year after that.
All right, we got, whoopsies, I just put the wrong price in. I was trying to get in and out of Nvidia. All right, we just got another piece out right here of TQQs. So we just have 5% left, something like that. It's a big trade. I was going to get into, I want to get into some Nvidia right here, so we'll punch into it. Oops, wrong stock. Sorry, show you guys what we're actually doing right there. Buying some Nvidia down here. I just noticing that we do have, obviously we're above VWAP, we're above everything right now. So we put the wrong price. We got stopped out, but we're back into it right now. Okay, here we go. So we just bought some here. I was trying to get it off the 50 and off VWAP, so holding this against 115 I think is well worth it. So let's see what happens now as we flip the game up, right? Let's flip the script and let's get out of our TQ position and now hold this Nvidia long. And we'll see what kind of damage we can put on the board here into what hopefully is going to be a bullish moment for the market as we continue to go up, 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 up and away. And you know, we're just sitting here as common man trading, man, and trying to show you that this is something that's possible. So I'm scalping through. We're putting on some trades here. It's been big. And let's just see what winds up happening. 116.10 or so was the high. I'm going to sit at 116 quarters, get something out, ring the register on another 40 cents. I don't know if you're in a position just recently or not, but here we go. Nice upside move right now for Nvidia. Let's hold the long and see if there it is. Boom, right there. That's how you make 50 cents. More than that, real quick time. There it goes. Nice upside move for Nvidia. Could be another $1 here, guys.
Yeah, the upside move working for sure. I have no offers out right now. I'm over on Enphase after seeing that push to the upside. Like anything that held the break, because I want to make sure I'm in something like that. Either Apple holding higher or end phase holding above the breakout price. Anything that's underneath, I want to still look for the potential fade. We have 10 minutes, 12 minutes to go until he hits the podium. That's Powell. So plan of action here, previous high 121.5, 121.5 under here was the dip support. So I want to play along off that level if we're able to get it. As it comes to a firm, I think it's going to be pretty simple. If it gets back above 45 as we test the highs, I don't touch it. If it turns the same way it did before and fails the 45 or out in front of the 45 level, then I want to make sure that we're over there looking for that main reversion. Apple also about to blow out the top. That could be another one worth going back over to. I feel like in phase is something I want to add to the long ideas, but it's Apple where we started. I feel like Apple is where I want to go back to the party. Just keep it simple. Try to do the same stock long and the same stock short.
Yeah, I mean, that's bang. That is the playbook for cooking up those profits. We're now $1 in the money on exactly what Neil just said. Play the names that we believe in. Play the names that are strong and get going. And I mean, that's it right there. Look at Nvidia now, right? Up 1%, market's up 0.66. We just run this thing right there, bang, all the way back up to the top side. Let's take a piece out on Nvidia. Let's reward ourselves. So there it is right there. It's 90 cents. Right there. So we cleaned up on the TQQs, which we got out of there, by the way, right there. So we are now out. Took a really good advantage of this move back in. I mean, 67 was a good out for us, and then able to get the 200 period. Come on. And then we just went long right now on Nvidia, which, I mean, you don't see any marks underneath. So there we go again. We are at the highest spot we've been at today. It's a big day once again. But yeah, don't, that was not, like I said, man, that was not an easy Fed. Right there. That was not an easy number. Let's see if it gets a little bit better as the market goes into his speech, right? So 10 more minutes left, and we'll get him on the podium. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now, and just made a little bit there. Short first, long late. Let's see if the long now can hold. We only have a third left.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. I mean, obviously, when he hits the podium, it's going to be like prepared statements. So this is not like when the number came out where you're just going to instantly react. Boom, the market's going to quickly shift. No, it doesn't really work like that when he hits the podium. Everyone knows sort of what is going to be the first things out of his mouth. When you get that Q&A, I think that's where it gets interesting. And we will have Brendan along the way the entire time. We both have our Benzinga in the ear. So no worries if we hear anything profound. Not that I'm expecting it. I'd like to hear he's probably going to try and talk down the markets in terms of, hey, this 50-point basis cut, it's not panic or anything like that. It's just that we felt our targets are being met and we wanted to get down to the cutting cycle, all that good stuff. So I feel like he's going to try and calm people down from thinking that this was a panic kind of move. And we'll see when about 8 or 9 minutes when he does hit that podium. I feel like that's when you usually get that bigger trend going into the close. Nothing is retaking the highs. So you're still an inside move. Anything at the top end. I'm waiting for Apple here. I don't want to buy the top. I feel like the bottom was down around 220.5 or so, 221. So that's the price I'd like to get. I feel the same thing about M-Phase. Unfortunately, though, a firm doesn't want to get 285. Like this one doesn't seem to want to get back to that golden level. Like it made it a lot easier when it failed the breakout and trapped longs over 45 for the curl back under because it's failed 45, you hit the bid after it failed, it's already starting to dip and doesn't seem to have the strength to even get there. That might lead me to Rivian, which is the other name that I was looking for, the short on. Yeah, that one holding pretty much at previous highs. Don't like the setup on Rivian at all. You're not getting a good price to try to be short that one. You're going against the grain, you better get a good price or just don't trade it at all. And patiently wait for the longs. I've done this before in Fed. Like I remember, I think it was a firm.
Was it?
It was a firm a couple of years ago, and I remember it was an absolute banger. And then the second short, I was like, oh, I still like this. I'll short the first level. And of course, it came all the way back to the top. And I'm like, if I just waited for the top and been patient with it, I would have been fine. But I gave it back, shorting a lower level. And against the grain, you better have the right price, or nothing's going to matter.
All right. Not everybody, not every trader, not every stock is created equally. That is obvious. And Nvidia right now, we are not going to baby this thing. If this breaks back down below that wick, it just made 116.20. We're going to get out, put the last 50 cents in our pocket. We rang the register upside for $1. We let it continue to go. But again, we're not trying to rewrite
or the dictionary?
Rewrite the dictionary or rework the wheel. I don't know. We're just trying to be
remake
very,
the wheel. That's right.
Yeah, reinvent the wheel.
Reinvent the
wheel. That's what we're looking for. So we're just going to get out if it breaks that bottom. We've already taken the profit. We'll just wait now. Hopefully, I think it's going to be dovish when Powell comes out, but we have to wait too long for that right now. So we'll wait. It's 6 minutes to go, 6.5 minutes. Hits the podium, prepared speech. He's just going to read what Brendan's already showed, and then it's the Q&A, right? So once that happens, we'll get going. So we'll wait to see. I really like a 117 break. Honestly, I think you can go longer up there if it breaks higher. So, I like the name. I like the stock. Neil talked about IWM. We talked about different ECNs. Where's TAN? Why isn't that TAN? AM? Yeah, okay. So let's see. I don't know, it wasn't in the drop down. Solar right now, nice move up into sensitive spot. The XHB, we can give a look at this one for Michael Noss. This was a name that he thought could go, and there it goes right there up to 124. Great call on XHB. Let's have a quick little look there on GLD. And of course, we're live trading.
Thanks a week.
We're day traders. So all these kind of plays that are happening right now, is that a gift for me there, Fabian? Everything that's happening right now are probably good for longer term. Look at gold now breaking out again. Gold likes that number. Bitcoin likes that number. Bitcoin right now making that move up. I mean, everything really starting to go, man. There goes Nvidia again. It is not another one, but it is one of them. Nvidia trying to go again. We just sort of wicked up there into the 70s. Let's see if we get back to highs. Man, we're having a great time. An absolutely great time here today. Once again on the show. Palantir to 37. Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Palantir goes to 37 and comes right back in. And look where it comes right back into. Past support. I mean, this market, you're rocking with me, so hopefully it's all good. But let's just wait to see what happens here as the market gave you support and resistance. So depending on what you're looking at, you could have had it. And there it is again. It's Nvidia. Cha-ching. The cash register now goes $1 into the money, back up there to the upside. We talked about where our stop is. Let's just see what's going on moving forward now. Good day. Good day.
Yes, sir. Good day. Still going to the upside. The NASDAQ is... Look, we're still trying to break out those highs. You mentioned Palantir. Ooh, that Palantir has double barrel because it's going into the SP 500 on Friday. So there's probably going to be a bunch of buyers in there. We're trying to retake these previous highs. As I said, I'm not chasing. I'm glad I didn't compromise. I could easily have gone right back into a firm. Like it gave you a short setup off the lower high, only to now break it back out and retest 45. The setup was fail the 45 level, not just sit out in front of the 45 level and get run over. And it feels like it does want to run you over a little bit. End phase might just be too far gone at this point for anything but like a 125 break. So I wanted it off of 122. A little bit spreadier than I was expecting over on them. And the other one you can look at, if you're, as Sean mentioned, you can look at TAN, I think maybe a little bit better. But end phase, a little spready to my liking. What I don't love here is Apple's sort of pulling back when everything's back at the highs, which is not what it was doing before. So Apple kind of failing 222 here and dipping back in to what I think should be support where it was before. It's shown you the levels. That 220.5 is the level. I think if we're going to bleed back into the market, that's where I want to get to. A firm is breaking 45. The only way I want this back on the south side is for it to fail this breakout, trap some longs up there. We got about 3 minutes till he gets on the podium. Powell. Generally speaking, I want to wait till I'm not in it in the next minute, then I definitely want to wait until Powell hits that podium to make the next opportunity in there. So we'll see if we actually get something in Apple on the dip. A firm just went over under at the 45 level. So here it comes. There's the push over 45. We wait for it to break. It broke. It comes back underneath. Got 91s in there on the way back. When it gets them out where it crested the last time, support was at 70s. And then have a look at VWAP. If VWAP holds, jump out of Dodge. Remember, the market's going up here. So it's a counter trend trade on this failing 45. If it holds VWAP, going to get the you-know-what out of Dodge. As Apple gets really close to its support level as well. So Apple, I like around VWAP, 220.5 or so, and we're into a firm off this 45. If it makes a local high, I'm out. Forget about the high of the day. Local high in here. That's literally 03s. Break that, I'm out. It's 15 cents in slippage worth of risk. And then Apple, we're looking dip by. As Powell's 2 minutes away from gracing us with his presence. Nvidia, almost everything I should say, I was about to say Nvidia. Apple, almost back to VWAP when the market's not doing that big of a dip. Little surprising there for Apple. I don't know. I'm not liking what I see there. So we try second time. Patience on Affirm. I was down on Affirm early, got it back, and was up, and now I'm flat on the stock. But it's all about waiting for that price area. This was the level I liked.
Boom.
Probably could have had a heck of a lot more. Now Apple's starting to go. All right.
All right, guys. Yeah, so kind of a muted thing here. I was just looking. Some of you ask, about how things are going. I think the office was down on that number, but there were some good trades. So depends on what you were trading for sure. So that's the beauty of a prop floor. You're gonna have some traders that can do it. Some traders make money. Some traders lose money. At the end of the day, you just hope to be net positive. So. And that's what happens, man, when you get that going. So, all right, Nvidia now $1 in the money here. Neil's long Apple. Obviously, we just talked about getting out of that Affirm. And then now we're going to watch out to see what happens with NVDA. So we took it's funny that Neil was like, and he's right, because you're talking about it sort of being inside. We took $1 on this play, more than $1 on that play. So we have $1 there, and we didn't lose. So that was a winning trade. So 1 for 1 there on the Fed. And then we had this trade, which is now $1 in the money. So we'll go 2 for 2 here on the Fed. So pretty good trading, what I think anyways, into what should be an important moment here for Powell to come on, talk about this, and see if he could sort of quell some of those bears to come out in full force. So here we go. We're long Nvidia. It is now $1 if you like it. We wanted to hold this all the way back up to the top, but now we might as well go. Our stop is already where it is, man, 116.20. That came close to getting stopped out numerous times. So let's not pretend that this is not going to be a fun ride, because Nvidia has volatility in it. And I think Apple's there as well. Neil's in that. We'll wait to see what happens now. But there it is. We should have it up, I think. We're going to try to get it on the board. And when we do, you'll be able to see everything there about this release. There it is.
There it is.
Yeah, because it's not.
He's not there yet.
No, and then Brendan again on the question and answer. I think that's the most important part. So, well, there it is. Now we are officially hit that hydration. Hit that hydration nation right there, as Powell will, of course, be having some
big
water.
Papa Pump.
We're now $1.20 in the money now on Nvidia. Let's see where we go. Good trade on Apple. Let's see.
Yeah, good look on Nvidia. I think Nvidia might want to take that top. It's 117, but it's not exactly 117 as I look over. Be careful with when you're taking breakout trades. If you take any breakout trades, just note liquidity is not exactly what it would be on a normal day. So a little bit more aggression with stop orders if you use limit orders. I can tell you that from the experience I learned here with IWM. Obviously, a bit of a wider move than I was expecting on that breakout, and that could take out the high as well, 225. Apple's looking to go, and remember what I said about Affirm. Don't give it to the actual high. Give it to the local high. Affirm through the top. So wait for it. But if it breaks out, do not fight. Do not mess around. And now that I think about it, why am I not looking at SMCI as well, just for everybody out there? I feel like this was a name poised to break. No. Never mind. I thought this was one. This morning, I was like, if SMCI gets to 470, that's going to be massive. SMCI is a fail.
All right.
That stock's not even moving. That's disappointing.
117.20. Okay, we are now out. I mean, great trading there on Nvidia. I just was like, you know what? Let's just get out. We already have a banger here. If Nvidia goes higher, then we will just punch more. So let's give a shot here. Good out. I mean, I don't know what else to do. That is a great little move there, as Powell is obviously on the podium there. You can see same tie, everything. So here we go. We are now out of Nvidia. Spin it. That's that. That's $1. Now we just wait on our hands here and wait to see what winds up happening. 2 for 2 here during Fed. So far, so good. We'll just wait. And 2 big ones too, right? $2 winners. We are easily at the high for ourselves here today. And I just hope that everybody else is having similar luck. So we'll just keep going, man. I mean, again, when Brendan's ready, he'll just come in and we'll throw it over there, talking about the labor market continuing to cool right now. We'll just get more, but here comes Nvidia. Let's see what happens at the top. Possible top breakthrough 117.20. That's the high of the day. We're going to try to go long if it breaks that right there. 117.20 long. That could be my next trade.
SoFi is absolutely flying, and shout out to everyone in the chat that brought that to my attention. Yes, SoFi did break out that level on the daily, but first things first, you're taking out highs. What's not taking out the high anymore? Initially strong, now relatively weak. So tightening it up here for sure on Apple. You should be going higher when the market is doing this. So when I say tightening up, I mean tightening the stop instead of giving it to 221. Give it to that local bottom. I do not like the fact that it is not going with everything else. It's not like it's up 2 points. It's not necessarily bad. It's in the money, but why are we not near 222 when the market's taking out those highs? Of course, as I say that now, of course, it goes to the upside, so no worries whatsoever, but that's what my thoughts were. Like, why isn't it breaking higher? Now all of a sudden it is. If it gets to 222, I'm trailing it to that level. I'd like to see it break out that top. So now it's starting to go. I just had to complain about it a little bit and tighten things up as Powell delivering some comments. You guys can see in the captions below. If he says anything incredibly significant, I'm sure Brennan is going to let us know.
Money, 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 money.
There goes Nvidia, baby. I mean, let's go. We just talked about taking that one long. So as we sit there, we wait for Apple. Great trade over there. We have Nvidia again. This Nvidia long from that bottom is now $2 in the money. And there it goes. More highs right now for the market and for Nvidia. I mean, we gave you this trade. If Nvidia, these are if and then statements. If Nvidia breaks 117.20, I'm sure my guy Patrick has this. Nice break long there. So we're in, we're out. It's 50 cents in the money. We're still going to hold on just to a third. This is when you trade bigger share size. You know, you can scalp out and then still hold that third and still get that dream. So let's go. This is what we're doing. It's Fed. It's 3 for 3. It's huge. We've doubled our net now since 2 o'clock. So big time movements happening right now. And we're continuing going to the upside right there. That's a banger trade. We get out of a little bit there and there it goes. Remember where our long was? 115.80. It's now a $2 winner from that bottom for Nvidia and still going. It's 44 cents now in the money on Nvidia. Good. Neil's over in there at Tesla, another aggressive name that I like.
It's that 235 level on Tesla that for days and days, this has been all the way since August. 235 has been trying to break. It's finally gone for the first time in a while. It just got to the $0.50. Stop is in there, so we're good to go there. But this is what it looks like on the daily chart when Tesla broke. It just took it out now, a couple of seconds ago, and continuing to go higher and higher. Apple's close to 222, but the thing I don't like about it is it's not at the high. The market, everything is breaking out the top right now, and Apple is resisting. So I don't like this as much. Obviously, it's just not nearly as strong as everything else. So if it's not going to be as strong as everything else, I'm going to take it out. Lower high being put in. As a matter of fact, it actually just failed. If I were to draw a trend line, it essentially just gave you this clean trend in here. And it tagged the trend line in a reversal. So quick out on Apple. I feel like that was the right decision easily on AAPL. And just as quick as it went up, we get out 50s, you get that first $0.50 and right back underneath that 50 level. I got my execution out at 89 there on Tesla. So very, very quick slip there on Tesla. It's my second trade on Tesla today. I was short at VWAP a little bit earlier on TSLA, but that breakout gave you the quick one. I always have tight stops on even dollar breaks at high of the day. It's up to you what you want to do. I'm pretty much always going to take that up. But I think Apple's no longer as strong as I thought it was.
No, I mean, the market's giving everything back up a little bit right here. So we talked about only holding a third left for Nvidia. So we actually got some more out. Let's wait to see here. There it goes. So now we're out. So there it goes. Flushing down on that last piece there for Nvidia. Let's flush it down the toilet today. We are up on Apple, Google, Intel, Nvidia, Palantir today, Tesla, TQs. Oh, we're down on PayPal. end. So right now, let's just wait to see. There's the
Apple's
out.
dumb.
Wow, huge move to the downside right now. There it goes. There goes Apple. Nice move right back into VWAP. Possibly a buy opportunity right now for Apple. We'll wait to hear if Brendan has anything to say, but nice move to the downside there for Apple. I'm going to buy a little bit of Nvidia down here right now. Why is my barber calling me right here? Let me just see what he wants to say right here. You want to get this guy live on here? All right. Hey, Halim, what's going on?
What's going on, bro?
Hey, man, bro, I'm live on the air right now. I'm trading. This is a Fed. This is what we're doing right now. How's the haircutting business?
It's really good, my friend, in business.
All right. Hey.
Customers.
Hey, I know. Thank you. I love you as well, and I'm going to come see you very, very soon. But I got to let you go. I'll call you back. Okay, my friend?
Okay, boss. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye. It's called, if content was king, I mean, okay, here we go. It's also, meanwhile, Neil, while we're talking to our barber, let's just pay the man in Nvidia shares, because there it is right now. It's a 40-cent winner back on Nvidia. Let's take a piece out. All right, you got anything good over there?
I'm chilling right now.
All right.
Last trade was looking fantastic.
Let's go.
IWM, like I said, the first thing, if we get a 50 basis point cut, is long IWM. It just went 225 to the upside. This one's absolutely flying. And obviously it's the Russell, right? So small cap index for anyone out there, if you're unawares. I'm still not hearing much of anything. I mean, Leisman's out there asking some questions. There's been nothing incredibly profound. But what I can tell you is I'm going to be smiles when this is what happens in Apple. Like right when it hit that top of the trend line, we're like, it's not looking right. We're going to get out of it. Apple dumps right back into VWAP. Apple no longer as strong as everything else, as I said before. And that's what you have to be able to do. You got to be able to get away from dodge. Nasty, nasty pullback there. If you're trying to hold on, it looks like it's going to be in the other bucket. And that's going to be the nasty weak trade levels. Look, IWM and the Russell, I feel like this is the strongest thing I have seen so far. You're holding the highs here. I don't think it should be a top-end break, but the trend has been pretty clean. If you don't break this trend up here, and let me just draw the trend the same way we got out of Apple, I think that should try to inform us here on IWM. If it's going to hold on to this loose trend line, I feel like a top-end break is going to happen. Then just give it to if it breaks 225, give it to this trend line top whenever it does. I'm just going to make sure I have the right stop order set because IWM's on the Amex. And we have a better stop order we can use, and that's not the one that I was using the first time.
All right, yeah. Know your keys, man. I mean, and that's the thing, when you're here this long, it's ingrained in our system, but make sure that you guys definitely follow your rules and get in and get out as you see fit. We just took 45 cents there on Nvidia, but it is fading back in. We're going to get out at 116.25. We'll try a little bit more now. Futures coming back in. So let's take some here. Let's take some at the 50. He's going to make future decisions based meeting by meeting right now, says Jerome. So I'll take that for what it's worth and figure that all out. So 116, they're recalibrating, they're doing all this and all that. Nice little drip buy down here into Nvidia. I don't like this, man. I feel like I'm hearing different things in my ear right now, talking about projections and whatnot. So here we go. We've reloaded up on Nvidia. We're long now at 66s. I will take a piece out there at 80s. I don't know. We just kind of have random offers out here. We have another one in the 90s. We'll see now if we can get back up to the upside. We've reloaded here. This is coming out if we break 20s. 40 cents worth of risk here on Nvidia. Hands off. And as we debate what haircut we're going to get. Okay, up to the 80s now. We're in the 90s to get out of another piece if it can go. Our stop is now set for Nvidia.
There you go. I just refreshed my bins and was wondering if you were hearing stuff, why wasn't I hearing anything? So I just reset mine to make sure we get anything. I don't think there's anything big, but another failed top there. I'm going to go right back to Affirm because this is the one that feels like it's relatively weak. It's back underneath resistance. So this is once, twice, now thrice this afternoon. The fourth time was this morning off of these levels, but it can't seem to hold on to this 45. IWM did not make that break. It's even starting to give it back a little bit here, now down to 224. But just like last time, same procedure. Give it to the local high and no further on AFRM. I still feel like this is the one I want to the south side. The other play, I mean, thank goodness we didn't try Rivian. Rivian is blasting up. I'm happy that Rivian is going up, breaking to those highs. It makes that makes some sense to me, but the one that we should have had to the long and might me a couple to myself is SoFi. SoFi broke out the top very, very nicely.
Oh, SoFi.
That's about as clean as it's going to get on SoFi, and it makes some obvious sense. I mean, we know what rate cuts mean in a general sense for them. So shout out to SoFi because this is the level we've been watching for a while, that 830 level, and now you're at 850.
Yeah, 20 cents there on SoFi.
If it can hold,
top to bottom. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, if it can hold the week, I actually like this for a swing next week, but it has to hold this 830 for the end of the week for me. I wanted to see after Fed for those guys.
All right, back over to Palantir. Oh wow, it took 37 again and then faded out. Interesting. Nvidia is not nothing's happening right now in the market. Okay, here we go. Maybe a move down future. So I was just going to say, if nothing's happening, then we have to flip the script a little bit because you're starting to get underneath the 50 period and starting to go lower. I mean, it's almost trading exactly as we thought it would, whereby if it was 50 basis points, I was thinking we were going to go to the downside. It looks like that's what it wants to do here again. So there it is, man, down to the downside now. As he talks, we get out. There it is. So we get hit there. Our last trade there, 40 cents out on Nvidia as it breaks below, I think it was 25s. I can tell you the price that we got exactly. 25s. Yeah, we got 25s. So a good out there for Nvidia as now it's coming right back in. So yeah, let's just wait now. He'll get off the podium at some point. Let's go.
It'll take a while, I think.
I think. Let's go find some levels to look at and make sure that we have it good because there goes Nvidia right back up again. So these wicks are going to be here for a minute. I still like this long. Maybe prefer Apple. Nvidia seems to be pretty good. SoFi giving it absolute all back right now.
Yeah, everything's really giving it back. Oh, so yeah, I didn't quite catch that about the blackout. Oh, right where we turned last time on a firm, it looked like there was a psych out. So right where we turned last time on a firm, someone stacked up the bid just enough at 44.30. It's going to be hard to see that wick. If it zoom in, you can see it there. Right where it bounced the last time, someone stacked up the bid. That got me out as it held that higher low. And then immediately it flushed back through. But you can see there's still buyers in there at 44.35. So that seems to be the right spot to have gotten out. It's hard to see, but after the initial move up, that was the higher low at 44.40. We're able to get that 45 into 44.4. Whoa, now they just lost that bit again.
There's some dissent or something.
Yeah, the buyers were just able to hold it for a hot minute, and they just dropped a bit on a firm here. So yeah, maybe we should have hung on to that short. But we took it out. I should have hung on to that one.
Yeah,
I didn't catch what he just said, but
I don't. They're going meeting by meeting. They're not in a rush, so on and so forth. We're going to go a little bit here on the TQs and see if we can catch a winner. There it goes. Wow, it's pretty violent right now, Brendan.
Just real quick, guys. He was being questioned on whether or not it was a unanimous decision. This was the first time since 2005 that a single Fed member dissent in the decision, so it's not a big deal. But he said otherwise, the remainder of the Fed members that voted here were more or less in favor of a 50 basis point cut. So not really a big deal.
Okay. Well, we're long the futures, and I don't. We're just kind of like dripping around here. I knew that the liquidity would be sparse in the TQQs, but I didn't really realize it would be this sparse. So yeah, we are pretty sparse right now. Did I use that word enough? Not much there as far as levels. Like we can drop 30, 40 cents. It was sparsely used. Okay. We do have a move upside. We are long at 12s. We're starting to go. It's 40 cents, man. I mean, honestly, with how we're trading, this is good. Nice play, man. 40 cents now in the money on this trade. Let's go. It's another one right here. Another dub coming through here as we go back up to the upside. There it goes. Get it out at 50. All right. We just bought off VWAP the futures. We did not get stopped out. We have no wicks underneath. We are now long. And there it goes, man. We started at 20s. We bought more. We're long at 12s. It's up to the 50 period. Let's take one more piece out because we're at the 50 period. There it is. We got a 54 there. Now we do. Now we get the 54, and let's just hands off and see what we could do now. It's futures, and yeah, so far so good on that front as we bought that dip. Wow. Oh man, we're at days high for our account right now. Let's just settle down. Okay, now we're starting to go.
Now it's really going.
Now we're really going here right now. So let's just keep on putting some more offers. I don't have any other offers upside. Let's wait at 67.90. That's where we just touched. Maybe we can blast again. Not much liquidity here, man, on these triple Qs. We playing now, baby.
Yeah, we got it for sure. So IWM ends up holding that higher low. So we like that for the long side. So that's what we got into. I'm chuckling because, okay, I'm just going to get out there. We got a bit of a lower high resistance at 223.5. So you hold that trend for the higher low. It blasted back up through 222, was more aggressive this time. And when it went through the even, actually got filled at 44. So like I can tell you, some slippage in there, quick in, quick out. And I feel like whatever was going on with a firm, it's right back into that 45 level. So if I felt the buying was back in here and that's where we're picking up the bid, so I got out 44.4, it's right back up and testing 44.9.
Look at the move.
So you got to be able to play this really quickly. So I know the level that I want, get in, get out, and get the you-know-what out of Dodge. And the same thing with IWM. Like, have an idea where you want to take it because it holds the trend line, breaks back out, but never gets past the hump. So quick little scalp trade in there. Now I'm going to back off a little bit, sort of digest the next move in the market. You do not want to be taking out the lows on anything strong. That's what would concern me. Like, if we lose the breakout top on the futures, I think you're going to be in a world of hurt here. But the trend's still working to the upside. So scalping the firm short, scalping now IWM, which is where I wanted to be the first time through. We just missed that initial breakout on IWM.
Oh boy. We just reloaded again down there on the NASDAQ. Now we're starting to go higher. We're waiting at 65s now. Like, these are reloaded positions. We're taking 40 or 50 cents here, like literally like it's candy from a baby, but not shawarma from my daughter because you're not getting that away from her. But I mean, this is starting to go back up to the upside. Let's wait to see here. 67, 65. That's where we're waiting right now. If we can make another 40 cents on this, then let's just keep on doing that, man. I mean, it's been another good day to trade some of these names. There it is, 65s. Get it, get it, get it now. There it is. Nice little move there again. So we are so playing with house money right now. It's really not even fair. If we can break above 68.50, that's the next thing. Well, wait. I mean, I don't. My playbook since we've been doing this. I don't know. I was on Terra TV 4 or 5 years. We waited for Powell to sort of leave and then watch for a little bit of a cascade down. But right now, I don't know if that would be a reversion at all because you're not even really moving that much. You're up 80 handles from where we were pre this announcement. We get exactly what we wanted on the announcement. And now, from what I can see, there's not that much. I mean, we've taken advantage of this because I feel like we're trading the right instruments. But at the same time, the market's not really doing a whole heck of a lot right now. So I would say we've had $1 a couple times, 3 times here, and we're doing well. But the market is just kind of hanging out. So I would say, be a little cautious here. I'm not going to reload anything. Look what we just did. We went long here and out up here. We went long again and out again. So we'll just play with house money. If it comes back in, great. If we break down here, then we get out. It's a very, very simple trading, and that's the way I like to do it. Very, very simple. And today that is resulted in a decent day. Well, let's leave it at that.
Yeah, we're ranging, I think is the right word. Very so in the chat just put in there. We are now starting to range a little bit. Like, the big move has happened. You had the secondary push, and all of a sudden you're just getting a little bit more range bound. You're not getting back up to the highs. Well, it depends on what you're trading. You're not getting back to the lows. I'm just looking over at IAWM. I don't know if a firm's going to give that short one more time in here, but the play has been let it make the break of 45 and let it come back underneath. Let it show you the turn. It shows you the turn and comes back under. When it's on the sell side, that's where you want to try to grab it. So that's what I'm going to be looking for on the sell side. And IWM's been a good long. I'd like to see if it could continue. When Powell drops from the podium, however, I'm very willing to, just because you liked IWM long, but while we got the number and while he was talking, when he leaves, all bets are off when he's done from the podium. As far as I'm concerned, it's almost like the third phase of the game, right? And when that happens, you don't want to get trapped just doing exactly what was working previously. The other thing we got to show here is we haven't even talked about any of the banks, and I just wanted to highlight, like, JPM. Like, this is the opposite of what you've seen with a lot of the charts that we've been pulling up here. Break out the top and lower highs the whole way. So JP Morgan, I don't want to say taking it on the chin. It's only down 0.5 point. And this feels like it's looking very weak, trend down on the banks. That's worth keeping an eye on here, especially if we take out any of these bottoms and reverse this move. But I still want to keep it to IWM, looking for a reload on the long. I think you can clearly see where the support is. It's just yesterday's high, and now all of a sudden it can't get back above 224. So very clearly you've got the support down at 222-ish, just underneath 222, and then your resistance is just underneath 224. That's the range-bound trade. I'm not shorting it at the top. I'm really just only looking for longs on this at that bottom.
Here we go. Yeah, good look
we
right
go.
there. Here we go.
Well, I was doing Luigi, not
Yeah, I know.
not Dak.
Yeah. No, I know. Here we go. Right there. Okay, so there it is. I mean, look at this move there. I mean, that's another 80 cents. We'll just take a piece out. We said we'd get something out if it went to $68. So hit the like, hit the subscribe. Keep it going, man. We do this every single day. It's exciting today because it's Fed, but you know what? The market's actually, we've had busier days, busier market moves. And I mean, although we'll just take,
We got Palantir getting added on Friday. We got
so
Dell
much.
being added on Friday. October 1st, we're going to have SMCI on a split. I've never seen a stock get added to the S&P 500, drop like an absolute rock, lose everything it's made on the year, then do a reverse split when it's already retraced 50%. That sucker's going to be insane, especially with the options game on us. And so trust me, every single day there's something moving. You like small caps? That Omex stock, I don't know what the heck it's doing now, but Omex, that one was crazy today. So you could be trading just about anything. Okay, it's not doing much of anything anymore, up 200% on OMEX. I'm asking myself why I didn't go back into long at 130 on this. That's a question for another day. That was a fail. That was a 130 long like multiple times in here, and it gave you the level. It's telling you where to dip by it, but small cap for another time. That's worth keeping an eye on tomorrow, this OMEX. OMEX, as Sharif liked to call it. There's so much out there moving, everybody. Just whatever is your flavor. Trade what works for you.
yeah. 100p, as they say. Yeah, just keep going. Just keep doing what you do best. And we've actually, if Adam's in the chat or if anybody's been here watching the evolution of a trader, we used to. We still look at a lot of equities, and I can run them all through today. We have one red name today. What? All right, we have Apple. So, all right, so we're green on Apple today. We're green on Google. I'm just going to run them all through. Here, maybe I'll zoom back out. We're green on Intel. That's 3 for 3. Here's the trades, right? So there's Apple. Obviously we went long. These were good trades. Google, who next? Right? Intel right there. That was a good one. Nvidia, you just trade that with me. So there's that. Palantir, these are the shorts. Boom. That's a great trade. PayPal, we are down a matcha latte. We did talk about that. PayPal, again, out there for even. Boom. That's fine. The TQs.
Whoa.
That's loud. And then we have Tesla as well that we're up on. So Neil, we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 winning stocks, 1 flat stock, and we'll go basically 7-0 today. So, that's the trading that, if you guys are interested, we have our sticky note out here, and most of those trades that I've talked about right there are well off. Sure, we just point the gun right at the market every single day. It's not easy to sit here and put on trades in front of you guys. You can clearly see that. Happy birthday, Beltman. 5 years old. Love her. But there it is right here today. Palantir. There's the short that we printed on. There's the Google long that is P&L number 1 right now. There's the Intel short that's P&L number 2 on the show. 1, 2. There's our TQs. There's Palantir and there's Apple. So, these resources are available for you. Go check them out. We are now nicely in the money on the TQQs and just waiting for more. So let's just keep this train going higher. What's up, Charlie Taff? What's up to everybody there in the chat, man? Make sure you do check out Real Trading Campus Program. Check out realtrading.com and get on this floor with us immediately. And hopefully you can join in on the fun yourself.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. Like, join in on that fun. Powell's definitely giving us the fun here. So
always does.
We call him Big Papa Pump because usually, and it doesn't matter contested decision or not, I guess we're pumping to the upside. We might not be able to get the reload on longs. Again, I'm not necessarily wanting to chase this. I feel like if I chase a stock that I like long, or in this particular case, the index that I like long, then he's going to leave the podium and we could revert. So I'm just going to sit patiently, wait on my hands. It would be tempting to short a firm, but it's not doing the setup that worked, which was allow it to fail to break. Every time it breaks 45, I feel like people are trying to go long when it breaks 45, and we've been shorting back underneath. So I'm not going to do anything with that one against the grain unless it's an absolutely perfect setup. I'm just going to wait around and look for IWM to give me some kind of an opportunity with a bit of a dip in here. It's got a 2.5. Check that. It's more like it's a $2.50 range here, but effectively more like a $2 range. Needs to travel back into the bottom, catch a bit of a bid. I'd like it to hold trend. So it doesn't have to get to the absolute low. But if you sort of connect the dots, and you can do it any way you want. I could draw it here or draw it there. It doesn't matter. I wanted to enter that target range, not lose the bottom, and try to make a bit of a bounce. So here comes the south side. We'll try to hold on and be patient, wait for it to dip back in, and stay on target and stay on plan. Rivian Millionaire, let us pump. I'd love for him to pump. But I don't mind if we get enough of a dip to get us back into some of the longs. That's fine by me.
Right there, what's up? Just mentioning our risk manager there. New options to manage personalization on Google Play. Nice email. Okay, we're just gonna keep on going here as we look for more opportunities. We always talk about trying to go through things and make sure that we're all fine. Right now, Powell's talking about immigration right now, so we'll see about the job market. Obviously, as that's what he's been indicating. All right, so I might just put a stop. Like our stop was back down here. We only have, I think we have about 20% left. I don't know. I mean, we've been trading a lot of shares and just making moves back and forth. So what about a break of the 50 period? Let's get another piece out if we break through 50s, which of course just happened. So I can just manually get this out now. Offer 46s. There it is, man. That's a good one. We'll just get another piece out. That's 30 cents, not huge. We'll wait to see if it wants to come back. Our stop is still down here, so we're out. We have 10% left. I mean, we just told you about that. Further declines in job openings will translate further openings will directly translate to unemployment, obviously. But we're going to wait to figure out what he's saying. Brendan's got it all, so I'm just trying to repeat what I hear in my ear. But you can see right now it's a Q&A period. So again, thank you everybody for joining. I mean, as we look right now, we have over 6,000 right now watching. So I want to thank everybody for doing that. We have 10 or so on the morning shows. Make sure you hit the like, subscribe so you can find out all the time when we are on. I mean, we're on every single day. The
market's open, we're here.
Open. Yeah, I just took off October 2nd because my kids will be at a cross-country meet.
Nice.
So the wife and I will be going out for breakfast and then watching them at a cross-country meet, of which they both made their respective teams, and I have no idea about the distances. I think my 10-year-old is 5K.
How old? Oh, he hasn't.
5K she has to run, and I don't know. Barron's in grade 7. I don't know what he has to run. Maybe 8K. I don't know what it is. I'll find out tonight.
That seems like
that might be too much.
No.
She's 5 for sure.
8K?
I don't know. All right.
Oh, so we just lost support.
I'm not sure. All right. So the market, why did we not just get punched out? Okay. Because it's not out yet exactly. 66.90 break, and we want to get out of this trade. Let's just buy a little bit more on the downside now, and then 66.79 or so. We'll get out of this last piece. Now we're starting to go down. Is he off yet?
He's still there.
He's
That's
off.
what I thought.
Right now, but all right, S&P futures now pulling back. Sorry, there's the TQQ, so a little bit of a flush. We were supposed to get out at VWAP there, and my trade did not trigger, so we'll get out now. There goes the move downside, so hopefully some of the longs were printing for you guys, not for me, as we got stopped out of that move, but that's completely, I mean, like I said, we're going to...
Whoa, Manfred.
We traded 7 names,
crazy.
man. We're green on all 7, including the TQs, based even on this. So bye-bye, downside move. Maybe buy Apple. Apple's at 219.
Yeah, I see in the chat, Manfred in the chat just saying NQ will be 19-1. Fabian, can we get a quick, well, you know what, you're busy right now. I want to poll, will the NQ close red or green? And the only reason I'm saying red or green is because the NASDAQ is dead. It's flat right now. It's the optimal time to do it. So it's exactly flat. That's what the poll should be. Our viewers were the other direction. Like I think 60%, we thought it was going to be a quarter, and we got 50. So the market was right, but look at IWM break that trend. So we bought it pretty much exactly where we were looking for the bounce. This initial wick, it bounced off the trend line, went long, and then slapped the stop back underneath. So you have to have a plan of action. It's a big reversal. And you know what? I'm not going to pretend. I thought the reversal was happening when he left the podium.
Yep.
Jerome, that's what usually happens.
It's all good.
Jerome. But instead, we're reverting already. I don't even want to look at Affirm. Affirm just broke $44. That one is in the trash can. It's in the gates of hell. Affirm. I keep forgetting I can't hit that one. I hit the other one. No, Affirm just dumped right back into the low. So the setup had been for me, break 45 back underneath, break 45 back underneath, break 45 underneath. This time it just kind of failed underneath 45 and didn't really give you the same setup. But Affirm, negative on the day. To me, if you were red before the market got red, that means you're weak. Not that I should have to tell anybody that a firm is weak under 45. I'm going to pick that we're going to end up red just because I feel like we just turned red. And generally speaking, whenever he's at the podium and finishing up, we tend to end in that direction. But we'll see.
All right. Yeah, we shall see for sure. We'll make a little bit back there what we lost. For now, if the market wants to bounce, let's go. Give me those 53s. We're at 53s. Give us that. Did we get them? Yes, we did right there again. It's another one. Now 50 cents back into the money here. Like if you lose 20 cents and make 50 cents, you deserve to drop that money down. And plus we could see our net. So we know we're higher now than we were previous, but there it is, man. Yes, sir. Nice move back up. We buy the dip. It's pretty easy trading. We talk about this, man. I try to make it as simple as possible. I want to thank everybody for watching. It just came right back into the low that we already got printed on. So we bought that again. We're long at 66.20. It's 50 cents. It's another 50 cents in the money. Like you want to talk about, first of all, I feel like we probably hold the most. For myself, probably the bigger plays. And right now, we're just showing the versatility by just scalping back out right now again. So, put on that different hat. Understand what market you're in right now. If I can get a 55 print right now, we'll do it. We'll put 30 more cents in yield pocket. Remember, we got to pay for these shawarma parties. So we're going to have to be careful with all of this. So right now, nice move back in. Let's see if we can hold this and get right back to the upside there. This move was a little premature. There's no doubt about that. We thought this would happen post him leaving the podium, but it looks like it's happening right now. Let's go TQQs. We're holding this until we break that 65 area.
I just heard him saying they can't call the win on inflation just yet. So he's doing that whole temper your expectations. Hey, man, you did a 50 basis point cut. That's what if you did 50 instead of 25, then you should be saying that you have beaten inflation. That should be the idea. Bouncing off VWAP right now is IWM. So it's got the same double bottom. I like to trade better when you're on the upside, when you're making the bounce. To me, you're still in the falling portion of this move, and I'd like to see it hold a higher low. It's been giving you that upper wick and then reclaim the bid, break back out trade. That's what I'm looking for next. I know some people might be looking at treasuries or UVXY, whatever it might be. I feel at this point you can kind of see on the tape. If you have the level that you like, if the buyers come in at that level, just keep on that instrument because you can really see it. Like I was able to see on a firm at one point where the buyers were holding it up. When they lost it, it was very, very obvious. Of course, they ended up buying it right back, but still, that's what you have to watch for. I'm not going to sit on this bid. You're still losing the bid here on IWM, and now it's going through VWAP here.
It is
so
cracking.
Yeah, I thought this one would hold up a little better than it did. I mean, we were able to get one of the bounces, but now you're losing this bid in earnest over there on IWM. Maybe Rivian is still available. If Rivian's at 13. Right, he's talking about housing inflation. Yeah, Rivian's starting to lose 13. Feel like that was a bit of an overner. You know what the problem with Rivian is? No, Rivian's bottom, 1270 is like the flat bottom break on Rivian. Yeah, I don't want to be shorting this one very close to such a really significant support level. That doesn't make any sense. Throw that one out.
Okay.
If it breaks.
All right, so we took it. We got stopped there on the downside as the market's breaking. I'm going to take this short, 65.50. Let's see if we break the bottom of the day right now on that one. I mean, he is talking about housing right now. That's been a very, very sensitive spot. We wrote this down on the sticky note. Yes, today you can go find it, 65.50. It happened to be dead on right there during the midday. I don't know. We had a huge move down there, and we bounced. So now let's wait to see if we can hold 65.50. I think if we lose it, I'm going to go short if we lose that. And then we'll wait to see what happens. I mean, that bounced back up there to 65.90. 40, 50 cents worth of risk here, I think, is probably in the pocket for risk for me. So we'll do that. Like I said, we're not going to be at our highest spot of the day. We're going to be pretty close to it. But we did lose on that. We made on there and then gave it back. So unrealized, we'll have given some up. But for right now, here it comes. Let's take that short, breaking through that bottom of the day. It is going to be a little bit risky, so it's not like a full max position. It's probably half of the position that I normally would take on a breakout right here. So we'll see about a break lower into that low. This makes sense to me, so we're going to put it on. If it doesn't break, it doesn't break, and all good. We'll sit here and be very, very patient. But I mean, soon off the podium.
I feel like the longest it was like, there was one time it was like 3:15, but usually wrapping up pretty soon.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'd like for him to do that. I feel like, getting him off the podium, you can get a bit of a direction here. You just said VWAP is so far away. That's the first thing that came to my mind when I looked at Intel. I'm like, what is down a lot? Well, Intel's usually down 3%. It lost 21. This one I like it's breaking lows before the market breaks lows, and it's down more than the market is down. And we were showing it earlier today. So I do not mind this one, but I'd like us to get a pop in here because I think he'll leave the podium, and then you might get a bit of a reversion, and then we can go back into trending. So we're into power hour. The market is trying to bounce off the lows, and the operative word would be trying to bounce off 19.6. I don't think it's necessarily done yet, but clearly after that initial move to the upside, there was one more push to fail the top, and we've been stair-step down since 2:30. So trend has been down since he's been on the podium, and it's hard to get away from that. Just want to make sure it's a weak name. I just don't want any part of any of those strong names that we were looking at before. I'd rather short something busting the lows that looks like trash as opposed to something that was just screaming a few minutes ago when we were making those long trades. So I'm going to look to short pops in Intel. If we get a chance at a firm, I feel like VWAP would be an easy answer, and then 44. 44 was the morning support, 44 was the higher low, so maybe a push back into 44 for a curl. I'd rather join, again, something that is already relatively weak if we do bounce from this 19.6 on the NASDAQ.
Oh, boy. I really want to go short because Nvidia is losing, and if Nvidia loses, then this market will be forever in pain. Oh boy, I might just start a TQQ position now, but Nvidia is a completely different beast. I mean, Nvidia is breaking the low right now. It's gone. 113.50 just went. So Nvidia's having itself a day. I talked about this earlier during the market, during our opening show there, that if Nvidia ever lost these bids, man, I don't know. And we actually looked at it here, and it was 115 that I was very concerned about. We've already lost that easily and starting to go back down. Where's the gap fill, man? 110? All the way to the downside. And if that happens, then obviously the market should continue to fall down as well, but it's not. So that's what's giving me a little bit of a pause for concern on what to do here at the futures. I feel like I want to trade the futures rather than anything else. This is a futures type day with the Fed. So I'm going to be patient on it. I really think that I should be going short here. Would rather it come up. That's why I was looking at VWAP, but I don't want to, I'm going to try now. I'm going to go here at 82s. We'll give it a shot. I have a much bigger order to break the bottom if that does go. What is this, 66 quarters? All right, 66.30. We'll get stopped out. We'll average in appropriately to make sure that we don't have a whole bunch of shares if it does get back up there. But let's just try it right now into this level. We'll see about a short. We'll average into it. I'm thinking we can break the low of the day. So this might be a great opportunity to get some more shares at a better price. And a lot of this is predicated on the fact that I think Nvidia could be a slippery slope right now. Plus, I don't want to do like Powell's going to leave, therefore the market's going down. I'm trying to do it based on what I'm seeing. So 66.30, it looks like that could come into play right now. Again, treading lightly here on this play, but want to have something in case the market does come down. I feel like that's the right way. It's short right now, but
yeah, I mean the trend is very clearly like the longs might have worked. Like I liked IWM before. I don't like it anymore now. I just want to make sure I get something weak. All right, the Intel's gonna not bounce here. At least it feels like it has no intentions of bouncing. It's likely to break this little double bottom. And then I see the previous lower high at 2085. The good news for Intel is unlike Rivian, where I said it's right very close to its support levels. I mean, Intel's bottom is underneath 19 bucks.
So he left? No.
Oh, you guys pulled the...
Okay.
Okay, I thought for a second that many left. So he did not leave the podium, but there is this bounce happening as we speak. So no break of the bottom. I want to look to fade back into this. 21 is the post number low, so that would be the natural level to get a fill, and a firm just got to 44 as well. So I can say that the first thing to get there was going to be Intel. It looked like that was going to be the case, but it ends up being a firm. So a firm comes right back into that lower high. So we'll go from lower highs of support to looking at them as resistance because the trend is now going in the other direction. So I'm short under 44. I'm going to have my out just underneath that. I want 60s in there. If we get back down in the 60s, we'll take some out there. I also like 21s on Intel. I just don't know if it's going to have the juice to get up there and play off of that level. So I'm back into a firm, although $1 lower than we were shorting earlier because that's what the market did. So if he gets off the podium, I have a stop through 44 even. It's not like he can leave the podium and all of a sudden, you're sort of caught off guard. But the market is bouncing as he might be wrapping up. He's not going to talk till 2 o'clock. Or 3 or 4 o'clock. That's never happened before.
Not to 4 o'clock. No, I think we're going to be fine with that one right now. So, all right, we're going to basically, we talked about where VWAP was here for the NASDAQ. We got stopped out when it broke through 20, but we made that wick high there on a decent amount of volume, but still not that much. I just want to get more shares up here. If it breaks 67, let's just be wrong on a VWAP break. We have to be a little more patient. Okay, here it comes. We have to be a little more patient than what we've been doing here because, again, it just looks like the market might want to go back to the upside now. We only went from 19.9, which I guess was decent, right there down to 19.6. So definitely a pull down there and then a buy. So looking at the TQs here on a daily chart, it's not like we really bounced off of anything significant. I still think we could break lower. I like that 65. Okay, well, now we're short at VWAP. So now we got, sometimes you get what you want and it's not good. So we are now short here on VWAP. We do have that stop higher and there it goes. Powell's still talking about all this. We're short right now at 60s on a decent size. So if this goes up, it will suck. It'll turn us red on the TQs on this one last spot here. Probably should have been even more patient than we were. I see you got out of a firm there. But yeah, the whole market's starting to go upside.
Yeah, it broke that 44, so I jumped out of it. Thank you for the super chat here, Day Party Experience, CNI, Canadian National Railway stock forecast. Should I buy long-term hold? Is this a good short-term play? Enjoy the channel. You guys have been making me some money. Might throw a shawarma party for you guys. Keep up the good work. We love shawarma. Look, all we ask everyone to do here is, come here every single day. Join our fantastic community because it's the best trading community. Enjoy. Have fun with it. I love shawarma. I'm down with it. But you guys don't have to send us anything. We're here day in, day out, no matter what. So if you don't know, look, there's obviously some fundamental issues going on with them and with them and the strike. What I don't love about the chart is when you look at the weekly, it is a barcode. And if you're looking at a barcode on the weekly like this, I usually don't compromise. It's like, show me the bottom, and that's where I want to pick it up because it's range bound. I never think the things that should be utilities to me aren't the best things for the long term. So I'm not a huge fan of them. Just very quickly, there's a curl happening on Intel underneath 21. So I'm going to get my short on Intel underneath the 21. I'm out of that Affirm. It's still over 44. But I want to see it, like it's holding on the 200 period on CNI. I'd like to see it breaking out the 50 period or give you the support at the bottom. I think when you look at names that don't give you parabolic wins, well, you have to be a little bit more range-bound trading them because they're not going to give you gains like the tech names are going to do. You have to be very, very specific about where your entries are going to be. That said, technically speaking, I'd want it above that 200 on the weekly, but I do not like airlines. I don't like the railways. I feel like things that should be, if I think it should be a utility, then I don't want to own it for the long term because that tells me that they don't make the kind of consistent profits that you can get out of some different types of holdings. But that's just me.
All right. Just talking again. We are short again. We waited for VWAP. We got it. Now let's start to cash out as we come back down in. We are actually all my bids. 66.40s. Okay, so 66.40 we're bidding right now. Then 66.20. And if we're able to get anything around there, then oh hell yeah on that. So we'll wait to see if we get a little bit lower here on the TQs. Just trying to give it to that top. Again, like hoping that this will work out for us is one thing. But hoping that he actually gets off the podium. And now let's test that theory now that we have this trade. But we just got out of some more down there. We got some 50s. You saw that clear as day. I have the level 2 up here. So a couple fills down there. We missed our best fill. Our best fill was 54. We were waiting at 43. Maybe we get that again. But our stop is up at the upside right now. 67 and change. Not very good trading right now from what I can see. Obviously, I've just gone short there and lost on it, so my opinion might be skewed. But all right, Amazon, just trying to find names that might be moving a little differently than we thought right now. JP Morgan, why don't we check on the banks? That's something that maybe
they were weak.
Looked at right now. 209 right now. So bank's not really doing anything. At 2 o'clock, it looks like they make that move up to 211. Nice move up. falls back in, sort of dances around now. Now we'll wait to see if we can get a little bit of a pullback in the market. Would help JP Morgan if you're trying to get that bottom. But I'm not super excited. I haven't watched these banks trade much during a Fed rate cuts. I mean, I'm always on big cap tech. So for right now, we'll stay a little bit away. A name that's been pretty aggressive all day has been Tesla. So again, maybe instead of being in the futures, we could hold this short against 231 if you really wanted to there for Tesla. But you're underneath right here. Like I said, I'm fine being short as long as we're underneath VWAP. And if we get above it, then we'll just tap out. So that's what we're going to wait for. We're on the last question. I mean, we might be on our last legs here, getting stopped out of this. But right now, the Nasdaq's trying to go back up. If it takes VWAP, then we'll get out. It's a pretty simple trade. And if we get out, it'll be a 25-cent hit. We already took some out there, as you guys saw. So we'll wait to see now where we go. But so far, so good. And we'll wait for him to leave. And if he leaves and the market tanks, then
this is where we were.
Some bids.
This is where we were when he came on. There we go back into the downside. So I think it's pretty simple. If we're back to where we started, things that are under where we started are weak. Things that are over where we started are strong. So keep it that simple. So I did get Intel there. I got 94s on Intel. It's trying to work back into the downside. Like if I look back over at the IWM, that's actually holding out pretty well, though I'm favoring the shorts at this point. So it almost doesn't matter that it actually held above VWAP. It doesn't make a difference. A firm should only ever take it after it breaks the even dollar. Not before. After it breaks the even dollar has been like, let it trap people above the even dollar and get it back in when it loses it back underneath. So I think this is headed back into the lows at that 43.40. I feel like I'm not going to be putting that swing trade on SoFi the way the market's going. It's not going to hold that on the week. But a firm heading back into the downside. If it does not break this low, this is also yesterday's low on a firm. Only about 40 minutes to go in the day. And as day traders, you're going to be out at the end of this day. If you don't break the low, not hold any of this overnight, we can always have new plans for tomorrow morning. And certainly, if something fell into your plans today, that should be one of the first places you look tomorrow. And so if we actually hold some of this strength and we're able to bounce, I'm going to go back and look at IWM for longs tomorrow. If we fail, I'm going to like things like a firm, just like we like it here short.
All right, I just want, as Neil was talking there, we took 25, so we got filled at some 50s, right? We're short at 80 right now. So we're going 1-to-1, taking out some profit. We still have a decent spot on for this, so hopefully we'll come back in and we'll be able to take some more profit. But for right now, our stop is right here. The news conference is now over. So let's just wait to see. I mean, I don't know. We could still take out the top. If it does, then we're out. So we have some bids. Oh, there we go. Now, all right. Yeah, it has ended. Yeah, we just made that announcement there. So let's just wait to see. We're in the money now. Okay, here we go. I'm going to take a little bit of a bid there. We'll take there. We took a 65. That's 15 cents. I'm going to cancel the 40s and see if we get a real good move. Actually, scratch that. I'm going to put a bid at 40, see if we get it right now. So that's what I'm rocking with. It's a nice move, man. There it is. It's 40 cents. 40 cents right there on the TQs. Let's see, or sorry, 30 cents. Let's see if it there we go. Now it's 40 cents. Get lower. There it is, Neil. We are starting to go now, baby. Remember I said we would be red if this went against us on the NASDAQ. Nepa. Now the NASDAQ is singing, baby. This is exactly what we're built for. We are here for this. This is why you put on shares, Neil. Good trading over there, but a banger right here. That's $1 now as we come into the downside. Thank you, Jerome. And the thing is, this is like, I mean, I look around like, this is graduation time. We talked about this here. We said this is what happens to the market.
He leaves the podium.
The market falls down. So right there, we just made more money on that one trade than anybody else. So that's what we're talking about. That's the flush. You have to believe in your trades, Neil. And that was a good one right there on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, you got to have it. The market right back into the lows. We're still in the same two. I said I would take the low of the day on a firm. We got the low of the day. We're still in Intel. Went 44 to 43.4. So right back into the bottom. It was the first thing we wanted short. We're going to stick with it. Intel about to break its low of the day. Almost everything made that curl, but watch out. 19.6 just held. So look at that. Like as soon as we're able to catch the bid, like right back to the upside. That's 19.6. That's low of the day holding. So be careful. You are holding out that bottom. I just heard something about Bitcoin.
Just
above 60.
Yeah, it's been above 60 for a minute.
Why would it be above 60?
Oh, was that 59 all day? I mean, I don't know. I have to look to see what's going on here. But, I mean, we just got Oh man, like we just got 87s there. We spun that dollar. Oh boy, I feel like this is going to be a shawarma party. All right, so there's that happening. Let's just go look at gold, see if there's any sort of a reaction here in the gold markets, GLD.am right now. So yeah, gold is, remember gold was up 1+% earlier on. Gold falling, man, 240 down $4
Yikes.
on GLD. Yeah, big time movement to the downside. Right? Oh boy, we are now back into the money now. It's $1. We are at the highest spot we've been at all day. And like, honestly, that's short. And we told you, if that broke through $67, it would have turned us red on the stock. But instead, it goes completely the other way, and boom, goes the dynamite on the TQQs. So what a good day it's been right here. I'm going to put another bid. Let's just take another piece out right now. We'll take another piece out at 15s. We don't need to be here for all time. We just need to be here for a good time. And so far, it's been a great time as we have one of our best days of the month right here, live trading for you guys. 8 for 8 on names over here, Neil. So far, so good. How goes your
so
day?
far so good. I'm happy about it.
Yeah.
Since we come back on, it's only been going to the upside, at least net wise. But not every trade worked. Remember?
Right. Yep.
Like I'll give you, and here's the best example of that. And I kid you not, because sometimes these ones are fun to look at. Sometimes the best trade you make is the one that you're not stubborn about. I've been waiting for Tesla to break 235 for a few weeks now. It broke 35. Usually I'm going to take the initial push on any breakout trade where the sellers show up the first time. I'm going to use shotgun a bit out there. And then if it loses that breakout, just get out of the trade. We even had took it on the break. We were able to add to it on the way up. That's where I got the 21s. But look at that flush on Tesla. Like that's exactly, you get stubborn about this one. There's no coming back from that. It's still up on the day, but that doesn't really tell the story. I think when you're looking at stocks and you're doing your diligence tomorrow, like we're all going to do when we come back here 8:30 live, or before that, preparation, then we'll be live at 8:30, is try to remember it's not just about what a stock was up or down on the day. Lock into what happened when we got the rate hike. Like where was Tesla? You try to jump off this 230 level. The 235 is resistance. All of a sudden, that 230 becomes a very important number. Right in around here, you're seeing it lose that lower high as we speak. If it closes above, I think it's relatively strong. If it closes underneath, I think it's relatively weak. That's why I've been harping on Firm this entire time, right? Like this is a name that when we came out, it was at 44.75, trying to break 45. For the majority of this afternoon, it's been underneath that price. As far as I'm concerned, this stock is a sell until proven otherwise. And proven otherwise will be if it breaks out 45. But until then, I want to favor the shorts. I'll probably come in leaning into that tomorrow. We'll see what happens. I like this resistance on the daily chart. I really like to I really like this one to head back into the 200-period moving average. The last time it did this, it was down several days in a row. If it closes red, just do the same rinse and repeat where you can just start trending down. Those are the easiest trades. You come in, short the pops, and then work the trend all the way back into the next support level. Try to keep it simple if you can. And then the other one I like to the long side, and we'll see if it can hold up. I mean, obviously IWM, it was good early, didn't catch the breakout. That's a mea culpa, that's on me. Should have had it, didn't get it. My stop, I can tell you right now, I didn't use the best stop order that we had available. And that's because it was on the Amex. And so I missed that breakout, but it has held that breakout price the entire time on IWM. So the Russell doing what I think you would expect to see happen when you get a Fed day where you get a 50 basis point cut, which is it head to the upside and it's holding on to some of those gains. So I'm out of Intel 21s. It was able to pull back down into 2085. Thankfully, that's the only time we were shorting it and not trying it on the way to set upside. So I'm flat. I'm going to wait till the imbalances come out to do anything else. Or sorry, the early look at the imbalances at 330 to do anything else, or you can wait for that 350 mark when they should drop. I'm not expecting anything big, but I would not be surprised if you see a few big numbers on things like Nvidia.
And guys, just to let you know, today there's like 2, maybe 3 green traders. It's not been an easy day for sure. But the best part about trading where we do is prop trading. So I have something for you. You could join tradethepool.com. Why not do that? You could trade someone else's money, become a funded trader, means trading with firm capital. First, at Trade the Pool, you complete an evaluation. Once you've completed that evaluation, then you can have access up to $260,000 of capital to throw around. You get to keep up to 80% of your profits while the firm covers the risk. It's the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Ready to become a funded trader? Join Trade the Pool today, immediately. Scan the QR code on the screen and the link in description. Thank you to Trade the Pool. And I mean, that just gives you those opportunities to do basically what I'm doing right now, getting in, getting out, paying very, very little fees to do that. And we'll just wait to see here what winds up happening as the market just shoots right back there up to the upside. So yeah, man, it hasn't been, like I said, hasn't been the easiest day trading, but I feel like as long as you're being pretty consistent with your ideas and with your strategies, even if today wasn't a great day, you'll live to see tomorrow. And I think that's something that's very, very important, especially for a lot of traders that trade prop, you know. It is what it is, right? I mean, some days you'll be good and some days you will be bad. But it's been good. We're green, obviously, on the month here, so it's been good. And today's very, very much a green day. So hopefully you guys hit the like, hit the subscribe, keep coming back, because as we keep saying, man, this happens every single day.
Yeah, we're here every day, everybody, and that's what it's all about here. So shout out to Trade the Pool. It's still up. Powell's off the podium. I will tell you, there's no point. I don't have to wait till 3:30 to get the early look on the imbalances. I just feel like usually most of the big names
right.
will matriculate after 3:30, but there are already a few things over 1 million shares in here. Excuse me, BAC 1.7, PCG, again, cheap stock. I don't really usually care about that. It's block here. So Square with an early look, 1 million to buy. Don't know what's up with GME having an early look imbalance of 900,000 to the buy side. I would suppose a few people might find that interesting, but the one that stands out for now would be Block. I would have expected if a payment company is going to have an imbalance, it would have been PayPal, because PayPal was very interesting with the Amazon. I guess the Amazon rumor, it wasn't actually news. It was the Amazon rumor that available on their platform. And the good thing about Block, if it comes out with an imbalance, this is about as defined a range as you're going to see. We've got the same bottom the entire time here since we got the rate cut, and that's at 66.5 or so. You've got a double, maybe even the triple top, if you count that lower high here at 68. So if it does come out a buy imbalance of 1 million, and it's above VWAP for a potential push into 68, this one would set up interestingly. But it's about 20 minutes till you get the actual imbalances. That's just an early look. It doesn't mean there's going to be a buy imbalance on Square. It just means it looks like there will be one currently. So very, very important distinction there. It's just an early look idea of what the open interest would be if they were to drop the imbalances now. You still have about 20 minutes for those to go.
White House talking about Lebanon now. So yeah, there's been some... that pager thing was crazy. Like, I was like, what the hell was that?
Yo,
that's like some next espionage stuff, man. Wow. Okay, that's too bad too, the way that all goes down.
It's like that was like an episode of 24, man.
Too many innocent people, man. It's crazy. Okay, we'll just keep going though on that. All right. And thank you, Hal, and everything there. Just keep on watching, man. I just hope that we can continue to impress you guys. I take those compliments with sort of a grain of salt. Like, I really appreciate it. I just hope that everybody can easily follow some of these trades and be able to be, profitable in doing this. We talk about how hard it is to become a trader, and we do that all the time. So you guys can look up those stats and everything. Oh, on that note, you know what? This is a new segment that we've sort of created here, and I'm pretty proud to be part of this segment, and let's do it right now. This is What's Your Profits? No, I don't know. We'll figure out a name. That's not going to be that. Right there. The top 10 traders yesterday here at Real Trading. So this is, again, traders that trade on our platform, prop firm, so on and so forth. We had someone crack almost 11,000 yesterday. These are all of these are going to be US dollar, no matter what the market says here. So take that for what it's worth as well. Amex and NASDAQ. So again, someone that would maybe trade the spiders or something like that would be part of that, as well as NASDAQ, and someone in Canada. So lots of opportunities north of the border for anybody looking at that again. And I know, again, our campus program has a lot of Canadian trading in that as well. NASDAQ, Amex, NASDAQ, Canada, So we don't have anything there as far as Europe is concerned from yesterday, but the top Vienna trader right there made 1,800 on that market, but must have lost it somewhere else, right? Oh no, 1,800 doesn't make this list. So right there, 1,800 in Vienna. The NYMEX, someone traded natural gas or oil, Zetra market there. The CSE Hong Kong Mexican market as well. So grab those pesos and get going. But right now, that's where the profit
Every market.
brought to you by. Yeah, real trading. So every market talked about there. If you're part, someone on the chat is talking about they're in the demo. They really like everything so far. So yeah, thanks again for that. We'll pass on.
I can't lie. I actually forgot that we'd added the markets in Mexico. Brazil
avocados and everything.
Traded Brazil before. Avocado prices are
skyrocketing.
They're no joke. They're no joke. My daughter freaking loves avocado. Like that is one of those go-to.
You could put avocado in shawarma,
Oh, heck yeah.
That elevates the shawarma party.
Look, it takes the shawarma party to a whole.
Ramin knows all the hot shawarma places. Ramin, let's order shawarma. We got some super chats.
Friday shawarma.
Friday is shawarma day.
Shawarma and Corona. Sharona? My Sharona?
My Sharona? Is it a Sharona day on Friday?
Why not? We used to do the brews on Fridays. I don't know how we got away from that.
I'm right here.
Well, you weren't here the last couple. See, that's what happens, man.
What did you guys have?
No, we didn't do
Sharonas?
No, so the last time we had beers on the Friday,
my kids we had.
You weren't here, and I was literally drinking by myself because.
Oh, Obi wasn't participating.
No, which is fine. I'm not trying to pressure anybody in anything.
No,
he just didn't feel like having it.
We'll have it.
Let's do it.
Someone will send in some Coronas, and if not, we'll send
the boys out to get some.
Send somebody to go get it anyways.
No.
One avocado does more damage to the planet than my 30-year-old truck does. That's probably not true, but hot take. Okay, so right now 334 market is trying to pull back in a little bit. So we got stopped out on the TQs there at, it might be true, I have no idea. We got stopped out there once we broke through VWAP. Really happy with that one there. I don't know. I mean, I don't grow any avocados. I don't know why they would harm the world there, but that individual might. I mean, I do know how petroleum does. Okay, move to the downside. I was looking at Amazon. I don't know. I feel like now we can just actually trade. The market is digested whatever moves. I think it needs to now. Powell's gone. I didn't hear too much from Brendan there that would surprise.
Nothing
I mean, remember when we started this whole thing? Where was the market? Oh yeah, right here. I'm glad that we've traveled up and down and able to make money in this market. But as I look, this is where the futures were at 2 o'clock. 19,700. Where are we now? 19,692. So we're actually flat on the market, if not a little bit down right now. We've roller coaster ride, man, but all these are good. These are shorts, these are longs. We lost into here. We talked about that. This was sketchy, and then that happened. So, good day, 335 today, right now. 25 minutes left. You already showed the imbalances. Plus, this week, this is the third Friday, right? So we do have quad witching. It's quad, right? If not more than that, coming up on Friday, where we'll have more imbalances to come through and more exciting trading. So we did get that 50 basis points. I think it's all clear long. I think tomorrow is going to be a huge long day. If anybody's asking me, I know nobody is, but I think that you could swing everything long tomorrow and hopefully thank me in the morning. If not, good luck to shorts. I don't know. All I do is trade, man. So, we'll go, like I said, we put on 8 names today. We'll go 8 for 8. And yesterday, I think 7 and 1. It's just been a really good run. We're really reading the markets really, really well. They said go to Neil. So Neil?
Yes, sir. And this afternoon, all the crazy action here brought to you by our good friends at Moomoo. Shaking up the investing game with its cash sweep program, offering an incredible 8.1% APY on uninvested cash, far surpassing typical stock returns. Your cash earns interest 24/7, and you can access it anytime to reinvest when the market turns. Plus, sign up now and snag 15 free stocks and bonuses up to $2,300 in Canada. Don't let your money sit idle. Make it work for you. Shout out to Mumu. Scan that QR code below. Check the link in the description of this video. That's a good return for you. But now this market really is heading back into the downside. Kind of got away from the shorts and was looking for these imbalances to maybe come out. That might have been a bit of a mistake, but I'm just looking. I was really, you can hope all you want, but the litmus I was looking for IWM was, hey, hold on to the previous day high. It's been doing that the entire time. If it can't do it and we get a 50-point cut, that's not going to bode well. What you don't want to see are false breakouts and reversal candles, because those are the kind of things that trend you back into prior support, whether that's 16 or 14 here. Just double checking where we have been with the short. A firm goes with really a VWAP retracement. That's what it's going to do. Every now and then, VWAP is a line on a chart that gets respected to the penny. I can tell you that is exactly what happened here on a firm. It went right to VWAP, to the penny, and just pulled right back in. I don't know that I want to take this one more time. I feel like Powell ran on a little bit longer than we're used to in here. And as day traders, we're going to be flat at the end of the day. I do want to remind everybody that just because the market closes at 4 o'clock, if you're new here, we're staying till 4:30. The traders are going to stay late. We got Chris Brecher going to come through. Going to make sure, actually, I have to make sure that usually he's confirmed by now, but he'll be good to go. And we're going to be able to talk all about what happened with the Fed. Forget about earnings. There's nothing important that's going to be dropping in front of earnings, but we're going to talk about this Fed move, review some of the trades, review all the different markets, how they did the banking sector, how do we do with utilities, how did some of the energy do, and then we'll take some of your questions as well. So the Market Recap Show should always be on your radar. Although there might not be earnings, but don't forget, you never know when news is going to drop. I mean, the Aftermarket Show had Intel booming the other day. You never really know when news is going to hit, so we'll keep our ear to the ground. So if you have any questions that you want to ask for Chris or myself or anything you want us to cover, get that ready, because in 20 minutes we're going to flip over to the desk. Although we're going to the desk right now. Yeah. With Adara.
Show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving in the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro. Start your free trial today.
We went to there. We just shorted Nvidia again. I know there was just a big lottery that just happened here in Ontario, but we did not win, but I feel like we won. We just shorted Nvidia at 115. We shorted it multiple times. We just covered multiple bids down here in the 40s. We are really on one right now. That was some great cover. I was only giving this, VWAP is 40s, was hoping to get a little bit more. We just have a small piece for right now. I'm going to wait on Nvidia. I was really surprised about how red that name got here. I still think tomorrow's an up day, so shorting Nvidia into the close, not wise, but we just took some profits on that one, and it's now 20 plus change here in the money on Nvidia. So let's just wait. We're giving it a little bit higher into 115 and change now that we are playing with some house money. So let's wait to see if Nvidia drops. I'm going to put a bid out like 114, sort of flat here. 114, maybe 20s. We'll put a bid down there. If we can get it, we can get it. But right now, there it is again, man. It's another 30-cent winner brought to you this time, not by Mumu, not by Benzinga, but by yours truly, man, the People's Trader. There it is, another 30 cent there, move back in for Nvidia. And everything's intact, baby. Nice move to the downside for NVDA. I did hear in my ear that PayPal had met with Jamie Dimon or some people from JP Morgan, but that doesn't appear to be
not moving
anything right now. So we'll hold out on that one.
The early look imbalance on Block is gone.
Come on, Nvidia.
So that million buy that was sitting there, at least indicating that there was going to be a buy imbalance on Block, is no longer there. The only thing that's still holding up is that PCG. So nothing over 1 million shares on the ye old imbalance locator. Why is that? I'm like, why does my level 2 for a second there was PayPal? Because you said PayPal, and I was typing something in my level 2, and I literally just typed the thing that you mentioned on PayPal. But no, I like a firm at VWAP. If it's going to hold VWAP exactly, I don't know if we're going to get a chance at 45 again, so we'll probably have one more shot at this. So if we're going down, I want to short the thing that has been the thing that I was shorting before. Just sort of stick to the same plan of action, or at least the same stock, which has worked. I think we missed one short in there. Thank you so much, Adair. Got to stay hydrated. Been talking a lot. What's weird is usually I'm very good about this. Like we come on, it's Fed day, make sure I have a full water. Forgot to do that, so I finished that right quick.
Yeah, I see here. What's up, Trader Forever? This is the thing. He says gutsy there on shorting Nvidia, but I told you from time, man. It's built different, right? So we'll do it. We'll try it. I understand it's gutsy, but hey, man, no pain, no gain. That is for sure. And today it's all about those gains. As we'll short Nvidia and just give it one more shot here into that bottom spot. We're just bouncing off that 60 area. Let's just put another bid there. I mean, if it does fall back in, we'll take 40 cents. Like, let's just bid 61s. Put another 40 cent on there. I do agree. This is a little risky, especially the fact that I'm thinking bullish into tomorrow. So let's do that right now. Put that out there and try to go, right? I mean, like I said, it's a game and we're here to play it, and hopefully we can continue. Did we just get that? Oh. All right, there it is again. It's always good when I find myself more speechless, I feel like. I don't know if that was an FU candle or not, but there we go to the downside again. So we've had quite the great move here in our net. However, the market kind of just stays muted, right? I mean, a couple good trades there on Nvidia. Eventually, we lost that. We told you that we were up on Nvidia here today, and we only started trading it right there. So now we are very up on Nvidia as this short's going to cash in. Everything we've touched today has been so far so good. Not to jinx it or anything, but I don't think we'll be into too much more. The futures were really this is like by the skin of our teeth, sort of, where we were able to get that short, make money, get that long, make money, lose it there. Again, just like average into that. That was dangerous. And you're probably not going to hear anybody talk the way I do, but we were almost red on the name there, and it just came right back down. So that was pretty lucky. And is it luck, though, when you're playing off VWAP and VWAP holds and then this happens? I don't know if that's luck or if that's strategy, but I'm going to go with the latter because it's worked. So there it goes to the downside. We did hold 10 or 20% and got stopped out there for that. But I mean, things are working today, and it's been so far so good. As Nvidia right now, 50 cents in the money. It may be our ride or die into the close. That might be what we wind up doing there, and just waiting on that. So market is now, I don't even know what I voted. I voted green, but I don't know.
Let's check the poll. I know I voted red, but that was, I mean, in the moment,
yeah.
Like I simply said, whatever we trend after 230 is pretty much my vote every single time, right? So we made some highs, and then at 230, we're like trending downside. Like it was lower highs all the way through after that. It's actually 50-50. 51% green, 49% red. Obviously, at this point, I mean, if people are still voting now, if you're voting green, it doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. But a firm lower high for me off of VWAP in there. So that's the one I decided to reload. Imbalance is going to drop in 4 minutes, but there's still time. So we just got into this one at 30s. Fire at 10, so I'm just going to get out in front of that. If it never breaks the even at 44, want to make sure we take some profit out in front of that on a firm. Someone just asked what happened with Intel. I mean, Intel's still underneath VWAP in 21. 21 no good, never got to VWAP. Same low as it had before. So 2080, still the bottom over there on Intel, down 3%. Yeah, not a very nice day for them. If the market's flat and you're down 3%, that's usually not a good thing. And remember, the market was just all happy about the real spin-off thing that they're going to think about doing with the new reporting structure and a new board for their foundry business. That didn't last very long. Intel still has a lot of things to work through. A lot.
We just went, now we're 80 cents in the money on this Nvidia trade that we just put on. Thank you so much. I never even seen this individual before, the beautiful gate. Thank you so much for acknowledging and for just recognizing that, right? I mean, most of the trades I put on are very, very easy to explain, and we don't just go back and forth with it, right? We stay with our trades. We talk about where some of our ins and our outs are, and I mean, that's the whole point of what we're doing. So again, thank you so much. Go follow me at Trader TV Sean, both on Instagram and on X. So, okay. We now only have 10% left, or not even 10%. Actually, I don't know how many shares I had. So let's just say we have a portion left of this trade. It's $1 in the money, and oh my gosh, Neil, now, I mean, now it's $1. Oh, we can hit this one too. Dollar now on this name as it just continues, man, to make that money to the downside. We'll see. I haven't actually looked at a firm. I know you're in that, so that's going to be a good one. If there's anything else you guys want to talk about, it's just been a day again. Like there it is. Like Nvidia, we just shorted. We built this trade with you guys. Talked about where our stop was and everything. We wanted more. We didn't get it. But there's the downside push for Nvidia. Absolutely rocking right now today. So good trading, good everything. It's a pole position kind of day. And then we'll just wait to see what happens. I do go back and forth with some of the positions every day, like even right now, right? I mean, this is why we say, find out who you are. These are longs, these are shorts. So long Nvidia, short Nvidia. Just fits out perfectly. And like they say, like a glove goes the trading today. So yeah, good call. We'll wait for 350. And if we get stopped out on this, we get stopped out on this. Where are we going to get stopped out? Pretty much breaking through maybe where we're long at, 115 or so, but a nice downside push. Actually, you know what? We don't even need to take the risk right now. Let's just bid this out. We'll put an 08 bid. That's it. We'll close that off. It's a hot dog cannon kind of day. Finite. I am now done. I'm not going to have the discipline to shut it down. We're at a huge level for us today. We've really been printing, and we'll just continue with that. Good times, good rolling, good trading there. We'll get out of Nvidia. Why risk it into the imbalances, right? We've already hit our goals many times ago. So let's sit on our hands now and just be patient. What a great day it's been. Thank you so much for all the support again. And hey, Neil, they keep coming back. We must be doing,
every single day. We're doing
something right.
And that's what we're going to try and do every single day. You let us know. I saw someone who was looking at DXY in there. Yeah, you know, I feel like one of the things on a Fed day, you want to maybe scan all the different indicators out there. Like we should know what the dollar is doing, TLT. I know we talked about IWM. We looked at some of the banks, but you can always do a little bit more. And I feel like that's one thing I want to look at. The DXY is breaking out the highs. Want to acknowledge it. I'm just trailing. It's not a trailing stop. My stop is at the lower high. So we shorted, fail VWAP, didn't short VWAP, could have. But shorting the lower high in here, my out is going to be if it breaks that local top. So if this is the range of the last 20 minutes or so, then out if it breaks that lower high. If it breaks 44, I want to get out underneath. Imbalances will drop in less than 1 minute. There's nothing that, like I said, nothing's really standing out going into it. We'll just have to play it by ear. I do want to have Nvidia up. I feel like it's had some big imbalances recently. So I'm going to have a level 2 of Nvidia just in case it comes out with a big imbalance. The biggest imbalances are going to come on Friday. So, you know, when you come back here, whatever numbers drop in 20 seconds or so on Friday, there will be a lot of symbols that are over 1 million. You might see a couple here, but on Friday, you're going to want to hold on to your hats. I'm expecting big things for Palantir and Dell, but expectations are just a part of the story. You just got to trade what's out in front of you. For now, I feel like Nvidia usually is the one with the big imbalance. I want to have that level 2 up just in case it's an actionable trade. All right, so Intel sell 3.5 million, TLT sell 1.4, Amazon buy 1.2 million, Nvidia sell but only 900,000. That's a nothing burger for NVDA. But the market breaking the lows once again. We'll get the overall number just a second from Adara. But I'm seeing Amazon's the buy. It looked a little bit mixed here. AVGO is a sell of 800,000. Not gigantic. Intel's the only one that has any size on it, and it's a relatively cheap stock. The overall market's 375 million to the buy side. Nasdaq's 215 to sell. The Mag 7's 120 to sell. That's kind of a nothing burger.
You also have to know, who you are as a trader, right? We talk about that, like right there, Affirm, very slow mover. You can still definitely trade that. Since that Affirm is just hovering around, like we got out of Nvidia. Like Nvidia's moving dollars now. Like it just dropped 50 cents right there flat. Like we got out there at 08, thought we were doing pretty good. It just touched right there, 51s, right? And so again, that's another advantage of being at a prop floor. You could sit there like in that Affirm and wait for it, or go over to something more aggressive like Nvidia and just bang it out like that. So, I mean, again, understand all of that. Trade the pool, Trader TV Live, real trading, the prop opportunities for you right there. Nvidia right back into those lows. So, yeah, man, down 1.5%. Hey, the market can't be green tomorrow without Nvidia. This might be worth a little bit of a move right there for NVDA if you're looking for some trading. I think Nvidia could be there tomorrow. So we'll wait for that. Again, Intel with the big sell. I mean, Wow.
It's not that big.
No, but I mean the big
3.5
sell-off today, down 3%.
Oh yeah, the
I mean,
move.
it's
Yeah.
double what Nvidia's down, and this is basically here a NFT that we have this trade. This is a real trade on Intel. So right there, nice move to the downside. And again, if you are looking, I know we have a lot of viewers at Trader TV. Sean posted up every single day is the sticky note. Make sure you go over and have a quick look at that right there. First of all, here's the sticky note right there, Google 159 long. I attached my trade at 9:30, 159 long. That's 160.50 right there to get out. There's the 159 long, right? And there's the 160.50 talk right there, or what is it? 160.20, sorry, out. So there's the long early, a couple outs as we scalp. And we actually hit our day goal with this trade, but since then now it's been more than triple that back there to the upside. You never know what you're going to see on days of Fed. So there it is, man. I guess you just closed your Affirm trade. Only 7 minutes left.
Yeah, I just saw this question in the chat. Tab TV Gaming, assuming you mean Apple, not APPL. You must mean Apple. Is it a sell? I didn't see an imbalance on Apple. I'm actually going to have to search alphabetically for it to be able to find it. But it wasn't significant. That's all. That's the first thing I can tell you. There we go. AAPL should be right down in here. It is a sell imbalance, 660,000, but that's small. That's a small imbalance for Apple. The paired volume is 4.3 million, so not terribly big. And I think that's more of a nothing burger than anything else. So my last position, like you said, tighten up the stop. When you get to 350 and 355, generally speaking, it's either going to break the low and head back into the bottom, or I'm going to tighten the stop. Earlier in the day, you might give it a little bit more room, but I feel like at the end of the day, you have time on your hands, but you don't have time till the close. So we got about 5 minutes to go before the close. I'm going to mosey to the desk in just a couple of minutes. We're going to have Chris Bretcher. We're going to go over pretty much every single sector that we can. I feel like I neglected the banks. I know we talked about it a little bit in here, but the financials did absolutely nothing. They held the bottoms of the range, not participating in the up move at all. And then my personal vendetta against SoFi, I jinxed it because I was like, hey, maybe SoFi is going to hold above 830 to give a swing entry for the week. And I probably said that somewhere in and around here. And since then, it's 830 resistance for SoFi. And why do I say this level? Just wanted it taken out that top. On the 15-minute, that's the top. On the daily, that's been the big top it's trying to get through. So another fail on SoFi. I want to see the buyers hold this level, which they've been unable to do for like half a year now.
Yeah, SoFi's a dumpster fire. That is for
Agreed.
sure. Okay, so yeah, man. Yeah, good show today. Good luck with the after show there with Mr. Bretcher. Okay, Tesla. We were like basically kind of like one and done down here at 229. It's starting to fade out there as well. Nvidia's doing its own thing. Neil just went over Affirm. We could check out Palantir. Like Pal nothing today. You are not a pal of mine. Although we are up today on Palantir. But it wasn't anything super exciting. We did hit that short. We wrote down 36.50 as a short. So we hit that there, and then eventually got stopped out. But, you know, this is what I'm talking about. When you're stopping out for 3 cents right there, but making, I don't know, 20, 30 cents, it's going to work out for you more often than not. So good trade there for us on PLTR today. I'm exhausted as well, man. I mean, we'll get some sleep in there today. The kids... my daughter's been up early last couple of days. Nothing tonight, so that's lucky.
Okay.
Yeah, not much tonight. Maybe more shawarma parties. Other than that, take Belle for some walks. It's her birthday, so happy birthday to Belle. Turns 5 this year. Probably go to
Get her a treat.
Yeah, my daughter's making some sort of a cake, so I don't know how disastrous that's going to be. She made my cake yesterday, and that was really sweet. So, yeah, that's that, man. How about Microsoft?
I'm going to mosey on.
Okay.
It's got a great day trading today. Stick around. We got the aftermarket show in just a few minutes. Take them into the close.
You're muted anyways, so it's all good. All right. Thank you, Neil, for all of that. All right. Let's just keep on going here as we go. So quite the professional. We're always muting ourselves so you don't have to hear us talk back and forth. So he was just saying great day trading and everything like that. So thank you for that one. All right. Yeah, there goes Apple. Only 3 minutes left to go. Let's just check on some of the major indices right now. Let's see what USO is doing. Again, United States oil today. On Fed Day, you expected a little something. It was also inventories, right? Today's Wednesday. Yeah, so it was oil inventories. You see that action right there at 10:30 where the move started to go to the downside. So we'll have to watch out for that on oil. USO making a downside push. The NASDAQ will be red today, down 0.43 into that move. So we'll wait. See if there's some kind of a pushback in USO. We talked about gold was at all-time highs earlier. Now it's a pretty down move right there in GLD. Bitcoin at the bottom, you can see. We'll just check. You know what? Let's just check IBIT for that one. So right now, Bitcoin, so gold down 0.7. Let's just check out what IBIT and what Bitcoin's been doing throughout the day. 0.31. Pretty flat there to go. What else do we want to check out? We checked out the home builders. They were pretty hot early. Have they faded? Yes, they have. So they now go red as well. The NASDAQ bringing everything down. How's our friends in China doing? Friend or foe, depending on if you're long or short, I guess. Right there, FXI down as well today. Silver. Let's go figure this out. What's happening right now in silver? Down 2.5%. So that's not a great move there. Let's do a little bit of this. I mean, if you had the day like I had today, you are allowed to partake. Well, you can always partake in whatever you want. But let's go check out what MSOS is doing here. As cannabis today is down 1.09%. Let's check out our friends in the Dow and figure out what the Dow is doing today. All right, so Dow Jones right now, down 0.2. So a little bit of a day there. We'll stop. Let's go one more on the SPY. Neil's going to go over so many different indices anyways. I'm just trying to go over the main ones. Spider right now down 0.22. So the market definitely reacting to this 50 basis point rate cut. Someone asked me earlier this morning, I know it was kind of mixed on our desk. I just went with the odds, man. I saw it. We were 65 yesterday. We were about 59 there right before the number dropped. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Is that what you said there, Fabian? Thank you for that. With 1 minute left, we've got the countdown ready to go. Adara will be on the bell. We'll finish at our highest spot. We are very, very proud, of course, today to share the podium with the man behind us. Its name is Obi. So congratulations, Obi, for another day behind us there. Good job there, Obi. The meditation appears to be working. All right, only 40 seconds left now. We'll ring that bell. We'll get a 10-cent countdown ready to go very, very soon. That market close imbalance was slight, and right now we don't have anybody on there. WFC, Amazon, Nvidia, all with bids here into the close. Oh, I got to cancel my stop orders here. Not many stop orders filled for me today, but right there, we have got a lot of targets that filled, which was really nice to see. So we'll cancel some stop losses. Today's bell. Okay, we gotta get ready. We are getting ready to go right now. Oops, I always hit the wrong one. Roll call. It's the countdown now. Today's bell brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. There it is. Thank you. They're revolutionizing brain health. We want to thank Firefly for once again sponsoring 2 and 1. There it is. We are now closed. Thanks, Adara, for that one. It is now 4 o'clock. Wow, wow, wow. What a day. Markets will end the day on their lows. So, okay, we'll see if the market turns tomorrow. I like to think that, they'll analyze this. They'll get it all figured out. The rate cut cycle has started, and it started with a vengeance, man. It was 50 basis points, little more than was expected earlier in the month. But as we approached it, we got exactly what the market thought it was going to get today. It's a big day. It's probably my best day of the month. I want to thank everybody for watching, man. And I just hope to do the same thing tomorrow. We'll be back with the Sticky Note AL. But for right now, it's Chris Bretcher, it's Neil, and it is your market recap show. We're good to go. All right, thanks, everybody. Ciao.
All right, we're back at it. It's market close. We got the recap show in here. We got what was expected, although not everybody thought we were going to get a 50-point cut from the Fed. A lot of people think it was going to be 25. It was 60-40 for the last few weeks. I mean, the 65 was about the top end of that range. It ended like 59-60 right before it came out. Our poll was showing 60% thought it was going to be a quarter point, and I was sort of in that camp just because I thought that's what they should do, but it doesn't matter. You got the 50-point move, but unfortunately, you didn't get the continuation rally. Now, the NASDAQ might only be down 0.5 here, but let's just be real. This was an overall red board, a very, very red board. Let's get it out of the way right in here. Just start with this NASDAQ, which tried to go higher initially. We all saw it. It was looking pretty solid initially off of that move. And I'm going to talk about levels like post decision, right? So first things first, you were breaking out that top. It looked strong. You're holding those higher lows. Everything was looking good on that 50 basis point cut. And then all of a sudden everything switched. And that's going to be after 230. You got before 230, after 230. That's when you put in lower high 1, lower high 2, lower high 3, and end up closing on the lows. Overall, pretty red day across the board. You're going to see here gold, silver down, USO down, natural gas down, SMH down 1%. And this is one that I'm a bit worried about. You lost the low, the NASDAQ at the low, SMH lost the low, and more importantly, for this one, I don't like what I see on the daily chart. Obviously, this is the 50-period moving average, which just got respected once, which just got respected twice, and I'm talking about the wrong way, not the right way. So we're trending back into this 200-period moving average. The good news is, and I know we had Danielle Shea on recently talking about this, the 200-period moving average on the semiconductor index, at least the SMH here, has been a good place to buy. So at least if we trend down into that, you've got that for a little bit of support here over on the semis, which we know move markets. You can't talk semis without talking about Nvidia and sort of echoing what we've had happen there. Yeah, similar chart? Of course it's a similar chart. You've just rejected this 50 period, maybe not as directly, but that's what's happening here. And I had to draw the trend line in. It was very clean on SMH, just that 200-period moving average that it was holding on to. Nvidia is way too strong to have retested its 200-period moving average. So I drew a little bit of a trend line to show you when we've been bouncing on SMH, this is where we've been going on Nvidia. If we were to retest that in the near term, you're talking about 105, 106 on Nvidia, which lines up with previous post-earnings support. That's what I'm going to be watching out for, particularly on Nvidia in the next 2 days here, is this bottom, this 105.90, 106 on that trend line. Nice distinct trend line. If you're looking at the SMH, you got the 200-period moving average. If you're looking at Nvidia, you have a slightward compression trend here. So higher highs, higher lows on that particular name. Not a great reaction here on GLD. When you look at gold, though, everything has to come into context. And context would tell you if you're pressing fresh highs into the decision, some profit taking even on gold. Now, remember, this might seem counterintuitive here. If rates are going down, then all of a sudden there aren't as many places to park your money, and then gold should become, if you think about it, like maybe more attractive. But this was rallying going into it. So I think there's just some profit taking coming in. And if you look at this on the daily, the trend is still very much intact back into prior highs on GLD. But I don't wonder if you're not waiting for that 50-period moving average on a pullback in gold. I think you want to be very, very cautious with this one. A lot of profit being taken, I think, up at some of those tops. And that 50-period kind of lining up on GLD at 228. If you look at GDX, same move, wick the high, wait for the higher lows to come back in. Nice structure here with GDX. But certainly not a very, very good look at the top end of anything here in today. Somehow ARC up 0.26%. Not really sure what drove them the most. And then a bit of a nice move there on energy to end the day. Here's the problem, though. And you're going to see it here when I line this chart up. The XLE still holding the downward trend. I'd like to say that it's moved this trend line like the previous one from before. You just move it up a little bit, but it's still lower highs and lower lows. This just wicked the 200-period moving average today and did a bit of a reversal. So what it looks like on the 3-minute chart, and this isn't necessarily the best look in the world, wicks that 200 period and then falls to the downside. So a major moving average there for the XLE gets tested and immediately rejected. So now you have a bit of a reversal candle on the daily. I don't wonder if we're not going to retest the bottom of that channel. So if you like some of those energy names, if you're like Randy liking that XOM, maybe you wait for that bottom to come back in there because the XLE is not doing anything to tell me that that trend is any different. I see a lot of people, I see in the chat, Nvidia still falling. Yeah, Nvidia, even after market, loses the low of the day. Now you're down in the 113. This is exactly the concern that I have with the SMH. This is exactly the concern that I have with Nvidia as well. Retesting some of these lows feels like an almost inevitability at this particular point. So I think we're going to run into a little trouble there. There was some strength overall in some consumer discretionaries early on. And even those, like you had Amazon strength, you had Tesla strength. I'm just thankful to have gotten away from Tesla because that's the one that could have been a little bit of a disaster. Tesla ending up actually flat on the day, 0.4 to the downside. But if you've been eyeballing this 235 level over and over and over again, it just kept testing. Today on Fed, we said we'd get a test of that level. Oh, it did, and it failed it. And it failed it spectacularly. There's your 235. It broke. It gave you the 50-cent move. And then now it just trend into the downside. So a lot of times you can trap longs in moves like this. I think the news I don't think it had enough time to trap any longs up there on 235 Tesla. But I don't like that reversal. It's still very much intact, that resistance point on Tesla. And it could be a little bit of trouble for them. Not a lot of strength to work in for this market. But if you are going to try and pick some out there, you can do a heck of a lot worse than something like an Amazon. Flat day for them. I think flat is good on a day like today. This was at least able to hold some of those lows. When you slap the daily chart up here, nice consolidated move. There was no top end failure for Amazon. So when I look at this, a little bit better than what I saw. Did not break out and fail those highs. Just held a consolidation top. So upward trend good, above the 50, above the 200. I like this a little bit better if we have a recovery day in there tomorrow. And you want to have that plan of action. It's a really good time to assess moves after you get a rate day. Ciao, Sean. Have fun. Enjoy. Hopefully some leftover short if you get it there. But Sean just making his way out. A great day of trading. I like Amazon in here because I want to see things that just held up a little bit better. I want to group things into stocks of, I prefer the long here, post-Fed, I prefer the short. Nvidia, I prefer the short right now. Affirm, you already know I prefer the short, the way it reacted to that 45 level. Tesla, I don't know if we see that 235. But Amazon, what I like about it is you're holding on to the same support bottom. The market was breaking lows, and Amazon was holding the line. It was just holding the line at that 186. It's a higher low from the day. And it was the same low the entire afternoon. And as a matter of fact, it's still bouncing. That's what you want to do when you're separating things into two groups. Do you like it long? Do you like it short? You guys let me know what you might be looking at. Ruth is like, Nvidia could become resistance. Other Zinc is also talking about Nvidia. It's just a lot of Nvidia on everybody's mind. I still think this is going to be a weak stock, but let's not sleep on a few other things that were moving around. What did we get early on in this week that we're all forgetting about? It was Apple. It was concern over Apple's demand. And look, whether or not you're discounting prices in China, they do this every single cycle. So if you think it's not a big deal, I don't necessarily disagree with you when it comes to Apple on that. But Apple, much like, not exactly the same as Amazon, Apple's going to end not just green today, up 2 points, above VWAP today. And it's going to end with a series of higher lows. So we started off looking at Apple for the long. It eventually turned red. I mean, we had the rate decision come out, and it was holding on to VWAP. It eventually turned red, trend down. But look at what happened at 3 o'clock. A series of higher lows on Apple, which I like. Now, that's what you want to see. So as we're sort of grouping some names out there, that's a good look. There's a but coming. You probably could have sensed that. The only but for Apple is you essentially today topped out at exactly the 50 period. And if you look at these closes, opens and closes, there's been one time we've actually had, two times that we've had an open above the 50 period on the daily. Both of those were red days on Apple. So I think you can play longs on Apple into the 50 period moving average. The problem with that is you need it to open above and then continue. I think longs into it, and then you want closes above that can open and hold that next day. That's a big line in the sand. So you're just laying out some plans there on AAPL. I think it should be a big one. And if you're ever trading some Apple, the other thing to keep in mind is going to be ARM, right? Like ARM has been moving lockstep ever since they announced that a lot of the chips, all of their chips are going to be using Apple technology on the new phones, so heavily embedded there. It's been following along rather nice on Apple. If Apple loses the bid, I'm looking flat bottom break on ARM, and it's about as clear to see. I don't have the flat bottom break graphic here. It's usually one that I have in my other stream deck, but if you have support that turns into resistance and you hold the same line, it's about 135 here on ARM. Just going to set this one up for you. I'm going to go from a 3-minute to a 15-minute. I like the 15-minute when you're looking at these potential bottom breaks. So let's just slap our trade ideas into a 15-minute chart. That's one of my favorite time frames. We'll zoom it out. This is what I'm getting at here for 135 on ARM. You fail 150, you get all the good news for Apple, you fail a lower high, and you've got this 135 flat bottom potential break going into the end of the week. That's the kind of level, when it happens, I take the break. Usually you want to give it the buck. It's the kind of trade that can give you like $5, $10 worth of a move, so you want to risk it to get the biscuit on it. Generally speaking, I know if I take a trade like that, it's going to be my focus. If I lose on it, it should be my biggest loser that day. If I win on it, it should be my biggest win. If that's not the case, I've done something wrong. But ARM, definitely looking like a flat bottom breaker at that 135. So I feel like this is going to be one for me going in the next couple of days. We're expecting Chris to come through at 4:15. I don't even know if he's here yet. He is here? Okay, so I think we're just sort of setting up here, waiting for Chris Brecher. Always fun to have him on. You always want to get the perspective of different traders during a day like today. Like you would have seen myself kind of focused on Firm a lot and IWM, which one I want to go to next. You saw Sean with the focus on Nvidia and the Qs, and that's what you have to do. Everyone has a different perspective. It was new for me to go to the IWM. And the reason I went to IWM today was simply, hey, who usually moves? What's going to move the most on a 50 basis point cut? Well, everyone talks about the small caps. So the breakout today for me was always going to be IWM, and mea culpa, flat out, I missed it today. You know, if you rewind to the beginning of the afternoon show as we were going on our plans, we came in early to lay out the plans, and I was like, IWM taking out the top. If we get a 50 basis point cut, IWM taking out the top. And then after that, my next comment was, well, if you go to a 15-minute, you go to a dip, I'm going to like the initial dips back in a previous high. And when you zoom the 15-minute, that's what we started doing. I didn't get the breakout trade, but you can't worry about the trade that you missed. You got to make the trade that's out in front of you. And then what happened is it came into the previous top. There's your bounce on the 15-minute with a retest of the high. You get a shot at that. You get maybe 1 or 2 shots at that trade. You missed the breakout, you're going to get 1 or 2 shots at that trade. After it loses a bit, it just felt like everything else. And that's important as a trader. You know, you can say, don't let the stock off the hook. Don't cry over spilt milk. You have all evening, or whatever it is for you. Maybe it's your commute. Maybe you don't think about trading in the evening, or maybe you can think about it in the morning to go over what you could have done differently. In the moment, you've got to just try to jump over to the next trade. And if we're trending up and I know I want IWM, then I let the next trade set up. And that was simply a retest of that high. I don't love the fact that it pulled all the way back in, but IWM does still end up green. So I don't want to completely throw it out as a long idea tomorrow. I'm going to have to give it the benefit of the doubt. But Apple looked a little better. That Amazon does still look a little bit good. I do believe now we are locked and loaded. Hey, time for a little trader talk. Special edition on a Fed day with Mr. Brecher. Chris Brecher.
There, how you doing?
Good to see you in there here, Senior Managing Director from Simpler Stocks. Look, Chris, anytime it's a Fed day is always going to be big, but this was different. This was a contested rate decision, one where we knew we were getting a cut. What we didn't know was how big the cut was going to be. The futures market was pricing in, it was 60% chance that it was going to be a 50 basis point cut. A lot of analysts were saying the other way. Our poll and our chat was saying 60%, 25 basis point. We got to 60. We got volatility. What were you doing going into it? And what are your thoughts just briefly coming out of it before we get into some individual names?
All right, number one, I showed everybody I thought it would be a 50 cut. And one of the reasons is, regardless of what he says, you got the election coming up. I just don't see him cutting every 0.25 all through the year. So get one of them done. And the other is you wonder when they're going to worry about the deficits. So I predicted the 0.5, but then I told everybody, if it's 0.5, does that mean the markets are going down? It doesn't mean anything. But what we did in here is I don't usually get that adamant intraday. But when you were up here, I told everybody, I said, this is stupid. Why on earth are we up like that? We rallied into this statement in the first place. So if the markets were down here, that's different. If the markets had done this on a daily, and it just seems stupid to me for it to be up 50. So we actually bought puts when the ES was up 50, but we did it as spreads. So we basically bought an SPX spread and made about 25% on it. So it's pretty cool to make 25% on the spread. The other thing we did, it was all about buying on rumor, selling on news. And I'll show you these arrows in a second why I think it's so important. But all we did in here was this. So many different indexes. This is like the quadruple ETF of the housing. Nail. So as you see, that went straight up. Another buy on rumor, sell on news. Gold. Buy on rumor, sell on news, and so on. TLT, I still don't know why everybody was so bullish on TLT. So it rallied into the Fed thing, and what the Fed did is more inflationary. So that should hurt the longer term bond, which it did. So that's pretty cool that we called all that. But it was all about the buy on rumor, sell on news, and definitely taking advantage of individual chart patterns as well. So that was a big deal too.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Like, it's important to remember, like that SPY, you literally wicked the all-time high. So that's usually a bit of a reversal going into it. Like, are you really going to sustain that? Especially when there was a lot of people saying that that 50 basis point cut was going to be a little bit, potentially signaling a little bit more panicky. Chris, we have a super chat in here, so hope you don't mind, but JKL146 here just gave us $5. Thank you so much to our viewers, and thank you for the super chat, JKL. Do you feel the Band-Aid has been pulled and uncertainty is gone so the market can resume? So I have an idea what you might say here, because resume, like technically speaking, we're in an upward trend, right? So resume, I'm in theory, JK, I'm assuming you mean resume to the upside. But just quickly for myself, the fact that you just wicked the top on the SPY, I think you usually do a pullback after that. Resume could mean go down for a little bit and then catch the 50 period and bounce. I think that would be reasonable for resume. I would like maybe, I think the Russell looks a little bit better, but the SPY, I tend to think we could be going down for a couple of days here, at least for the rest of the week on the SPY until we catch a bit of a bid. What are your thoughts?
Well, I want everybody to mute me if I just say we're going to continue to be volatile. I mean, it's like, don't say that. That's ridiculous. I look at it this way, like the XLU here, we shorted it, but we were sure we were right when it broke that trend line on the right. So we're out. But the key for me is going to be these couple of charts I'll show you. Number one, we went back all the way here. Let me show you, because I think it's pretty cool. But, I think anything with the markets are cool. But I'll show you what we're talking about. So we went here and we looked at the last Fed cuts, 2019 and then 2003 and 4. And you might be like, why didn't you take the other ones, like 2008 and 2000? And what happened with COVID? If it's teetering on the brink of disaster, the economy, the cuts usually don't help. Usually the markets still go down after the first cut. So we decided to look at the ones that, especially 2019, that if you look at what the Fed said, a mid-cycle adjustment. That's it, mid-cycle. So all they thought is that the markets would be a little weak. I mean, the economy, but not bad. And the inflation they weren't going to worry about. Yeah, it sounds familiar. What you're going to notice in here is when they cut, the markets, especially the September one, the markets went down. And, you know I've been a broken record about this, but the reason it went down is also because of lack of buybacks. So, I talk about that all the time, the buyback blackout window. So I thought I'd go back and show you. So here's September 2019 using the rewind function on Thinkorswim. And here's the 2 days after the Fed. So we're going to September 20th. And you'll see on here that the markets got nailed. Yeah, rallied in anticipation of the Fed, then went down. Yeah, does that look familiar? But it's also because that's when the buyback blackout window started. So what's interesting is the next cut they had was October 31st. Then it was able to get over this rectangle. So really what happened is you stayed in this rectangle for a month. And then the next cut, coupled with buybacks resuming, this broke out. So it was able to break out. So pretty exciting. You'll see it on the left. And it just kept going.
What I love about that is it confirms sort of like the gut feel after what happened here. And anytime, which is, I think even a bit of a reversal. I think you should reasonably go down for a couple of weeks, catch a bit of a bid as things calm down, and that's confirmed by the data. What I think the most important, well, I love everything you were saying there, Chris, because it kind of aligns with what I'm thinking in a general sense. But also, I think the most important thing you mentioned is when you're back testing things like that, it's very, very important to remember the difference in cuts during COVID, the difference in cuts during the financial crisis, and right now. Like what you don't want to have, what you don't want to do is put irrelevant data into your sample. And I shouldn't say irrelevant's not the right word, but I mean obviously we can understand that it was a different economy, it was a different market for those types of cuts, and those are generational types of things, and maybe that's going to skew your data a little bit. That's a very important point. I'm glad you made that, Chris. But I do want to ask you, just in a general sense, the other thing that we have happening this week, obviously Fed today is a big deal. On Friday, we've got witching options expiration. We've got quarterly rebalancing. We've got Palantir and Dell going into the S&P 500. We've got Etsy and American Airlines going into like the mid and then small, going out of the big. Is there anything specific that you look for on a witching day or on a rebalance day? Do you have plans for a trade going into it? Do you stay away from those? I know as a day trader, it's a pretty big opportunity at the close. Sometimes those additions and deletions can be trades for us. Is that something that you're looking at going into the week? Because we still have some events. That's a big one coming up Friday.
Not like it used to be. So it used to be, let's say Dell's going in. I'm talking about before you had decimals, let's say, and it was eighths. And they'd have, let's say Dell had 10 million to buy. And the stock, let's say, is, let's say 26. All of a sudden they'd show the indications bid 30, offer 35. So you throw in a short 10,000 like 35. I mean, that seems like a layup. Now it moves like 5 cents. So not as good, but it does matter on some other stuff. I don't look at the Dells as much as I look at the quarter rebalancing. And the S&P rebalances, hedge funds rebalance every month at the end of the month with bonds versus stocks, the 50-50 funds. But the S&P themselves is this Friday, like you said. And a lot of times what happens is the companies that have bought back the most stock are the ones that have to be rebalanced to the downside. Yeah, that's Apple. So that's Google. That's Meta. So that's Nvidia. That's Microsoft. So you could actually get some pressure on those Mag 7 on Friday.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting? As you say that, like back in the old days, the very first time that I did a very good close trade, back in the day, Intel was kind of a big deal. They aren't now. It doesn't really matter. But it was just like you said, like the things that had been doing buybacks had to be rebalanced to the downside. And so the market on close structure was different back when you had super montage and SOs and all that. So there was no Reg NMS. You would have gateways that would be bidding up here when the closing print had already happened like 2% down. And so there was an arbitrage trade where I anticipated a down weight on Intel that day because of exactly what you said. And I just sat there on the bid. I'm like, okay, bid some here, bid more there, more there. I was like, if I get everything, that means it closed a couple of points down. And then that late arbitrage on the other gateways, you just try to get out as fast as you can. And that's what used to be like that. You used to make a lot of money trading that way. Everything is completely different now in the market, but the principle is still there of looking for those bigger cap tech names to be some sell imbalances. So we can still scalp trade that a little bit live on Friday, but in a general sense, anyone that's looking for weakness or maybe a reason to trim some on over their big cap holdings, if you think we're getting a near-term pullback, that's a very important point. It is those big names like the Microsofts and the Apples that have been doing those buybacks that can often have the sell imbalances on Friday, not necessarily. And I'm not saying there won't be an event on Palantir or Dell. I'm still hoping maybe you catch a really easy trade, but it's not as easy as it used to be, Chris.
Right, but there are two things I thought I'd show you real quick because I know I'm probably taking too much of your time. Number one, SPX, like you see right here, testing the all-time high. This is 2019. Believe it or not, looks the same. So you take, let's say, 2000 on the 25th in 2019, and the market got toasted. That's back then. Now look at it. Heck, it looks exactly the same. It's amazing.
Yep.
So it doesn't mean it won't go up later. I think once buybacks resume at the end of October, then you could break out of this rectangle. So that's one thing. But the other is something that probably a lot of people want to know is that. So right now there's a massive disparity between the NASDAQ and the S&P. Now they had been going up exactly the same since the end of last year. So they had gone very similar charts. Very, very, very similar. So let me show you in here. There, very similar. So they had the sell-off, the rally, the sell-off, the rally, the sell-off, the test of the high. This didn't. So right now, what I'm watching, and there's a real method to my madness here. So what I'm watching is the NASDAQ, if it doesn't hold this 50 moving average, I know you talked about Apple with that.
Yep.
If that doesn't hold, then you got to think the S&P goes back to the 50, which is 100 points. Now, if those Mag 7 do get for sale on Friday, that could be enough to move that NASDAQ under the 50. So if they start looking weak on Friday, you got to look at leaning short the S&P. So I'm very much going to be keen on the big NASDAQ stocks for direction in the S&P. And keep in mind another thing. Somebody asked about the resumption of the rally. We've had a massive rally into the Fed. I mean, my goodness, we've gone from 5,400 to 5,680. So we've already had the rally into the Fed, and everybody is stuck long. Now, that doesn't mean you can't go up tomorrow. I'm just saying, if I'm buying anything, I want to buy the NASDAQ or NASDAQ stocks. But then you have that thing you said about the rebalance. So it might take till next Monday for that to really resume on the upside.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. And a lot of traders have been on that. If you get that sell-off, sometimes the Monday buys are really good on the things that printed down relatively big. That's been true. I think that's still kind of held, maybe not as big as before. But as you mentioned, that 50 period is going to be key, especially like on Apple, on the NASDAQ. Apple has closed underneath it, and there's been selling at the 50 period on the daily on Apple. All you got to do is pull up a chart and see that it's been happening. And if you don't break that, I can't see any way the SPY isn't going to make a pullback. Apple's is too big of a name and too important. Thank you so much for all your thoughts. It's obviously great to have you every single week, Chris, but especially on a day like today. We got a 50 base point cut. We didn't know what we were going to get. You had lots of volatility in the market, which I believe we both agree is not going anywhere. I want to thank you for coming through and dropping some knowledge. I know everyone in our community appreciates you. Chris Brecher from Simpler Trading. Talk to you next week, and good luck with your trades.
All right. Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
There we go. And another edition of Trader Talk. But you know what? It's already 4:30. We always want to give Chris some time to get through. But I want to give a big shout out and thank you to the entire team today, because it's always a big day when we have Fed. We get more viewers, more action. We change the schedule up. We come on early in the afternoon. There's always more volatility, as you guys know. So shout out to the production crew for doing a fantastic job with all the energy here today. That's Fabian and Ramin. And obviously, we have Fabian on the ones and twos. I got to thank Chris for stopping by. Oh, wait a minute. It's Ramin. Why did I think it was Fabian? Sorry, Ramin. The whole time I'm like, I thought it was Fabian, but you were very quiet over there, so thank you very much, Ramin. But I want to thank Bears versus Bulls. You know, the chat always gets really active when we have a lot of viewers and lots of questions in there. And best moderator in the business, making sure that we got all the super chats, because there were a few that we almost missed in there, and I was almost disappointed to see that we had missed a couple. And thank you guys so much for continuing to come in, continuing to follow along, continuing to make our community grow and be better, because we can all grow as traders every single day, no matter how long you've been doing this, whether it's over 20 years like Sean and myself, or half that for Brendo and all the traders we have here on the floor. You know, everyone's going to start their journey at a different place, but we can all continue it together. So with that, it's roll call time, everybody. You know what up. Get your name in the chat, give thanks to our great community, and get your name thrown out there. And I'm going to start with Mike Breeze up there with a bit of a clap as well, shaking the hands. And of course, Bears versus Bulls, shout out to you. We got Michael G in the chat, Nvidia buyer back after hours. Ooh, are they going to try and pop it so we can drop it tomorrow? That's kind of my thought. That's what I want to look at. Andrew Chow, thank you very much. Rivian Millionaire. We got Daniel in the chat. Eli7721. Hey, Davis. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. And we appreciate the bear as well. We'll see if we're still bearish tomorrow. I feel like it's going to be that. Daryl Flinch in the chat. Sinful Davy. Raju. Shankar. Almog as well. Pineapple Undies. Why not? Devion Wade. Brandon Townsend. Trey Only. Dollar Bill, y'all. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bills, y'all. Dan McIsaac. Aaron Cool. Jai Singh. Gerard TV. We got Streamlabs still letting you know about the Moo deal. Sinful Davy in the chat as well. We got Jose, Heinrich, Pucho Hernandez, Michelle Walker, Havana Woody, Paul, Paco OR, Donkey Trader in the house, KK, stop, KK in the chat as well. Happy Zombie, all the cream. Ulrich B, Yoel Reyna, CFAB23, The Real C True, Jeremy Newman, Raul, Adrian in the chat, Sensei Trolls, JHSF, Kyle Dubs. We got Daniel Melendez, Bora out, ICU, 100 mile per hour, dollar bills, y'all again. Ashton Lloyd as well. We've got Tay2 certified. Nope, not going to say that one. Starburst as well in the chat there. Freddie the Friendly Guy 2.0. Still waiting on the 1.0, Freddie the Friendly Guy. But shout out to all of you. The best thing about all of this, and I say it every time I get to do the aftermarket show, we get to come right back tomorrow at 8:30, trade these markets, get that volatility, get that coinage, learn what we can, and do it all over again. Every day, bigger and better. That's what it's all about. We're Trader TV Live, and we'll see you tomorrow, 8:30, bright and early.